Welcome everybody here to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2026. This is the summer split, and this is the final North American qualifiers of the split. My name is Infinity, and I'll be casting tonight's action alongside two fine gents, one of which is right next to me on my right. I think I got the pointing right today. It's Verdict. How you doing, mate?
I was trying to get mine right.
There he is.
Trying to do my best, Sophie Cunningham. That's the one. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, if you look on Twitter, it's all over. Any rate, off subject. Yeah, it's a blast. We're here for the third and final installment. We started off with 60 teams here in this last chance to get in as a top 16 team, and you know, Brody, it feels like June just kind of like brushed by us. We blunk our eyes and it's over. We've had so much fun throughout it, and obviously, we still have this last hurrah for North America and then EU next week. And then we got the big point major that's going to be starting next month.
Yeah, it is. The season is well underway at this point. Obviously, we're enjoying the new 2026 format. And as you said, the summer split is basically almost over at this point. And this is the last chance for any teams that hadn't got into that top 16 to get there. You want to get as high as you possibly can. For some of the teams that maybe didn't perform back in week one, maybe didn't have such a hot week number two, well, this is your opportunity to rectify that. It is one last chance for all of those teams outside of the top 16. Speaking of the format, let's waste no time as we get into today. Let's share what that format looks like for the 2026 season. Obviously, we're still awaiting a lot of details here on what the summer major is going to look like, what the World Championship is going to look like at the end of the 2026 season, Verdict. But it's a fresh format, and it's such a fun one, too.
Oh, man, it's been a blast. You know, we've gotten a chance to see a lot here from North America. We've seen a lot of improvement for some of these teams. But as you mentioned, this is their last chance to prove that they deserve to be in a top 16 slot. Obviously, that chance is today. We got a double 16-team double elimination bracket that's about to start. Tomorrow we'll have a final face-off for the last time. We'll have a best of 7 for that grand finals, and the top 16 teams at the end will make it to the major that I was speaking of that will be happening in July. And then from there, only 2 teams will be representing North America moving forward. As of right now, we got 2 pretty top-heavy teams, and the fall-off is pretty drastic in North America. Do you think there's a chance that we see something shake up here and maybe we start to see these 3rd and 4th place teams start to crawl back in? I sure hope so, just because what we saw in Europe last week was super fun and exciting, but as of late here in North America, it's been pretty top heavy.
Yeah, listen, Europe's always been a bit more, I think, competitive region in terms of the amount of teams. I think that specifically over the last couple of years, that's certainly been the case with some of the best North American talent moving out to China and then some others retiring. North America is looking for fresh talent, and that's been around the ground. They aren't quite there to beat the likes of Sybarites and even Undream just yet, though. There is a large gap, which we'll get to later on when we do inevitably get to cast those teams today. Here's a look at the pricing on the line, though. Just like the last 2 weeks of North American play, $2,500 will be going to first place. If you get to the top 4, you do get a slice of the pie, and as always, that slice gets bigger as you go further and further on into the bracket. Sybarites, they've been looking nice and toasty there. They got $5,000 over the course of the first couple of weeks. Will they make it to 7,500?
Hey, you know what? It's only time to find out. They've been lining their pockets with just uber amount of cash. That is, nothing to scoff at. Obviously, when you come in every 2 weeks and you're collecting a $2,500 paycheck basically for free, like, sign me up, man. Come on now, just throw me on the pay line.
Yeah, listen, there's a lot of money on the line, and obviously Sybarites, they're rolling in it at the moment. But will they be challenged today is the question. We'll find out as we get further through the day. For the moment, we will not be looking at Sybarites to kick off the day, as is probably the correct choice. We're going to be taking a look at the number 8 seed going head-to-head with the number 9 seed in winners round 1. That's Nordic Adversary going head-to-head with Rebels. Let's start talking about our first match of the day. Verdict, this is a rematch of last week. We did not get to see Nordic Adversary versus Rebels on broadcast, but we did get to see both of these teams, I believe, at least once over the course of the first couple of weeks. Nordic Adversary in particular. Now, for those of you guys wondering, that matchup did end in a 3-0 to Nordic Adversary. So I don't know what the map scores were, but Nordic Adversary did take it away pretty dominantly. But we did get to see this Nordic roster because back in week 1, Verdict didn't have such a hot go of things. They didn't even make it inside the top 16 due to the randomized seeding. They got beaten out, I believe, by Sybarites. Week number 2, they make their debut, and they looked a lot better.
Yeah, they did look a lot better, and they've finished in that 5th through 8th seeding. Again, getting taken out by ARP at the very end of the line there, and I believe what was like the lower round 3. So I don't think we've seen anything past a top 9 through 16 seeding for Rebels. It'd be a great way to start their series off. Obviously, with a win would be great. Last event, they got knocked out by this Nordic adversary team. So a chance for them to strike back and find some blood in the water and maybe put themselves a little closer to glory and getting some top seedings and maybe a little bit of a payday.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, these two teams, I think, are really interesting spots. Obviously, I think for Rebels in particular, Rebels, I believe, have been a team that's been consistently getting inside the top 16. They just can't really get past that top 12, top 8 ceiling. And this is going to be a difficult match. I think, you know, if you look at the rosters, Nordic Adversary are a team, for those of you guys who don't know, I'll kind of read out the roster to you. They are a team complete with Rush, Bright, Yawn, Tatio, Rihan, and Awaken. And just ahead of time, in case these guys have their stupid names in again, Rihan is Barbecue Shapes and Awaken is Silly Fishy. I don't know why they did that, but last week that threw us for a loop as Barbecue Shapes was dropping bombs in Search and Destroy. They were dropping like 16, 17 kills in S&D. We were like, who is this Barbecue Shapes? We were looking for new North American talent. Barbecue Shapes is the guy. And then it turns out it's Rihan, which really annoyed me. But, you know, that's just me.
Wait. What was more annoying to you? The fact that his name was Barbecue Shapes, or what was it, Shades or Shapes?
It's Shapes.
Shapes. Was it the fact that his name was changed and he wasn't Rihan, or the fact that he just named himself after an Australian snack and didn't even see the correlation? Like, come on now, who gets themselves, you know, in that position to change a name and then just like randomly select something and has no background to it? That's just crazy, right?
I think both annoy me equally, if I'm honest. I'm a very irritable person.
Yes, I know. That's why I was trying to get your gears going early on. You know, Yep. we got to scratch where we can.
Absolutely. Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Yeah. Listen, that's the PSA we're giving everybody. All right. You're gonna see Barbecue Shapes in there. You're gonna see Silly Fishy 1, 2, 3 dropping numbers. They're known players. They've been around the grounds for the last few years. Rihan, I think, has gotten to back-to-back world championships. I think. I don't know if he's gonna get there this year, but. Yeah, a guy that we expect to drop numbers in Nordic Adversary. And just very quickly here on Rebels, you have Nas, Mitch Season, Louvre, Orange, Zio, and Dwarfy. Obviously, some of those names, obviously Nas and Zio in particular, are names that you will have recognized if you've been following North American Call of Duty Mobile for the last few years. All right, so those are the rosters. Let's get into the map set for this best of 5. Let's show you guys what we're going to be looking at. And I guarantee you, before we even look at it, it's going to be a Summit Hardpoint. There's going to be a Fire and Rage S&D. BAM!
Yep.
To kick off this best of 5. Who could have seen that coming, eh? It's like North American Call of Duty Mobile. Every single freaking time we start on a Summit Hardpoint.
Hey, you know what? When you have a heartfelt connection to some of the most classic OG maps that Call of Duty have to offer, I can't be mad at it. But let's be real. You guys do not want to play Summit and Global. You do not want to get in the lanes of what, you know, some of these teams are capable of doing. We're getting reps on this map, brother. And let me just tell you, we will never see the frozen portions of Summit in a world championship versus some of these top hardpoint teams. But hey, while we got it, let's go ahead and enjoy it. I'm taking a look at the stats here. You predicted it perfectly. And it's for a reason. You know, the automatic bans of Arsenal and Take It Off coming through for both of these rosters. You know, Arsenal hasn't been played but a few times in the mix for both of these teams. 100% win percentage for Nordic Adversary. But the most important thing, Summit, 67% win percentage for this side of Nordic Adversary. So they've had their fair share. They've had a pretty decent win percentage when it comes to hardpoint as itself it seems. But let's see if they can make the most of it here. Obviously getting 3-0'd by this roster last event. This is your last chance to come through. Do you want to get sent down to the lower bracket?
Yeah.
You know, I don't think it's a question. It's about, you know, what can you put out on the line here, Rebels? This is your chance to shine.
Yeah, I mean, it's always difficult, right? Because, you know, this is a pretty cliche thing to say, and obviously it's a pretty standard thing to say as casters, but it's like, you don't want to go down into the lower bracket early on in the tournament because, you know, it gives you basically double the matches you need to play. It is a slog down there. And there is a little bit of an advantage of being in the lower bracket where you can just play match after match and kind of get the ball rolling. I think particularly on day number 2, that is absolutely true. But you do want to get as many wins in the upper bracket as you possibly can before jumping down to the lower bracket. Like, yeah, it's nice to get momentum going, but at the same time, you just don't want to be there, right? I mean, you don't want to kind of drain one of your lives, frame one of the 16-team bracket. So, yeah, 100% it's a good point to make, I think, for both of these teams. Looking towards kind of the back half of the map set here, I know we talked a little bit about Summit Hardpoint and Fine Range S&D already. We got a Crossroads Strike Control. This is something that we've been talking a lot about recently, and it's something we've been seeing a lot more of recently as well. There's been I think Standoff is kind of almost the auto veto for Control. Like, almost nobody wants to play Standoff, and for good reason. But I've been seeing a lot more Crossroads picks over Raid recently.
I'm going to question that. And I've also seen some rather questionable play there in Crossroads too. This is usually a defensive dominated map ever since they moved that A point inside to the fire building. It's very difficult. And with the amount of time that you have here in Global, it's, damn near impossible to get anything rolling on the offense after that first wave. So it's going to be huge to see who's going to be able to find the advantage off the opening break. Obviously, you don't want to see Standoff. That's for a reason. You don't want to get put in that spawn trap of hell. And that map can be absolutely toxic if you allow it to be. Crossroads Strikes is a good combination of the two. But again, the time for the offense to get anything going off the rip is my main concern. If you are not hyper fixated on that objective, that time will disappear real quick.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's something we saw a lot of last week, I think, in Europe, right? It was just that teams kind of spreading their source to... we're not saying that again. I don't know what the word is, but they're spreading themselves too thinly, okay, across the board, and they weren't focusing on one objective enough. And I think when you do that, that kind of feels like the recipe of success for something like Crossroads Strike Control. A little later on this series, then we got a Combine Hardpoint. That's just a bang out map. There's like nothing to analyze on Combine Hardpoint. I think literally the only hardpoint of any substance on Combine Hardpoint is the P2. It's just the only one where I feel like there's any semblance of strategy at all, and everything else just kind of shooting each other and running at each other, and that's about it. Tunisia's Search and Destroy is a fun one. Here's actually a really interesting sort of side note that nobody who watches COD Mobile actually cares about, but I'm going to say it anyway. I was watching YouTube recently. It was talking about Call of Duty Online maps that were like maps that had not been like remastered in any COD map, and they were like, actually there is a selection of COD maps that had been remastered, and Tunisia was one of them because it's a Call of Duty Online map that came to Call of Duty Mobile a little later on. It's a really good map. It's one of the best S&D maps we've got in the game, and I hope that we do go to Game 5, because every time we go to Game 5 and we're on Tunisia, it's always a fun time.
Oh yeah, you think about like traditional COD, it definitely sets the stage for round 11, last chance opportunity. Obviously here in COD Mobile it's a lot different, but it gives you that vibe. That map will take you the distance. And here in Call of Duty Mobile, we've seen plenty of action so far today. As a matter of fact, I'm trying not to get too much off subject, but it's really hard not to talk about. We saw an upset earlier in CDM that it was crazy. DVS take down the returning CDM champions and the world champions, for that matter, Q9, 2-1. I think it's the first time that they have actually done that in a competitive tournament CDM being the stage since 2022. So big day for Call of Duty Mobile in that regard, as well as OUG is undefeated. They haven't dropped a single map.
I was waiting for this. Bobby was talking to me earlier about it. He was like, yeah, did you know that OUG have done this today? And obviously, being the incredibly biased talent group that we are, all of us were like, yeah, we can't believe it. Yeah, we love OUG. That's not what happened. But I mean, it's fun to see kind of curveballs like that. I think Diablos are one of those teams that has been, I want to say, on the bubble for the last couple of seasons, right? In particular, where it's just like they're a team where they've always had the potential to do well. I would say not that well. I don't think I'd have ever had. I'd have bet a mortgage that Q9 would beat Diablos every single time that those two teams played. But like, they've always been a team that's on the bubble and just needed something to get them over that hump. And if I was to look at those groups, I think the Masters group in particular, it kind of feels like Diablos would be like the number 9 in that group, if you know what I mean, or the number 8 or whatever, right? Like they feel like right off the rip, they would be the lowest number team. So props to them for doing that, and it does shake things up a lot. Really excited to see more of that as it kind of continues on. But we'll see. Obviously, OUG doing well. What was it? We were told they have Godlike tomorrow or something, right?
Yeah, they got Godlike tomorrow, and then that ends their hell weekend, as Tech described it. Because, I mean, pretty much every time you jump in and you have a Masters group that's stacked with talent, it's always going to be hell week. I don't even know where he got the term hell week from. I guess it's just because it's 4 series back to back on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you're getting banger, 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 banger. And brother, it's been banger, banger, banger so far for them. They have been, I wouldn't say flawless, but they have looked the best that they have looked all season long, all year long for that matter, and the best that any OUG team has looked thus far. So hoping to see them continue to grow, and I hope it inspires some of these teams in North America to want to do better as well too. Obviously, the talent pool here is a lot more limited in that regard, but that doesn't need to shy you away from getting in a ring and going up against better opponents. And obviously you get a chance to do that here every 2 weeks in North America.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I love it. I love all the talent that we got going on right now. A more competitive Call of Duty mobile scene is good for everybody. So excited to see some developments going on over in CDM, and I want to see some more developments happening over here in North America. Just an update for everybody who is waiting right now in the game. I know that everyone's like, "Hey guys, why is the game not going? Why is Verdict not start the game?" And I've been asking that question as well. All right, since day one, I've been saying Verdict needs to start the freaking game when he's told to, and he just doesn't listen. No, the real reason is that the players hadn't gotten the lobby, despite the fact that we're 20 minutes deep into the match that should have started. The players aren't in the lobby, so that's what we're waiting right now. If you're wondering, I see Bobby Plays in the chat. Don't know who that is. He's asking, how long we've been on the screen. We've been on the screen for as long as the players haven't been in the lobby. All right, that's the answer here. That's what's happening. Verdict, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you hate players?
208.
Okay, that's.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's actually a player name. That's we're waiting for. So you're talking about Barbecue Shapes. His name is now 208. So
okay,
if you weren't already confused before, prepare to be even more confused. I guess.
Is that a reference to the current temperature of the United Kingdom?
You know what? You guys are always so dramatic, dude, and you guys don't even use real temperature. It's Celsius over there, so it's like 35. So don't even get like too involved with 208, as you'll never reach that temperature. But sure, if it makes you feel better, I'm sure that is about 208 degrees in your stream room right now, because I can feel that too. I've shared space with a boiler room, and brother, let me tell you, I live in the South, and it's always like 90 degrees around here during the summer at the very least. It gets hot in here too. I guess the only difference is that I have an AC and it works pretty well.
And I don't, and I'm also got a lot of blubber.
Oof.
I'm just
hey.
Sorry. Go. All right.
Hey, we can have a good time, right?
Bring it back to the 2 box. Let people see our faces. They don't need to see this best of 5 map set anymore. Let people see us. There we go. Hi everybody. How we doing?
I wish they would have had the camera on to have my face. I was just like, brother, he went there, and you know what? There wasn't nothing I can do about it. Kudo to him. I didn't even tee it up, brother. He just took it and ran with it.
Yeah. Sorry. Apologies, guys.
A lot of moxie there, brother.
Yeah, listen, I have what I would describe as a very self-deprecating personality, but that's fine. I think that's a British thing, isn't it? That very British human to take the mick out of ourselves, and that's fine. That's what we love. I also like taking the mick out of players when they take the mick out of me, which is to say, get in the freaking lobby, players, and start the freaking game. Because if not, this guy is gonna be mad. Get in the game. We're waiting for 2 players to ready up. That's what I'm saying. Now, we have a great team in the background, not just production, who obviously run everything you guys see, who have been working incredibly hard. That goes across Amplified and, of course, Atlas, who run production. Everyone works incredibly hard. So shout out to those guys for making sure this all runs as smoothly as possible, and shout out to everybody at Haptic for putting on the entire Call of Duty Mobile World Championships this year. It's a team effort to make something like this look as good as it does. And obviously, it wouldn't look anywhere near as good as it does if it didn't have our faces on the broadcast. You know what I'm saying?
Man. Of course.
It doesn't look
if only these guys knew what the conversation was before we even started the broadcast, man, you would not even believe what we were contemplating before. At any rate, we're going to get back on topic. I'm going to stop throwing curveballs. We're going to focus on this matchup. 2 players left to ready up. Barbecue Shapes is no more. 208 is here. I'm sure there's some kind of reference that we can make for that, as we just have 1 more player to ready up, and we're geared up for our first Hardpoint Summit. Expectations for this Rebel team is set very high. Obviously, they got put out by this Nordic adversary team. Adversary. Yeah,
adversary works.
It's not adversary. Adversary. Yeah. I looked it up.
Adversary
like,
also works.
Yeah. Either way. I
same
mean, it's how I'm feeling, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe we just call them NA.
Oh, okay. So we gotta hang on. I've got something coming through my ears. Apparently, we're to call out a player. Awaken, I think it's a player.
Oh.
AKA Silly Fishy 123. Ready up, Awaken. Ready up right now. Okay. I don't know. I will throw a hot dog at your face. Okay? I don't worry about what kind of hot dog it is. I will do it. See, listen. All you got to do is threaten to throw a glizzy, and they'll ready up. Verdict, all right?
Yep.
That's all you got to do. All right, here we go, folks. It's time. One player isn't in the lobby yet. Why? Is it Awaken? I think it might be Awaken. I'm going to... Oh, there we go. All 5 players are in, folks. It's time for Nordic Adversary versus Rebels. We're going to kick off our best of 5 series here, folks, on Summit Hardpoint. And just, I have no idea what players are what. NA Retirado is Bright. I don't know anybody else. I just don't know anymore. I don't know who 20865 Northwestern First is. I don't know. I just don't know at this point. Verdict, help me out. That must be Rehan, right? Oh, sorry. That's what 205. I'm here now. 205, 208, whatever stupid numbers. That's Rehan. Okay, let's get into the game.
That's coordinates for I'm somewhere where you aren't. I don't know. It's BFE. Right now it's on the objective. Rebels and crew, mid-season. Shotgun ready to rock and roll. They've got the last 30 seconds to gain off this as they are taking a little bit of time. And well, as frustrated as we are with these players, the action's underway. Going to be happy to see that move forward. To Tio there for the contest, and some switchblade action coming out early, up close and personal. He's going to be able to take down one, but it is Nas who's going to be able to get the trade.
Alrighty, good start coming out from Rebels here on this hard point, and this is a team, obviously, that for those of you guys who didn't hear our earlier spout of context, Rebels did get 3-0'd by Nordic Adversary back in week number 2. That was a losers round 2 matchup that left Rebels stranded in the top 12. So, for Rebels here, they're coming into this matchup on the hunt for revenge, and so far looking so good. But as 3 kills go the way of Nordic Adversary, they are now in a great spot. They've dealt with everybody. Rush is burning through 3 players, and they are keeping an eye on their flank as well. As far as this hill setup is concerned, Nordic Adversary, they've got it unlocked.
They got it unlocking key right now. We're taking a look at somebody who's not moving. Hopefully he'll be back in connected. Rebels need all 5 hands on deck. See if they can get that revenge. So far, they're holding on for dear life. And what I will say is the bow here in North America was much anticipated. This is the debut for this competitive spree. Obviously, we've seen it in other regions. It has made a massive difference. A much more up close and personal AR. And it has made a massive splash throughout the entirety. As a matter of fact, you see SMG players wanting to use it. It's that good.
All right, we start to focus here on this game, and with 10 seconds left on the hill, Rebels will grab that time. Now we start to look towards the next hard point. And to Tio, this was a guy that was absolutely turning through everybody last week, or 2 weeks ago, I should say. I refer to last week as like the last North American week, the last time that we saw him. And he is currently leading the squad at the moment with 11 frags to his name. But no utilization of the claw, that's normally something that comes out when you're actually inside the hard point. So to see that not being used in that capacity, very interesting play.
Yeah, it is. We'll see how it pays off now. The EP's earned. Play through the fronts coming through. Nas looking to wrap the rear. Able to find a 2-piece. Make it... No, not a third. Rehan going to be able to shut him down. Coordinates known there for him as he's all over the objective. We got a little bit of a split spawn situation, but it's back to Peace and Serenity on the back lines. Lee Lurv, I guess that's the name. Going to get shut down after finding one. And now here comes the big guns. The claws coming out, and, well... This might just be open season for the side of Nordic Adversary. They are going to be able to take this last 20. They get the flip to go along with it.
Nordic Adversary in the time. Rebels will try to get the scrap time away, but that was a big hard point for Nordic Adversary, and we talked a little bit about the discrepancy in the utilization of the operators. I do think that kind of benefited Nordic Adversary on that hard point. So we move towards the next, and Rebels will be the ones in towards the time. This is a good opportunity for them. They've got a fair bit of utility on side to try and hold on, but they do have to win some of these gunfights, and they've got players in position to do so. Predator Missile now going to be coming out from Rehan, and that should be the starting gun for Nordic Adversary.
Oh, dude. Throw the Hunter Killer as well to go along with it. They've got 2. The break looking imminent. Shotgun says no. HSO does find 1, but there it goes. Nordic Adversary back in control. They got the back lines controlled. Zio through snow, going to try and throw his foot through the door and contest. He's going to be able to find 1. Doesn't have the spawns now. Is going to have to jump out the back door and clear it out as well. It's done 3 kills through. They've got the flip. They'll go along with it. And just like that, Rebels right back in this P4.
A good opportunity now for Rebels to really start to garner some time here. War Machine coming out from Le Louvre. I need to figure out how on earth we're going to pronounce that in the future. Le Louvre. I don't know. I got a list sometimes. I don't know what's going on. Rebels, though, looking for some gunfights outside of the hard point, and they do get a lot of time off that kill. So far, I've been pleasantly surprised from what we've seen from Rebels. 18 frags out of Mitch, 18 out of Nas as well, and Dwarfy, who is a name that I'm kind of learning what that guy is capable of at 17. Like, across the board, this team is slaying incredibly well at the moment, and it's working.
It is indeed. For the first set of hills, looking pretty solid. Rebels have a foothold in right now. The lead at question. Rehan up top getting control. Nordic Adversary looking to get back in control of this hard point. Oh, go along with it. Rehan's just farming them. Making a second there up top is no one's going to be able to cost through. The smoke's going to come along with it. He's going to be tucked away tightly in the corner, taking the gunfights after gunfights. Finally, he's going to be cleared. That means control is going to be back in possession for Rebels. And well, with some operators to come through along with it, the last 20 seconds, you shouldn't need to pop, but we'll see if anybody has, you know, that trigger-happy, undisciplined gameplay.
Nordic Adversary are trying to fight back in towards this time. It's a big 15 seconds grab to Tio. Big for it. Will find 3. And now we look towards that rotation. Last time around, it was actually Rebels that did a good job, at least initially, but then they got broken, and Nordic Adversary were the ones in full control. Although it should be said, they were fighting 5 versus 4 at the time, so they might not have the same fortune once again. They're doing the right thing in going over the top, holding the reinforcements at bay, but they've got to win the gunfights towards a point, and that's not happening.
No, it's not. Nordic Adversary all over it. Good side spawns are going to be for Rebels. Dwarfy going to be sniffed out. Tio going to be able to find a 2-piece. That's going to be objective controlled. Split spawns coming through, all up chaos for Rebels as they try to fight back onto this objective, as well as getting back control of these spawns. Some operators coming out. It's the Claw and the Tempest and the War Machine all in retaliation. And what was looking like a promising break for the Rebels is blender time. And Rush is looking to put them back in another chokehold. Zio's going to be able to slide on through, sneaks his way back onto the objective. The contest comes through, and, well, just like that, it's a mixy back and forth affair. But again, everybody fighting for those new spawns to go along with a little bit of that last little bit of scrap time.
Yeah, now we look towards those new, and it's a big gunfight for Tio to win in that direction. That means Nordic Adversary will be the first team to touch on new, and Rehan is now starting to really pick things up at 30 frags to his name. He is going to be the guy that we need to watch out for here. But Rebels, they're on their way. They're trying to break through the back line to Tio. He's going to get shut down. Big set of gunfights here. Mitch trying to play his life, and Mitch actually finds a second. It does enough to keep Rebels in the conversation. They are fighting this one from the front.
Oh, they're doing a great job of stretching them out thin on the back lines, but it's just the numbers that are going to prevail. The Pred comes through. That's a 2-piece. Tio equals coming out 2. This one's just getting unfair. Lead about to swap over. Nordic Adversary battling it out in the trenches. Backlines up for grabs, though. Player number 2 slipped in that. Nas doing it whatever he can to find anything going. Mitch going to be able to find his way in and contest, and just like that, they're going to play their lives to the fullest. The contest is going to be dealt with, lead, and the last 20 seconds to gain. Nordic Adversary, stand firm.
Yeah, I mean, that is just such a massive Predator missile coming out from Rehan, right? I mean, if you ever need to use it on a hard point where you need to get a ton of time, it is absolutely the P3 hard point. So, fair play to Rehan. Good utilization of the Pred. That's going to get them ever so slightly out in the lead here as Rebels now trailing behind. They will once again be in control of rotation towards P4. Question becomes, can they hold it? Again, you talk about utility. Mitch has an EMP ready to go. There isn't that much in the way of operators, though, to contend with, and it's a double operator investment coming out from Rebels.
Oh, Tempest there. Rush going to be a part of the collateral damage. Zio trying to get Mixie involved. Mitch going to be able to pull out the boxing gloves. Is going to be able to finally deal with the threat. It's coming from 2 fronts. Tio waiting patient, waiting for his moment to strike. Is going to be able to find one. EMP's out. Briggs coming through. Rush has done it now as he's going to have to hold it through with the gunny. Backline's going to be flipped yet again, and this P4 just as mixy as the first time around.
Yeah, I mean, P4 is just always mixy. It is always a hard point where, given how the close proximity of those back spawns, and if you don't have anybody covering the snow side, it is always going to be an absolute mess. Nordic Adversary, they're triple stacking the hard point to try and mitigate that. And it's probably gone pretty well so far. They're finding the majority of the gunfights, and they are trying to keep that lead that they built up over the last hard point in place. Zio has something to say about it. We're going for the scrap time, but almost an immediate trade coming out. And it is a 30-point advantage for Nordic Adversary. Can they hold it as we go back towards P1 Rebels? They're putting bodies on the hard point.
Third set around. Chance for them to strike back. 30-plus point disadvantage to cover. Contest comes through. It's shut down. Rihan going to be dealt with. Next man up, Awaken. He's going to be able to get the trade. Still players in power positions to deal with as well. You got the objective to go along with it for the time. Rebels looking for a strike. They're going to get sniffed out and shut down. Awakens got the XM4 rolling. They've got the hill. Only 30 seconds needed to close it out here, Brody.
Alrighty, can they hold it? Double investment of the ops coming out from Nordic Adversary. Awaken looking for the second, will not be able to find it, but it's going to be Rebels that are in towards the time. The HSO from Mitch trying to cover one angle here. 20 seconds. This is still a lot of time for Nordic Adversary to go for, so they are going to invest in towards it. And if you find these kills, you'll also keep Rebels away from the next hard point.
Well, there it is. The calls are called through. Control's going to be set. Mitch finally going to be dealt with. Last 6 seconds going to be grabbed in blue. Dwarfy trying to find himself a little bit of time, or at least a very contest. Second set or third set of hills coming through for the second rotation. This could be very well where it ends if Rebels can't find the kills. As I say that, 3 come through in yellow. Rebels all over the objective, all over the kill feed.
That's a good break coming through from Rebels. Nordic Adversary just need 20 seconds though, and this is the kills now starting to come at their way. Tatio is pushed forward. One last hope towards the hard point. Dwarfy, can he produce anything is the big question. No, he was it for Rebels, and now Nordic Adversary are really starting to push the issue here. They're in the time, and they've got players on both sides.
This could be it. Last 10 seconds. Got to get there if you're Rebels. You got to row. Here comes the hit. Nades over the top 3, blue feed, make it 4, the whole white, 250 to 200. Nordic Adversary find themselves a first game victory here off the Hardpoint Summit. And a very dramatic finish. Man, everyone's trying to gallivant to the objective. They get absolutely mowed down. A great way for them to finish this first game.
Yeah, it just looked really good there towards the end of the game. I think, you know, if we talk about the differences there between the two teams on Summit Hardpoint, generally speaking, I would say literally only 1 or 2 minute differences in the decision making. I think, you know, towards the end you saw kind of a hint of maybe complexity in the strategy coming out from Nordic Adversary, where you see someone like Tatio kind of push himself out of the hard point to try and play a little bit forward, cut off those reinforcements. Those kind of plays, for the most part, felt like they were kind of not present for Rebels, right? You know, just didn't play that same kind of level whatsoever. And unsurprisingly, Tatio is also the kill leader across the entirety of the lobby at 51 frags. It shouldn't be surprising because I think Tatio has been consistently the best player on this team.
Yeah, that's saying a lot too, because you know, for him to just zoom across the map the way he did, you saw how high of an impact he had. If it was clearing up the objective, it was finding some space with the equalizers. Brother was doing it all. The big thing there for this Nordic Adversary team was that, you know, P3 rotation. They get the break early the first set of round. They hold the hills down. The big Predator missile came through for Rihan. And then they get a flip early on the P4. They kind of just steamroll on through. And, of course, they only had to touch a few seconds there in the P1 and the P2 to close it out. So, game one in a nutshell. Tatio ran at you, and there wasn't really a response from the opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a massive start there for Nordic Adversary. And it looks like Rebels, again, we don't know the exact score lines that we saw between Nordic Adversary and Rebels back in week number 2. Again, just a reminder, that was a 3-0 to the Nordic Adversary side. We don't know the specific map scores, and so that could tell a very different story. But at least it felt like Rebels were being somewhat competitive there in game number 1. Whether that will also bear out in game number 2, though, is a different question entirely, because we go to the quintessential Call of Duty mobile esports map. It is Fire Range, Search, and Destroy. You are going to find this map in most map sets across the board. I think it's like been consistently the most played map across the last like 5 years or something ridiculous like that. I don't know what the strategies are going to be like here for Rebels. That's going to be the big question for me, because I remember this was the map where Rihan had an incredible time, or should I say Barbecue Shapes had an incredible time. So it's going to be difficult to kind of see how he's going to get on here and towards this one.
Oh, interesting to see how he does pan out. As I was trying to take a look at who is going to be the players to watch here in this series for as far as sniper talent goes. Kind of refresh my memory. I'm trying to pull it up as we speak. If I'm not mistaken, Rihan was a sniper in the past. I don't know what role he's playing right here. As you said, he should be the player to watch. I believe you. Let me
Thank
just
you,
take a
mate.
look at the roles here. Rush is the guy who we're going to be looking at. Rush
Yeah.
is going to be the guy that you said Rihan. I believe you, but Rush is definitely going to be that that player that I'm going to want to watch, as well as on the flip side of things, Nas.
Yeah, Nas. Yeah, Nas is a good player. I think it's very interesting to see him when he does compete. I think he's definitely a player that you kind of need to watch out for sure. You know, I'm just kind of wondering, the thing is with Fire Range Search and Destroy, right? It's one of these maps that I think, particularly if you're on the defensive side, it's very easy to kind of trap the opposition team into a false sense of security in a way. Like, I think Nordic Adversary are the kind of roster to come into this second map and be super overly aggressive, right? Like, I think Tatio is going to be feeling himself after dropping a 50 bomb on Summit Hardpoint. And so he should be a readable kind of play that he's going to be the kind of guy to hit you fast, and you should be ready for that. I think that's kind of the one positive here for Rebels is, yeah, you're hoping for Nas to play extremely well, but you're also hoping to read some of those aggressive plays coming out from Nordic Adversary. So definitely way back into the series, Rebels. Again, though, they do not want to get 3-0'd, and that needs to start here on Fire Range Search and Destroy, as we need to see Rebels have a good start on the offense.
Absolutely. All right, first 8 rounds. Let's see what they got. We're talking about the sniper talent. You're talking about the plethora of SMG talent and shotgun talent to go along with it on the flip side of things. Let's see if it pans out. A little bit more of a standard approach. First blood through. Rush. He's him. Pulling off the Nas one, as well as the wall bang on a Dwarfy to go along with it. They smell blood in the water, and, well, Rihan, he's already up in your spine.
You got to be ready for that, man. It felt like they were sort of somewhat ready for it, but Rihan is just beaming. Good trade coming out from Zio, though. Rush on the hunt with the pistol. All right, cool. The D, he thought he was going to get it done there, bud, but no, he brings it down to a 1 versus 2. Zio actually has kind of split the difference here. If you can find one of these kills, I actually highly doubt there's a trade.
You mean to tell me that brother guns you down with a chickum? We ain't doing this in the Big 2-6, are we? This is what's happening. This is North America. All right, 2 kills on board. Zio. 1v2 up for grabs. Does spot the first player. And it's going to be Retire Auto.
Lost the bomb.
The burst come through, but Awaken. He's got the PKM, and that thing is thumping. It is hard to run away from. Chickum just not going to get the job done at range.
Yeah, unsurprising there for sure. Rebels, I think, just a little slow to react to the aggression that was being put towards them. And also, I mean, like, fair play to Nordic Adversary to kind of constantly kind of be on their butts in that situation, right? I mean, you know, they lose Rihan after he gets 1 kill. They've almost immediately got somebody else in towards Wood. So, shout out to Nordic Adversary for that round. Rush draws first blood once again here, and that was a problem previously. And this time, Rihan has played a little bit more reserved. Not enough, though. Takes some shots and does not finish his food. That's unfortunate, because now Rihan needs to either fight another kill or get the hell out of Dodge.
Hey, man, I'm all for it. He hadn't been sniffed out yet. There ain't even anybody trying to form a way to take him down finally. Zio is going to be able to do so. Chickum yet again, man. You just got pieced by Chickum, Rihan. How does that feel? Rush, he's been hot here in this search and destroy. He's going to be tagged and pushed back. Snipers had massive impacts. Now as the smoke's going to clear the way through mid. Back approach there for the Ang Long hit, and Tatio sniffs it out. SKS in hand now, trying to look for the front side approach through trailer. Nas just going to allow it to happen right in front of his face. And, well, Tatio's taking up a lot of space, but the bombs go down along with it. Rush and Tatio finding 2. Brings us down to a 3v2 here for the retake.
There's just no real way Zio can find 1. Dwarfy pre-fires, puts away his weapon. Oh, brings out the Switchblade for the second. This is absolutely a plausible 1 versus 3, especially with that rock down hit. Rush is just going to wait. Pops the bomb for the audio cue. Throws the shoulder, does Dwarfy. Another one on the bomb. And Dwarfy with a slide out. It's a 1 versus 3. Never mind Nas, it's Dwarfy that we should be focusing on.
All right, Dwarfy. Let's get it there. 1v2 clutch. Played it to a T, threw a great shoulder there to kind of throw Rush off. He's forced to push up, and obviously time was on Dwarfy's side to play out. Right now we're buckling up for a quick hit. Everything's been slow and steady winning the race. Awaken's got the PK and a thump, and the smoke's going to clear his path, but he's not going to be able to handle the aggression, and the first blood's going to come through for the first time in favor of Rebels, as Nas is going to be able to find a second to go along with it.
You've got yourself onto the site. Step number 1 is done. You're just going to get this rock down. I love that from Zio. Oh, did not get it down. That's huge. Why is nobody keeping an eye on tires? Naz now has to try and fill that gap, and he's not going to be able to do so. It's 2 kills coming through from Bright. And how about this? The bomb is down, and yet still, Dwarfy is able to win the round for Rebels. But I'll tell you what, that is way more shaky than it needed to be for Rebels. As soon as that rock you've got a man advantage, you just need to get that rock down, and there's just no coverage from a teammate.
Yeah, they were stressing the tires push, and obviously they gave up the middle of the map. That allowed that player to come through and just take out your bomb carrier. It happens, but Dwarfy did a great job of holding his own, and that's going to be another round awarded. A lot of swagger here from this team, too. You can see the quick hits yet again back over towards this A site around. Mitch is taking up plenty of space, and he's running at you. He's all the way up in your spot. He's getting a third. Oh, my God. Quick round here as the bomb went down in the background to go along with it. Rebels have struck gold here on this attack and approach and really caught Nordic adversary out. 2 rounds, 3 rounds in a row.
Brother, it just feels like Rebels are setting pace. And Nordic adversary, they can't keep up with it. Their plays have been so one-note, right? But back in round number 1, they found success off being aggressive. Since then, everything has been somewhat more muted. This time around, Rebels will be playing slower. And they have to be wary of the fact that Rihan is going to play that push once again. They surely are aware of it, and they're going to take down LaRouve. So now we go down to a 5 versus 3, and they're still not aware of where Rihan could possibly be. How has this happened? Everything falling apart for Rebels.
Yikes. That was ugly. I for sure thought Rihan was going to whiff or waffle that shot, but I didn't realize Rush was right there behind him to kind of slide into the door and hold off the pressure. Able to find one, of course. Rihan finds the last. Pace being thrown back in your face. And, well, what seemed to have worked for this Rebels roster is when they cram it down your throat and look at it. Nas finding the first blood. Rihan going to get snipped out in the middle of the map. It's Bright on his on. Bright finding 2. Zio there for the trade to pick up the bomb and try and stick it. Rush trying to prevent it. It's going to get shut down. So, brings us down to a good old-fashioned 2v2 with nades over the top. Zio looking to go ahead and stick this one in.
Yeah, there's no coverage just yet, so Zio has to make an exit with no help whatsoever. He shouldn't be able to do so. Yeah, that's not surprising one bit. Had no help on that cross at all. And now it just comes down to Dwarfy in the 1v1. He's not going to be able to do so. And I would have liked to have seen Dwarfy and Zio play a little bit more together there in that 2 versus 2. Like, Zio doesn't really need to worry too much about the middle of the map, because if he goes down, then that just enables Dwarfy to get away from the other side, right? Instead, or vice versa, excuse me, Zio has to try and get away with no help whatsoever, and that's just never going to happen.
Yeah, that's never going to happen. Obviously, clean it up on that back end. Could be any better, though, as Bright finds 2 in that trailer site to kind of open up and stop that pressure from absolutely blowing you wide open. Speaking of that, Awaken going to be able to find 2. It's going to hold the push off here on the B side hit. Awaken going to get pushed up. Mitch going to be able to find the 2 in retaliation. We're back to 3v3, and well, Bright, he's trying to get antsy and getting some shots on through. Rihan's cleared up a lot of spaces here in tires, and a lot has happened. Bombs down. Well, Rihan, he's looking to pounce yet again. He's got too much on his hands. Let's see what he gets with his first interaction. Dwarfy there to shut him down.
Yeah, and now you're just down towards the open. And once you're in that 2 versus 2, I think, you just play so well around that site. And again, it feels like the team that's winning these rounds, as is always the case with North American Search and Destroy, even for the best of the best, just are not playing that well. Whoever wins these rounds are just kind of doing so off the fact that the opposition they're playing against are kind of falling apart in clutch situations. That was yet again another 2 versus 2, this time for Nordic adversary. Those 2 remaining players probably could have played a tad better. Now all down to Bright here on the defense of this site, and he gets overwhelmed. Brother, this is some bang-out Search and Destroy right now.
Yeah, this is. They know Bright's in there. They throw a body over and just take up that aim assist. On the flip side, Mitch going to be able to find a Switchblade in the ground. Able to take down Rush. A TO on the pounce. Awaken going to get involved as well along with it. The XM4 coming out and coming handy. He's going to be able to get lost up top. And well, that's just going to leave Mitch sees it alone in a little bit of a 1v2 pickle. He does have bomb in his hand, which is great. TO's just laying prone, brother. Last known location here for Awaken. Whoa, what? The natural intuition was there, but brother had a second chance or second thought on his mind. And the timing just couldn't have been worse for him.
Brother, these rounds continuing to go toe-for-toe here. A Nordic Adversary and Rebels as we switch sides. Now it'll be Nordic Adversary in the offense, and I wonder how decisive they are going to be comparatively. Feels like pretty damn decisive. There is a lot on Dwarfy at the moment. Hent went huge in the last round. He is shooting through the wall. How much of those bullets are actually connecting?
Oh my
well,
God.
enough for connecting. Picks up 2 easy like that. And that completely dents the play from Nordic Adversary, right? Because 2 of your players are now stuck weak. You've lost your third player behind. It is all falling apart for Nordic Adversary.
This went from a 5-on-1 bully session to Dwarfy taking down 2, and now you're in a 1v3. Bright, last man alive. Slip through the middle of the map, looking to get the rep. It's going to catch sights on 1. That's going to bring the numbers back doable. The callouts are going to come through. As you can see, the post still being manned. It looks like they're going to be looking to play hand in hand. Both players going to be gathered up on that B site, and Bright, well, he's just trying to clear out as much space as he can. He's got plenty of time on the clock to do so.
This feels like a huge turning point, considering this round was so heavily favored for Rebels. I don't know, what would this be, a 1v3, 1v4? Something to that effect, if Bright's able to pull this off, and he's already able to penetrate the site. So step number 1 is done. Now he's just got to locate these players, and unfortunately he's gone the complete one. Has just seen 1. Doesn't have the trigger discipline, but goes immediately for the shots. Now, does he know where Naz is? Has slid out, so Naz might have heard it, but I don't think Naz is playing like that audio cue has gone his way. Instead, he is able to catch Naz lacking, and that is a huge clutch coming through from Bright.
That's illegal, man. That is illegal. Where was the audio cue? Is he playing on mute right now? I mean, there was a lot of movement on that back end, and brother was caught flat-footed right in the cubby site. A great play from Dwarfy, going to go in vain. We'll look back on that round, and hell, the whole search and destroy could have been dependent on that. Some damage coming through, but it's, you know, not as much luck as what we saw in that first opening attacking round, the defending site. Not going to have to play advantage as soon as I say that. Nas, Mitch, and Zio get involved. We're seeing this Chickum stick, and it's actually not looking bad.
Yeah, listen, you were taking the mickey at one point. Now it's actually it's getting some
you know what? Yeah.
The Switchblade much better. To TO, if he hit Saber at the reset. I was going to say, I was waiting. You can see the kind of the amount of health that TO had there. Maybe if he hits back up towards the full 100 HP, then he's got a plausible situation. But yeah, it's just not to be. I will say, that's a good conversion of a round coming through from Rebels, considering they did lose Dwarfy towards the back line pretty early on. That felt like it should have been a convincing victory for Nordic Adversary. And I think neither side doing a great job at the moment of once getting on towards B, actually getting the rock down and holding the site thereafter. And I think Nordic Adversary realised that, so they're going to change tact here. It is a straight hit towards A this time, and Trey's already starting to go down.
Yeah, good call out there. Rehan going to be able to find the player who sniffed through the middle site. Rehan going to be able to find a second to go along with it. Bomb's going to go down. Mitch on the hunt. Inside the trailer goes, finds 1, got the second weak. And this might be a clear collapse. Rush absolutely canned. And as soon as that rock goes down, Brody, everything just falls apart. Advantage back in the hands of Rebels.
Brother, what is it with NA teams and being unable to hold the post plant? Especially on firing range. Like, what the heck's going on?
It's just 40 seconds, Chad. Can you not last 40 seconds?
Right.
Defend the objectives. The enemy has the bomb.
I'm not going to... We don't need to dignify that. Rebels, 6-5 up here on the defense, and it's going to be the same hit once again from Nordic Adversary, and this time everybody is much further pushed back for Rebels, so you have zero contention whatsoever. You just got to get a trophy system down to stop a nade from blowing the whole thing up, and well, that nade does land short. Nice snipe coming through from Rush as well, so everything going peachy for Nordic Adversary so far. Now you just got to not chuckle a 5 versus 4.
Harder said, or a lot easier said than done. Let's just say Smoke's going to clear the path here for Zio. He's got the Chickum. It's been lethal. Mitch looking to be the tip of the spear here as Zio's going to be dealt with. As soon as the swap of weapons happens, Rush is immediately shut, or not Rush, but Mitch is going to be shut down. 1v4, it ain't happening. Finally, back another round going in favor of Nordic Adversary. In a great way to bounce back. They hit the same route. They hit the same wrap. They hit that A site. They stick. They got trailer control. They got plenty of bomb control. Of course, they're going to take that round.
Yeah, that was just a bit of a question as to why Rebels changed their defensive setup. They've rectified it here by putting Zio back towards the trailer. At least take a 1-for-1. Weaken things for a potential retake on the site. You've already lost Naz in the round. So everything kind of feels like it's kind of stacked on what Zio can produce. You've got to play a Steglish, and here comes the double chow. Zio taken down, only a tad bit of damage done. Surely this is just not around where Nordic Adversary are able to lose it, and then all of a sudden Mitch gets a 2-piece out of nowhere. Never mind.
Well, hey, there we go. You got Tatio wrap in the rear. He's going to be sniffed out, but he's done damage. Mitch, now in a 1v1. Bombs down on the site. 18 kills to Mitch's name. He's an absolute demon. Rush has spotted them out.
They have the bomb.
He says, hey, brother, I'm going to call your bluff. Let me pick this bomb up. Let's see if we can stick it. 59 seconds on the clock. 1v1 still ensues. Rush, going to go ahead and stick the plan.
The bomb has been planted.
All right. But he's going to post plant. He's quick with it. And Mitch is quicker. Once again, Mitch is pivotal to these search and destroy rounds for Rebels. That is 19 kills to his name. He is the one to pick up that 2-piece on the exit of the site. He is the one to win the 1 versus 1. And to be frank, I'm also, kind of confused as to kind of the lack of care in that 1 versus 1 from Nordic Adversary as well. Like, just like flagrantly saying, yeah, I'm fine. I'll just get out away from the site here. Nobody's home.
Was that a 2v3 clutch, right? That's... I don't know. I don't have to go back and look at the numbers. Dwarfy. Hello. PKM a thumping. Don't come a knocking when that thing is a rocking. He's going to get sniffed out, though. He does find 1 to go. And Bright's on a tear this round as he's got that A-long wrap on through. All the focus here onto the B site. The environmental's going to come through for Mitch as he's found his 20th. And brother has struck gold here in this search and destroy. He's going to be able to spot another here on the bomb. On the backside, head glitch. He's got damage on both. He's killed 1, but it's Awaken who's going to get the better of the trade.
Now just down for a 1 versus 2 here. For Bright. He's done it before. He's clutched once in this S&D. Can he do it again? He's looking to hit the regen. Might not be able to in time and doesn't. The regen takes an age here in Call of Duty Mobile. You gotta be more careful than that and just couldn't escape Nas. So yet another big round here for Rebels as they are now just 1 round away from tying things up.
Defend the objectives. They have the bomb.
All right. 1 round away from guaranteeing us a game 4 here in this scenario. Let's see what we got up our sleeves. Nordic Adversary, back to the basics. Tatio gets the jump up. Connects the top side. He's got the tower control. Top side control is massive. Mitch. Oh. Here's the hop. Jumps down cat-like. And Tatio's now stuck up here all by himself. He doesn't have a trophy either. I'll see if any util comes through. As I say that, there goes the nade. It's going to be able to get Tatio 1-shot. But he's going to be able to live to tell the tell. And Dwarfy now. Oh,
what a check.
Not a great spot to be in with a PKM.
See, I think that kind of was actually a pretty good play from Dwarfy. It was just the fact he's not able to procure that gunfight, right? Because if they don't check that, which is not where Dwarfy's been in past rounds, he is absolutely going to be able to produce something special. But in the end, spill kill come through. Tatio is actually able to deliver on his positioning, and almost immediately jumps down from it. I don't know why he's jumped down from it. Maybe, again, same kind of play call to try and catch players off guard. Gets involved in the fight, and the shots are not there. Mitch continues to shoot. The rock is going to go down, though, but do Nordic Adversary have the numbers to defend it? They will be in a 2 versus 3 on this post plant.
Awaken's going to be able to get out on the escape. 2v3 hold coming through. We got 2 players buckling up for the mid-side approach. You got 1 coming through the tire side. Here comes the swing. Awaken's be able to clear out 1. Not going to be good for the second. Zio's been able to take him down. Isn't able to get the turn there on to Rehan. Rehan wins it. We got another round coming through. Nordic able to secure round 16 bound. Rehan with the 1v2.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of what you got to do right now is just take out Mitch. Obviously, if Mitch is done in these rounds, Nordic Adversary have a much higher chance to win them. There we go. Aggressive right from the rip. It's LaRouve, the player to deal with, and Rush almost immediately takes him out of the equation. Tatio will be on the late re-hit here. And you just got to get this rock down as quickly as humanly possible. That's going to be the play call, but you've not dealt with Zio inside trailer.
Oh, big shots there from Nas. He's the last man standing, though. This is the difference between overtime and a 1v4 clutch. 30 seconds on the clock here for the retake. Rush looking to push up. Taking a lot of space. Here's the play come through. The hit marker feels bad. And Brody, we've got overtime here in our second game. What was an 8-6. The back-to-back rounds going in favor of Nordic adversaries, they start get things rolling on that offensive approach.
Defend the objective.
Now a little bit of uncertainty. You take Mitch out of the equation, which he has not been really much a factor here in the last 2 rounds. You find success.
Yeah, that is 100% it. I mean, it is as simple as that right now. You remove Mitch from the round, you win the round for Nordic adversary. None of the other Rebel squads have really been able to set things up. Never mind, though. LaRouve and Zio actually find the first couple of kills in this round. Rehan, the only bit of resistance to be found, and both him and Bright are going massive. Zio also took shots from Bright, so he's on escape duty right now, and I don't know if he can get away. Rehan's on the hunt for this player. Ring around Rosie around B site. Zio's lasted long enough that Naz is now over here. Has he lasted long enough for full regen? No, he hasn't. It's all just down to Naz now. His position's revealed. And there he goes. Nordic adversary, as we go to the first round of overtime, will find their 3rd round of the bounce.
We're down to what could be the last round. Make it 4, and you've done it. A lot of momentum off of those last 2 rounds to take on the offensive approach. They flip it up, and they do it just as nicely on the defense. And right now, we're just playing for as much information as we can. They are not trying to commit to anything as of yet. Bomb's still locked in the spawn to go along with it. 2 players filling out the information on the A-line site. And Rush, looking to find the shot. You throw a shoulder, he will blast you, but Nate's going to force him back. No! He doesn't see it. Eats it straight to the face.
That is such a huge first nade coming through from Rebels. Puts them at a man advantage here. And Nordic adversary have been so successful, generally speaking, on these aggressive opening pushes. So the fact that they've been able to procure one here is pretty much everything. And this is a position that is almost alien to Nordic adversary in a way, right? What do you do when you've got no map control whatsoever? And you've got a man disadvantage. There is just so many questions here about Nordic adversary, and it's all about poking the bear. As soon as Rehan swings this corner, the Dwarfy should take him down.
We got the bomb.
Yep, there it is. Oh, he should, but he doesn't. Rehan wins the first. LaLurve going to be able to get the trade. It's Awaken out of the equation, but Rehan's still lurking. LaLurve's going to be able to regen. Zio's going to be able to take down Bright too. And Mitch sees it's on the prowl. Mitch not going to be denied. Tatio there for the trade. He's the last man standing. He's dead. We've got more overtime.
Yeah, it just feels like there's very little complexity to the game plan for Nordic adversary as you go in towards these offensive rounds. If you don't win the 3rd blood, and obviously, you know, you can lose the 1st blood but still have map control. You can't lose the 1st blood and not have any map control whatsoever, because I feel like when Nordic adversary are on the back foot, they remain there. Will the first thing happen once again? It is going to be aggression here coming out from Rebels. Good 1st blood for Rehan, but Rebels do have site control.
They do. They don't have trailer, though. Bright's still here. Bright. Bad time. It don't matter. Finds a 2-piece. Had the boxing gloves out and everything. That was just damning if I've ever seen it. Now it's now in a 1v5. And well, with a minute and 30 on the clock, he's got plenty of time. He doesn't have side control. He doesn't have bomb. And he's just got players on players. Opts to pull the J358 rush. Calls his bluff. Puts him out of his misery. We've got a map point here for Nordic adversary.
Destroy the objective.
Just huge 1st bloods coming through. Nordic adversary will now try to play aggressive once again. It's going to be a straight push down the long. Zio's pushed up, though. Is it enough to deter Nordic adversary? You'll take a 1-for-1 trade. And you should be able to get the bomb down here off the back of it. Looking pretty good are these guys now.
Wait.
And looking pretty good is Bright, but he can't do anything more. You thought for a second he could transfer to player. It's not going to happen. And it's a good read from Rebels, because where Nordic adversary have been most successful so far are on those fast A pushes. That's a great response from the Rebel squad.
They did a great job of clearing Tatio off of wood, too. You clear that play on the backside. It's a wide open push in the trailer. And you just have the numbers to go along with it. So great play there for Rebels, and they're going to be able to open up at the 1st blood again. Buckling up for the B-side hit. Only one, make it 2. Here to deal with it. Oh, my God. It's Tatio's getting involved. He's found a 2-piece. Rehan's on the hunt as well. The last 2 alive here on the backside of this B site. And, well, Mitch Season's going to be able to find one in return. Bright now going to be able to collapse. And this one just blew up on its face. He thought she had the backside map control coming through for that B bomb side. Lo and behold, 2 tucked away in the corner. Yikes.
Destroy the objective. We got the bomb.
Brother, so many of these search and destroy rounds are just bang out from both squads, to be honest with you. Nordic Adversary are playing this one more passively, perhaps with the hope that if they can take some of the players out, that Rebels are pushing up the map, they will be able to get something going. They've also got Tio in that power position that they got previously, and he's able to be effective. This is a problem that Rebels need to prioritize, because Tio was a big reason why they were able to take B site before. If they can take Tio down, a lot of their worries will fall by the wayside.
Well, they're going to go ahead and chuck a nade at it. Obviously, he's got that flak jacket, so, I mean, it's one shot and a dream up there. Nade doesn't hit. And while with the focus going through on that, you'd think that they'd be able to take up a lot of space there onto that A site. And while two players rushing right, trying to clear the path, they've done it. Rush slides through, absolutely cans Zeo, and that should be the green light here for this A side plant.
Yeah, and now you're dealing with all the players coming off on the transition as well. Tio can just make the calls as soon as he sees somebody. Yep, they've spotted out Dwarfy here. What can Dwarfy get? Finds one on the other side. Naz effective for the second, but Dwarfy probably not long for this world. Naz brings it down to 1 versus 3, but no more than that, as Nordic Adversary will finally close out this search and destroy. We got to go to overtime, but it is them that take it away.
A great way to do it too, man. You lean on, you know, the sniper who has provided a lot throughout this search and destroy to open up with that first blood, and everything just kind of crumbles to go along with it. Great way to close it out there. As I mean, a much better. These games have been close. They have not been blowouts by any means necessary. Rebels just not having a luck there in those last 2 rounds, obviously, and in the hard point, you know, you brush up on a few of those rotations. You maybe don't get, you know, you don't feed enough the lead at streaks in that hard point to open up the P3, and it was looking promising for a break, but that's not the case. Mid-season, I mean, 26 kills goes unnoticed as they fall. 2-0 now here in this series. It is do or die here for the Rebels. Obviously, they got a lower bracket run to look forward to, but again, getting 3-0 by a team like Nordic Adversary, obviously not a best way to start off this best of run in a double elimination bracket, 16 teams.
Yeah, it's not what you want whatsoever. And just kind of a reminder as to kind of what happened there. You saw Mitch finished him with 26 kills. I think we called him out at like 22 kills, I want to say. Like, as we went into overtime, so he, gets basically an average of 1 kill or less through those final few rounds of search and destroy play. Like, you know, in the rounds where they're able to take Mitch down, it just felt like for the most part they were ineffective. And also, obviously, Naz kind of stepped up a little bit with his snipes towards the end. So just something kind of to bear in mind there is that Mitch feels like he's pivotal to Rebel Search and Destroy. And if we do check in with Rebels again at some point during this weekend, that is something we'll be talking about for sure. Just a few brackets updates for you guys while we have it kind of coming up here. Sybarites, unsurprisingly, have won 3-0 in their first match of the day. That was versus Truth Esport, which is a name that I haven't seen so far. I don't know if that's an org change or if it's just a new roster that's made it into the top 16. For the first time. Unsurprisingly, Sybarites through. That means that if Nordic Adversary do win this matchup, that's who they'll be playing. Zitalix are going head-to-head with New Heaven after their respective wins versus Ultra, who I believe forfeited their first round matchup, and K&G Esports. Undream are going head-to-head with Zero Main right now. That's after the wins against OG Main and 4KT. Both of those were 3-0s. And then Kaya Nation are going head-to-head with ARP Gaming. That's going to be our next round matchup. 3-0s, though, across the board. I don't think there's a single matchup that's gone beyond 3, which is unsurprising verdict because all of them are always 3-0s. I don't know what happens in North America, but like every match is always a 3-0.
Well, I was pretty hopeful with this series, especially with how close that search and destroy was. Obviously, it could have gone either way. We get into overtime, and, you know, Mitch starts to, you know, stall out, and on top of that, you know, you started to see some slack being picked up across the board, but it just wasn't enough. Leads us to a game 3 chopping block now for the Rebels. Time to strike. And what better way to do it here in the suicides of Crossroad Strikes as we get geared up for the control. Minute 30 on the clock here for Rebels and crew to get something rolling off the rip. We'll see the opening break as Mitch does find that first blood. They're looking to put the pressure here on A site and looking like a little bit of map control to go along with it. They've cleared it out. Fire is theirs. Not quite.
Oh, good start coming through from Rush, though. This guy is carrying his sniper presence with the Lucas in towards this round of control. It's a pretty good start coming out from him towards the pistol. Perhaps some more kills will finally get shut down. But pretty good here on the defense, I would say, so far for Nordic Adversary. There's Still a couple of players left to contend with, but the one thing that we were talking about at the beginning of this series when we looked at the best of 5 map set is, can these teams actually start to get something moving by getting players on towards the objective? It looked like for a second that might be the case for Rebels, but they're still kind of spreading themselves a little thin.
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit a battle of map control, and where you can take advantage of. Zio's looking to hop the spot now as he's got 5 kills on board. Opted to drop the Chickum. In return, he's got a monolithic on that switchblade, and brother, that gun hits. Breaks over on towards that fire site. 3 life advantage here for the defense if they stand strong on the last 30 seconds. Zio trying to get something rolling now as he's finally starting to get onto this objective.
Yeah, it just feels like there's not really much in the way of anything kind of consistent for Rebels so far. It should be said, I mean, they are dying as well. There's not really much they can do. That should be a comm that Mitch is behind, but actually is not comm quick enough to TO, so TO will get shut down. Now another final set of lives for Rebels, and can you put anything together as far as kind of progression on either of these points is concerned? We need to see some kind of heroics. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. You're in a 9v2 with 12 seconds left. Rebels will now stop the clock. Very interesting play from Lalove here to see if he can do anything. Mitch is actually getting kills elsewhere on the map, so still keeping this one alive is Mitch, but again, you're in a 2v9. You kind of know how that one's going to go. It is an inevitability at that point. And again, it's Crossroads Strike. I would like to kind of see a little bit more, I want to say, intention out of these two teams, because from Rebels there, it just kind of felt like they were running up the map and hoping for the best.
Yeah, it's I mean, I don't think you can play it any better, or say it any better there in that regard. That's exactly what happened. Opening break here for Tatio and crew. They're going to be able to open up with a few kills. Back and forth trades they go. Battle for pretty much the same instance there as the Hunter Killer is going to be able to find that player out and snip. Tatio is looking to pounce yet again now as we're trying to get the focus here on this objective. And while they're looking for the spawn trap, you can do it one of 2 ways. Cap A and B, or get the kills. You put them in the blender of death. Obviously, that's going to force their hand.
Feels like, though we saw, I think at the beginning of their rush had the Tempest out and almost immediately kind of died with it, so that's a pretty big shutdown coming through from Rebels. On the other side, Zio not really able to secure anything with his. Nordic Adversary now going to be able to fight back. It feels like the ops are a little bit wayward here. The equals, generally speaking, served best getting in towards the A zone and now picking up time, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Tatio as he finds 3 with the equals, gives them the 4 life advantage. Good fire back from Mitch. Double investment now coming through from Nordic Adversary. If you can't get it done by capturing the point, you can get it done by brute forcing it via the lives. That is the play call right now for Nordic Adversary as they got a 5 life advantage and growing.
Oh, rush. Rush. Doing God's work. Trades coming through. Hopping the hill, getting the kills. 2 players left standing on the right-hand side of your screen. And just run at them if you are Rebels. You can't allow them to continue to rack up any more time, as well as extending this one to get those ops locked and loaded. Right now, they're getting steamrolled. They do have 3 operators to open up here on this potential last round. Let's see how Mitch, Nas, and Dwarfy start off. They're going to have a fiery one, as well as a little bit more focus on the objective.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If you can't, I mean, if you can get away with not using all 3 at the time here, fine. Our boy, Naz and Dwarfy almost immediately pull them out and almost immediately die. Mitch does not pull out his operator, and that's probably for the best, because if he did triple invest there, and all of it was to naught, this entire round might already be over. So Rebels at the very least have something to work with here, but if I'm being perfectly candid, I feel like Mitch needs to bring out that op sooner rather than later, because right now there's a 4 life advantage, and the way that Nordic Adversary are playing here, Verdict, I think that's going to grow very quickly. At that op and both, I think all the ops need to come out right now if you're Rebels.
Yeah, and then on the flip side, we got Cycling coming through there for Rush. He's got his Tempest available, and he out there for Lerv. He's not wasting any time with it. He's got 5 kills, make it shots coming through. Not really had much of an impact. Now is the best time to do so. Able to find the first there on towards this site, make it a second. Trying to piece into the spawn. Almost gets the turn, but Rehan able to shut him down. Rushes in your spawn to go along with it. And, well, time is of the essence. 33 in a dream. 10 players left standing on the right side. You're almost down to your last stand.
Yeah. The life discrepancy is not that big right now. Mitch has that claw out that we've been asking him to pull for a while now. Finally will now go away. So it has to be done with a gunny. And Mitch was gunning through the search and destroy. He's going to get shut down at a crucial time. Can the rest of the Rebels stay up? It doesn't look like it, Verdict. There's just no semblance of anything solid for Rebels. It's all melting away. And we're in a 2v9 once again.
Mitch going out blasting. Goes out nonetheless, and a quick 3-0. And you thought this series had potential? You were wrong. The search and destroy was where we saw these teams peak, and then it was a complete fall off. Once we get in the crossroad strikes, again, it's very difficult to make something happen in 90 seconds in control, okay? Especially on crossroad strikes, it is damning. All right, if you're not finding the kills in the middle of the map and you're constantly trying to fight for position, but you're not having the gunpowder to reinforce it, of course you're not going to translate that to any kind of hill time to stop the clock. Of course you're not going to see this one extend any further out. Of course you're going to get beat 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, that was the most dominant map, I think, of them all, for sure, right? And I think the key difference maker really was just the op utilization in round number 2. Nordic Adversary were just getting so much more value out of their operators. And Rebels tried at the start of round number 3, right? We saw that double investment coming out from a couple of players on Rebels, but it just fell apart almost immediately. And as soon as that happens on a game mode like Control, where it feels like operators are more important than any game mode across the board, I should just say more important than Hardpoint, right? I mean, I feel like that's the case. You have to use operators effectively on offense, and that just wasn't happening. Also kind of funny there, funny stat line, Mitch got more kills in the Search and Destroy than he did in the Control. Always a fun time when that happens. But yeah, I mean, just when you needed those ops to come out, they rarely did for Rebels. And again, I think the thing that continues to plague teams on Crossfire Strike Control is that they are not anywhere near effective enough at getting on the objective. Like, no teams do it properly. I don't know why, but there just is not any... There is never a focus from any team.
No, I completely agree. I don't get it either. There's not a lot of time. All right, 90 seconds is not enough. You're scrambling after the first wave, and then you're trying to fight for positioning while also clearing out your spawn. And then there's no focus on the B side objective either. But that's neither here nor there. We'll get deep dives into those games as they progress throughout the series. We'll take a look at the bracket and see where we might be heading here moving forward. Obviously, this one goes down 3-0. You said 3-0s across the board. And we've got the stage set for our winners quarterfinals already, Brody.
Hey, shout out to the graphics crew, by the way, for bringing us bracket graphics for the first time this season. Here's a look at our bracket then moving forward from this point onwards. So we're in the winners quarterfinals. We've got Sybarites going head-to-head with Nordic Adversary. That's going to be a fun one for sure. Nordic Adversary are going to be on the hunt for revenge against the team that stopped them getting inside the top 16 back in week number 1. Zitalix versus New Heaven is also another match that's going to be going on, I believe, right now, considering they both had buys effectively out of the first round of play. Undream versus Zero Main is also going to be going on, but we will be turning our attention to Kaya Nation versus ARP Gaming. Kaya, a team that's gotten third in back-to-back weeks. They are the third-seeded team, and they are the solidly third-seeded team as well, Verdicts. I mean, the question is our ARP going to be able to bring it to them as they move forward and towards that round of play?
Well, we're going to have to find out. You got to stick around and wait for us to do so, as we're going to get geared up for a short intermission. On the other side of it, we're going to be joined back by Bobby. I will be taking my leave. And Brody, you guys will be sounding off to Kaya Nation ARP Gaming. Don't go too far, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after this short little break.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2026. This is the North American qualifiers for week 3 of the summer split, and we're about to get into the next round of play. It is the winners quarterfinals. We set up before we went to the break. It is Kaya Nation going head-to-head with ARP Gaming. This is a match that we saw last week, Bobby. We didn't see it, but we did have it off stream last week, and that was a 3-0 to Kaya Nation, who is a team that has firmly been in 3rd place, I think, the entire season.
Strong at certain points, and once again, the expectation for really everybody outside the #1 spot is to continue improving. Obviously, we want to see that out of ARP as well, as they've shown spots of greatness out of what we've seen from them so far, but definitely still a lot of room for improvement as well. Improvement for them at this point, taking a map or two off of Kaya Nation, especially with how strong they've looked within the North American region.
Feel like they are the definitive number 3 team. I don't think anybody's really gotten that close to them, but also I think they are very far behind Undream, and that I think has been their objective, is really trying to close that deficit. Whether they've got better, I think we'll see into this matchup. We will not be starting off, hallelujah, with a Summit hardpoint into this series. There is, of course, going to be a firing range search and destroy, because why not? We are going to start this one off on a Hacienda hardpoint in this best of 5. Interestingly, Raid is in there instead of the Crossroads Strike Control, and a takeoff hardpoint from map number 4, which is always nice to see.
Yeah, definitely a little bit outside the normal setup for North America with how much Summit we typically see, so it'll be fun to watch between these two. Hacienda, always a good one, and definitely a staple for a lot of the top teams right now, and at the highest level of competitive COD Mobile. So many of those teams really refining the way that they master the map, control the spawns, and everything else, so we'll see what we've got out of these guys as they look to do the same. Obviously, that Bal meta changing things a little bit with some of the compositions that we've seen, a little bit less into the marksman side and more heavily AR dominated for the long-range gunfights. We'll see what Kaya Nation are bringing right here, and if they can maintain their dominance in that top 3 spot.
Alright, well, that's a beautiful nade coming out from Buster to kick things off, as ARP putting bullets in the bodies already. ARP are getting fired up here, and that is the kind of fire that we need to see out of this ARP roster if they want to dethrone the team that has been solidly the 3rd best in North America. So far, so good in Call of Duty Smoke Warfare, as ARP are the team in front at the beginning.
Alright, ARP shooting back early on. It's like Blay. We saw a couple big performances out of him last week, and a little hot and cold as we saw, what, I think a 50 or 60 bomb followed up with some of the weaker performances that we've seen out of this ARP squad. Going toe-to-toe with Kaya Nation here on P1. And it looks like ARP pretty content to just give up that scrap time right there. Not really looking for a whole lot of contest. Obviously, you want to focus on that set up toward new. They got 4 players on rotation already. Only 1 to deal with, and that's Blez. Tucked away into a corner, just playing for information, trying to get a cheeky kill here. Definitely don't expect ARP's gonna read this, but they do it a beauty of a kill as they storm the point and get early control here on P2.
Yeah, it's worth saying how out of control that could have gotten had you not dealt with Blez inside that corner. And Prey just comes through and says, yeah, never mind. It doesn't matter if Blez is in the hard point. I'm going to pick up 3 regardless, and almost immediately turn the tables back in favor of Kaya Nation here, as they are now backing towards the time. Veteran being a nuisance inside said hard point is going to hold out long enough that it's going to give ARP another look in towards the time. Blake flies through the smoke, not able to finish his gunfight though, and Fabuloso will get turned on the sentry. Fortunately enough, Kaboo is there for the 3 kills. I believe that might be Sholey, I think, under that name. Finds 3 with the kills, and ARP are looking good for the back 20 seconds. This is a very early investment of the equals coming out from Buster that doesn't really get anything.
If I had to guess, Sholey is probably Sholey. I believe Duck 1 is Buster Prime. I have no idea who Duck 1 is. Might be somebody we recognize. Maybe some new talent making its way through here in the North American region, but absolutely guns blazing with 11 kills on the board, and ARP putting up a much better fight through the first couple of hard points than what we saw last time around for them.
Yeah, this is a really competitive game out of ARP. So far, they're doing a really good job of just being super aggressive. And I think we've seen some great individual plays coming out from the likes of Buster and even, again, Duck, who even at 7 kills has had some good plays so far. These plays kind of interesting from ARP. They are full setting everything in towards this hard point play with the Claw, not going to find that much. And now it really comes down to Sholey with the War Machine also not going to get that much for it. So ARP, they are getting more time than maybe teams normally do here on P3, but still, I don't know if that's that great of a delivery on that much utilization coming out from ARP.
Yeah, Pity's going to be able to clear a little bit on the back end of that. Death Machine already taken down for ARP. Once again, you need to see better value for that operator if you're going to start to close this gap, rather extend the lead as they look to chain this on over to P4. Looks like we do have a big gunfight happening over there, and it's going to be won by ARP, so they will get the scrap, they will get the early setup, and this is some of the best hardpoint that we have seen out of this squad. As it looks like if we do have roster changes that are happening there, they are having the desired effect. They do get broken pretty early on right here, and now Blaze going to have to put in some work to break back on in, but they do exactly that. No ops charged. See how long the hold is going to last.
Yeah, I could swear that ARP didn't have this roster last week. I don't recognize Buster at all, so Buster seems like a really good player to watch so far for sure. Kai Nation now trying to find their way through in towards the time, and this is a great claw coming out from Prayer as he's going to find kill after kill after kill with that claw inside the hard point, and now smokes for ARP to try to get back in towards the time. The jump up is looking pretty good. Pity reads it though pretty much perfectly, and unfortunately he is the last one left up on the hard point, so that's going to enable ARP to get back in towards the time for the back 15-second. Late investment actually of the War Machine coming out from Fabuloso here to try and take that time away from ARP, and to be fair, it gives them the end as Blaze comes in to try and hold that time. Not going to be able to do so, but yeah, as we hit the second set of rotations here, Bobby, ARP pleasantly surprised by what I've seen from Buster and Blade for sure.
Yeah, that's the consistency has continued for ARP all the way through right here. So they're looking to maintain and keep on building on that lead. Find themselves up 20 points now here on P1. What they can do is they look to break back on in, and Buster, I gotta know who this is because maybe somebody in chat.
I think it is just a Buster, right?
Huh?
I think the guy's name is just Buster. I don't think that's a player.
I know, but I'm assuming it used to be somebody else that we know. Maybe, once again, there's just not a lot of people in North America that are good that I don't know about whatsoever. So if this is truly a brand new player, then I'm incredibly impressed so far. But enough to hold on to a lead. We do see Kaya Nation chipping away at it. Now up to 100 points right here. Blade doing his best to find contest right there, but Kaya will now break back in the lead, and momentum's starting to shift a little bit.
Yeah, Kaya Nation have actually done a really good job at getting time off of P1, considering how much of a cluster F that hard point can be at times, and now they're already starting to try and deal with the spawn, setting up a pincer play towards this next hard point. It's 2 players behind, 3 players, straight through checkers, and Blez is going to equalize in towards this time. It's also going to be an investment coming out from Palel with a Tempest and getting into the hard point. Step 1 is done. Step 2, hold. Only Buster finding kills on the initial 15 seconds here, and Blaze goes far out in towards the open. Not for long for this world, and I think because he went so far out of that hard point, it kind of left his team high and dry. So Kaya, they were in for 15 seconds, and now it's ARP fighting right back as Buster pulls out equals of his own.
Nearly up to 30 kills on the board, but double ops wiped off the table. Not what you're looking for. ARP trying to find value off the claw. That gets shut down as well. And Kaya Nation continuing to shift the momentum in their favor. Blez starting to hit some beams. They're able to clear out the rock side. Big gunfight going the way of Blade. Not a lot of time to be gained, but you don't want to let any of these scraps go for free if you don't have to. Looking to play through the smoke. Blaze not going to be able to find anything. Kaya Nation now stacking on that lead. Find themselves up 35 points right here. They got the setup for Nude. That Fred could pay dividends. Going to give them information as well, and the feed has gone fully blue.
Yeah, this has been just a total turnaround from Kaya Nation for sure, right? I mean, this feels like the most solid lead that anybody has had so far here in this game. And there's actually util to work with if you're a Kaya Nation as well. Pity's going to come out with the Death Machine, reading the spawns perfectly. Predator Missile now earned, but the Death Machine only going to find a couple of kills before being cut down. Blaze is going to be the player pushed furthest out of the hard point just now. Sholey goes for the contest, and Blaze will shut him down. Media investment of that Predator Missile coming out from Pity too. Kaya Nation are using everything pretty much perfectly here to hold on towards this time. For a hill that is so mixy, generally speaking, there is a lot of time right now that's going Kaya's way.
All right. Well, apparently Buster's just a bit of an unknown, but he recently upgraded devices and got the apparently the 165 FPS buff. So he is going absolutely crazy with it so far. He's going to need to find a way to get ARP back in this, as they have quickly fallen. That lead now completely gone, and it's 50 points to the advantage of Kaya Nation, which is much more in the ballpark of what we expected to see in this matchup. Veteran looking to push on through with the Tempest in hand, finds one before getting traded out. This time it's Kaya, full investment right here. They want a full 60 here on P4. Still 2 operators on the table. Blez continuing to push out. War Machine does get shut down, but the spawn control and the map control is strong enough that they should be able to maintain as one more goes through for Palel. He's working on an EMP system, and he's going to get it.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, this has just been such a huge sequence of kills from Kaya Nation. And I think on the other side as well, the thing that's kind of understated right now is obviously this is going to happen in the flurry of kills is going Kaya's way, but the players that have been slaying out for ARP have slowed down significantly. Like, I remember us talking about Buster getting those 30 kills. That was a long time ago. Like, Buster's on 35 kills now, Blaze on 31, Sholey on 26. Like, those players that we were giving a lot of love to have not found anywhere near the same success over the last couple of hard points. It has been all Kaya all the time. The feed has been totally blue. And Palel, by the way, as 3 ops come on side for ARP, has an EMP ready to go. So, like, ARP, they might well have an out here. That might not be on the table if Palel brings that EMP into play.
Yep. Play. Finds a way into the point, able to get some early time. Pistol whip onto Palel as well, and go ahead and hop off, allow him to regen while the teammates pick up time here. Buster pushing on through once again, picking up the kills, but it hasn't really converted into hard point time over these last few hard points, as we do see Sholey getting taken down as well. 3 ops charge if you're ARP, but if I had to guess, probably looking to spend those more toward P2. Looking to make a full 60 out of it if they can time things properly. Fabuloso from the top side, raining down shots, but not able to connect. Kaya Nation maintain hard point control as a result. And once again, they continue to build on that lead now from 50 points up to 70.
ARP, they might well have gotten some time over P1, but this is X hardpoint. It's going to be everything. 4 ops on side. Palel bringing that EMP right now. Like, honestly, this EMP needs to be in play about 10 seconds ago as we look towards this rotation, because it won't be long before ARP are facing down a wave of operators. A couple also coming out from Kaya Nation through the front of the hardpoint. It's Duck to find one. No more than that as the Hunter Killer Drone takes him down. It's a 3-for-1 trade. Sholey, the only one with any value, and Prayer will take them down. And Kaya Nation, they're winning the opening gunfight extremely well, but it's every single point of entry being watched at this hardpoint.
Yup. Gotta go big right here, but Prayer with the claw shuts down one. Trades go through. ARP take their way back into the point. Not really a ton of util left for them to be able to use, but they haven't needed it, at least not quite yet. Gunfight's going through. They get the reads on the white spawns as well. But the War Machine now comes out from Fabuloso, and he's doing damage with it. 2 off the board. Les finds another. Kaya Nation find a way back into the hard point. They will gladly continue to go 30 for 30 the rest of the way through. That would comfortably get them the win. And ARP just not doing enough to take away this scrap time. They have got to be perfect the rest of the way through.
Yep, ARP Gaming will be the first team to touch in towards the next hard point as well. Split spawns coming through. I think Sholey literally just spawned right in front of Palel and was able to procure that gunfight, almost immediately. So far, so good as far as the next hard point is concerned. Of course, that EMP from Palel had already come out, so ARP have overcome it. And Claw, now from Blade, is also producing some serious damage as well. So ARP Gaming doing a really good job. Bobby, you said it. They need to be perfect from here on out. They are doing that at the moment. They're winning the vast majority of the gunfights. Everything that could go wrong right now for Kaya Nation is going wrong.
And we've got streaks coming down as well. The Pred's going to drop, and more still on the table for ARP. They need a clear pity right here, and they're going to be able to do that. So they continue to make their way up. It would be a massive comeback in this one if they're able to continue to chip away at this lead. But that's Kaya Nation breaking into the point. I don't think there's enough time for them to get the win right here. There's a possibility they would get the ghost take, but now not a possibility. Kibu just trying to make sure that nothing goes away for free, and it's a foot race on over to P4. It's going to be Kaya Nation set up and ready to go.
Yep. Kaya Nation with the first dude to touch. Already looking to contest will be Veteran and Buster. Latter down, now just down to Veteran as well. Veteran actually finds a couple of kills here, and Veteran is still alive. Kibu now dealing with the players coming off the spawn. Bobby, ARP Gaming, they are in towards the time now, and Kaya Nation, they just needed 7 seconds. They couldn't lock the rotation down.
That was a huge pinch from Emperor, but he wasn't able to get in, and this is Buster taking down the Death Machine, equals fine value. ARP with a chance to continue to hold on, but Kaya Nation with the gunny breaks back in. One last opportunity for Sholey. He gets shut down, and the claw should do the rest of the damage as Kaya Nation hold on and outlast ARP Gaming on map number 1.
Oh boy, that was closer than it needed to be towards the end of that game. I mean, the fact that ARP win those gunfights on the rotation as well, the fact that they survive for as long as they do in towards defensive hardpoint, and then they're able to successfully rotate towards the next hill. They win some of those gunfights. Great investment of the Death Machine coming out from Kibu or Duck or whatever their name is in that game, but it just wasn't enough. And also, the other thing that we got to talk about a little bit, right, was Buster, a guy that apparently is a new player that's having a much better time here than we've ever seen him have before. Slowed down in the middle of the game, right? He hit a 30 bomb pretty quickly over the course of P3 and P4 in the second set of rotations. Didn't really have that great of a time. Towards the back half of that game, like, Buster was shooting like 54 kills. Incredible scoreline for that guy. Now, 100%, if we, you know, the thing, like, the storyline for NA this season is we're looking for new talent. Buster, it fits the bill perfectly.
Yeah, 100%, and that's something that I think the nice thing about this new champs format is it gives you the flexibility to adjust rosters from week to week. So especially if there's other rosters that are deciding it's not worth their time, these new players showing that they've got what it takes to compete at the highest level. But once again, you would also love to see these teams stick together and continue to improve together. And the series not over by any stretch of the imagination. You head into a search and destroy. I would say Kaya Nation, Hardpoint, probably their strongest suit so far this season. So an opportunity for ARP to still do something here on the Coastal. I feel like we've seen quite a few reps out of them on Coastal, and hopefully we'll see some improvements here going into map number 2 as they look to even out the series.
Yeah, Coastal Search and Destroy. I'll continue to say, and I always say this, it feels a little bit cliche at this point to say it, but Coastal Search and Destroy is just so fun. Regardless of what series, I mean, we've talked a lot about kind of the evolving strategies on Coastal Search and Destroy and how well some of the best teams in the world play this map. It feels like one of the highest skill maps, I think, across the board. I will say, though, NA Search and Destroy, as anyone who watched the last series saw as well, it's pretty bad. And there's a large room, I think, for improvement from pretty much every team across the board, even the best teams here. Like, even like the likes of Undream and Sybarites, their Search and Destroy is pretty poor. And I think, you know, Coastal Search and Destroy is one of those maps in particular that I've seen a lot of teams in North America in particular really mess this map up. Like, the fundamentals of how you play Coastal, even in kind of a world where now the R9, obviously, as of like week number 2 of qualifiers was banned, it still feels like the way that players are positioning their sniper players, their shotgun players on this map could do with a little bit of work. So that's what I'm looking for here from these teams on Coastal Search and Destroyers coming into this kind of next week of play. Has the Coastal improved in any marginal kind of capacity?
Yeah, 100%. And the nice thing about this is you do have so many opportunities to look at the way that other teams are playing it at the highest level, especially now that CDM is back. I feel like we've had some phenomenal Coastal games, and even some of the up-and-coming teams from regions like India, I7, a newer team that has kind of formed from some of the disbanded teams and really shown out in the way that they've improved, and obviously still have some room to improve as well, but just the amount of experience, the amount of talent that exists within that tournament provides a lot of opportunity to see where things are going right, because I think we even saw it last week. We talked about the one clip where Undream were facing Sybarites in the grand finals, and they stacked all 5 players into the back of sight and just get pieced up one by one with no trades.
Yeah.
So many opportunities where you could have positioned players in different positions, and like we said, the post plants and the way that those have been set up have been highly questionable in North America. So studying those and where things are going wrong and finding ways to put your players in better position to win rounds.
No, 100%. 100%. I mean, I feel like just a lot of it's just the fundamentals of trading as a team, and so far, it feels like that's more often than not present. Set nades, though, been pretty good in the past. No trophy systems on B to kick things off here from Kaya Nation, so all this utility is going to go through on the site. We're seeing Ampere cook up a nade. Is it going to get anything? He was holding it for so long, but his teammate doesn't have an immediate trade, so Ampere now to get it done with the HSO, and the HSO is getting it done. Finds the first. Blaze is good for the second. It's an immediate trade coming through from Buster, who now tries to escape and is not going to be able to do so. So takes a while, but Kaya Nation able to get it done there on the defense of the site. And now for Sholey here, Donut so far through this S&D round has to get involved in the action, has to pick up the bomb.
A lot of work to do right here. Bomb could not be in a worse position, but has a pretty good idea of where those players are going to be. It's just a question of, do you read the angles and time it properly? That nade goes over the top and doesn't give them any information. That could work to his advantage right here. All about the timing and the angle of that first engagement. Similar setup to what we saw at Undream, but this time only 2 players. Should be easier to trade, but he gets through, and now an opportunity to clutch the 1v2. Sholey slides the corner. Not going to be able to find the first shot to go, but gets back to the bomb heady. Player slides out, and the pistol's there. Chalet, brother! He's one shot, and he clutches the 1v2 for ARP.
Yeah, once again, just one of those situations where you're in a TV1. Like, how is that happening? How are we not watching each other's backs? How are we not, like, kind of getting the trades off? But fundamentally speaking, take that all day long. If you are ARP gaming, good play from Sholey. Even though he's a little bit hesitant there in that 2 or the 1 versus 2. ARP not being hesitant here in this round. This is a fast push on towards A. Kaya Nation, they've got the trophy, so that should catch any of the utility towards the back line.
Blez trying to find one on this opening push and finds it. Buster there for the trade. Man advantage for ARP heading into the site. It looks like they're going to get that bomb down early. Love the quick execution right there. Value off the utility, and now on to Kaya Nation for the retake. Has NA improved at all in their ability to hold off a retake? And it wasn't looking pretty, at least initially right there. Everybody's got their backs, the LMG spraying them down. This time they're going to back up, get into position to hold things off. Sholey's going to be able to find one. Now it's going to be a 2v4 as they just continue to eat bullets. I don't know what we're looking at right now. It would be a 1v4 for Fabuloso if he's able to make it happen. They're going to stay tucked into those corners. And assuming they hold the crossfire properly, should be able to clutch up as ARP takes round number 2.
Some of these rounds, man, you just see, like, them run straight into Fabuloso. You're like, yep, we're watching. Like, honestly, you could, like, cover up the top half of the screen and cover up the names, and I'd be able to recognize that we're watching North American S&D. Like, just all I can really say about that. ARP will take getting up around, though. Good decisive play out of them from the start of that round, at least. First blood will go Fabuloso's way here at the start of round number 3, though. Fabuloso not recognizing Buster could potentially be on the other side, and that's a bit of a weird play, I think, considering that I felt like that player should already have his position recognized. So ARP now looking to take a 3v1 on towards the site. Again, no trophy through, so nothing stopping that utility.
Oh, beautiful shots at a Sholey right there. Catches Ampere off guard. Now only 2 players remain here for Kaya Nation. They're going to go ahead and take the A site for free. Kaya, a lot of work to do. Is you would think they probably have the read on this sooner than later. They're going to go ahead and sit back and wait for that bomb to actually go down. They get the information, now the opportunity to move. Fortunately for them, not too much spread out from ARP, although 1 player set up for the backside, nearly at the perfect lineup for the wallbang. Not able to connect, and that gives ARP the direction that they need to be looking right here. They look to make their way up from that bottom side of the A site.
Again, madness advantage. All you got to do is not throw your lives away. Late flank coming through, so Palel, even if he does find a kill here, isn't long for this well. Pity will bring this down to a 1v2, and Blade doesn't even need Sholey to get involved, as once again, ARP doing a really good job on these opening pushes. Now, I do feel like there is a certain element of maybe Fabuloso, if he plays his life longer there at the beginning of that round, that's a much more plausible effort for Kaya Nation on the defense, but so far, so good for the offense for ARP. Early util is brilliant. How about this? Straight through the middle map, everything. Fabuloso, dead to rights. This is fast for ARP. Kills coming through in favor of ARP. It's a fast one.
Has dropped the
Now
bomb.
just down to Prayer. 1 versus 3. Down to a 1v2. Same problem as before here. This rock is down. And that nade might actually land. Nope, just goes wide, but does slow things down. There might be a chance here for a rewrap from Ampray. Doesn't necessarily need to pull this one off, but can do so. And he is just waiting. Ampray in the middle of the map. The right call is being made. And this off angle from Ampray could be everything, because Blay and Sholey are going to have to waste time looking for this kill. And Sholey might have heard him. He might have got some kind of audio cue. Perhaps not. But that bomb's going down now. So the advantage for Ampray seems to have totally dissipated. And now the bomb could go down. Did Sholey just see Ampray? That's the question. I think he did. Ampray now gets the shot off, but it only hits for a tag. Can he find the second? No! Not for the follow-up. ARP Gaming able to pull it off. You take a gamble on the way that you play that there if you're Ampray. And it just goes all right. Just a heads up, guys. If you're wondering why I'm talking for so long, Bobby has disconnected. So he'll be back here in just a second. For the moment, it is just me run solo, like Han Solo. ARP have been so good off the back of these decisive rounds. They'll be looking to do it once again here. Looks like they're making a lot of noise by B. They've actually forced a fair bit of aggression towards the site, and the open in the middle of the map is now there. Double smoke through. A chance to try and pull some aggression off the site here. It's going to isolate Pity towards it. Both Fabuloso and Ampray have been magnetized towards the middle of the map. Ampray, can he find Sholey? No! Big kill coming through from Sholey. Now for 1-for-1 trade, though. Everything's still on Pity here. ARP took a little bit longer to get towards the site than they would have liked. Fabuloso able to double up. Pity. Big gunfight, and Blaze able to find both. It's all falling apart here. Buster Prime now in the 1 versus 1 in the middle of the map, and does get traded out. So Blaze going to have to take some time to hit the regen here in this 1v1. Blaze the one that has to grab that bomb. So Blaze should make the check that the bomb is still going to be down. Does he know? Should do. It's right at his feet. And this ring around the rosy will now continue. Blaze going very deep here. Checking every single corner possible. I'm not entirely sure if he's checking that corner. It's not exactly a common spot for players to be in.
The enemy has the bomb.
And now they will meet. Blaze taking shots. Blade just going to get the hell out of dodge. It's decisive playmaking once again from ARP as they full send it straight towards A. This rock will go down. It's all about what the positioning looks like on the post plant as Blay gets this thing down. Can he get away in time? Where does he go? Straight towards the alcove is generally speaking the playmaking play. Blay has chosen his position, has now just spotted out Blaze. Blaze, 1v1, round and round we go, and Blay will take it in a massive clutch. That's another 1 versus X clutch coming through from ARP, another round that Kyro Nation will feel like they should have got.
Destroy the objective.
Man, ARP right now, looking so good in this search and destroy. Straight down A. First blood for ARP, although it hasn't exactly meant all that much in the past. This timing from Buster Prime could be everything. And there we go. Kyro Nation now down to Blaze on the side. He needs to procure at least one gunfight here. Does so. That makes things a little bit more palatable. If he's fast enough for this, this is going to be huge. Doesn't have any trigger display and immediately takes the shots and immediately will get punished for it. Kyro Nation look absolutely winded here.
Destroy the objective.
Just totally
Got the bomb.
lost in some of these late rounds. ARP on the offense once again. They've been so successful. How many first bloods are going to go their way? Traded from Amprayer. That's a big trade to take, especially considering Buster Prime's on 8 kills so far through this search and destroy. Can they do what they've been impossible to do in the past, though, and actually stop ARP getting on the side? It doesn't look like it. Palel towards the back. Maybe he can stop this bomb from going down. Nope, never mind. Made it is Palel. Different sides of targets, though. And yeah, Pity from behind. Palel plays aggression. And Pity is going to be the player to deal with those players as they're all looking in Palel's direction. I think, I don't know if Bobby plays his back in his team, but he's back in the Discord.
I am
Bobby plays here.
back. What the frick? This got one-sided quick.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's been one-sided.
Sorry guys. I sent a message in Discord saying, hey, there's a thunderstorm. My internet might go out, and then about 30 seconds later, my power went out. We're back, though. We're good. We're chilling. It looks like ARP are chilling as well here in the S&D. It's going to be Blez finding first blood onto Blade. We're going to be forced to slow things down a bit right here as we're 1 round away from the flip. What's been the deciding factor in ARP going up this much this early?
They're just hitting the sights. They're winning the first bloods, and Kaya cannot retake to save their lives. I don't know how else to describe it right now. It feels like there's also been a couple of clutch situations where ARP have been able to win 1v1s. But outside of that, this just feels so decisive right now. ARP Gaming looking pretty good. Palel will draw Buster out, and that's a big head to take down, especially as Blay is already down the round. And I'm curious here, because this is a position that ARP haven't been in. Like, they have not been in a 3 versus 5 before, especially with Amprayer in this position.
Ooh, shotgun's gonna hit for Aaron Prayer. He'll get out with his life as well, and Pity slides on through. So Kai Nation, at least with a solid close to the half right there, they'll now head on over to the offensive side and see what they can do. And to be honest, in the North American region, I do feel like it's been more of an offensive-sided map, just with the way that teams do tend to play it. So we'll see if they can shift the momentum back their way. 6-round deficit, never easy to come back from. See what they can do to begin chipping away here as Fabuloso slides on through, and they will be able to get right on into B with pretty much 0 resistance.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty big round from Kaya, I think, especially off the flip, right? If they're able to win this off the back of the postcard now, it is everything. You've lost Palel, though. You're now at a man disadvantage. All you've got to do is keep an eye on each other's crossfire.
Oh, Amper's going to be able to find one. Sniper in hand for Sholey. He's going to make it a 1v2. Trying to find timing. I think saw one slide through, so now he's got the read on that positioning. All onto that opening engagement. Are they holding this cross properly? Amper completely out of position right there. Reads the second, but can't connect with the shots. Les gonna be able to find that one, and now 3 rounds in a row going the way of Kaya Nation. And unfortunately here in Champs rules that you don't get any timeouts. I'm sure ARP kind of wishing that they had one, especially with the way that things start to look to be slipping away.
Yeah, that is a big round out of Kaya, I think, off the back of the half, right? You needed something decisive like that to get on the site, and albeit it came down to a 1 versus 1. Just a massive confidence boost, so they're able to touch that one up. You'll take the trades off the start of this round as well, especially with how much noise you've made over by A. It might actually be a double blind play, though. They're back all the way up. They've got to do this decisively, though, and Fabuloso and Pity picking up those kills. I think that's absolutely going to do it, and they've made so much noise that they should be able to get the rock down on B. The issue for me here, Bobby, is do they know that Veteran and Buster have stuck here? Because they're going to take so long being perhaps overly cautious that unless this kill comes through on the cross, this might not work out as favor as you'd like for Kaya. And yeah, this is exactly why they're not sure of it at all.
They may actually look to wrap back to A, assuming the ARP have played to the other side. It looked like Buster peeked across mid, but I don't think he saw anybody, and this timing could not be any worse. They're going to get into A completely for free right here and get the positioning as one player set up toward that mid entry. Veterans made his way into the backside, but no position to actually make an advantage out of this, and they're just going to have to try to bull rush it from this backside, see what they can make out of it. Nobody actually watching the main entry, at least off the initial angles, but they do make some noise right there, and now they should know. Got one player on the flank through the bottom side, and if anything goes wrong, Fabuloso should be able to blow this one up. Veteran slides on through. He's going to be able to find one, but Fabuloso's there to clean it up.
Nicely done from Kai Nation. A little bit uneasy, I'll say that much from that round, right? I think, you know, you could kind of see the play calls being set up in their head, and then kind of the uneasiness off the back of that, where they're like, oh, yeah, we're not entirely sure that this is the right play. We're trying to double back on ourselves. In the end, I think that committing towards the A was probably the right call, especially if they kind of got the timing on ARP walking away at the wrong time. So Kai Nation now, back-to-back offensive rounds. This is no longer looking like ARP are going to run away with this one. However, they haven't got opening blood just yet. It is a straight A hit, and ARP, they've got the angles.
Blaze got the S36 out right here. Not sure what the game plan is, but they're going to be able to make their way on in to that A site. Pretty much no contest. Kibu's going to be able to find one, and Blay tucked away in that bottom side. No overextension, at least not yet, out of Kaya, and it sounded like they were making noise. It's a greedy play right there, especially with no information. Gonna end up paying for it as a result. Now Kaya Nation, four players up. Emperor is going to be able to find two. And that is now 5 rounds in a row going to Kaya Nation as things have completely fallen apart for ARP.
Yeah, again, Kaya just feel like they are the team being decisive right now. And it's been curious because it felt like ARP's strength on the offense was them kind of dictating the pace of the rounds. They have not been able to do that. And I'm kind of surprised in the sense that we haven't seen them kind of bomb it down one of the particular lanes in the map as a 5-man. Like, just to try and set the pace, do something a little bit different. Because right now, what's happening for ARP is not working. So we're going to come down to Buster on site. Should be an easy check coming through. And even if you lose 1 or 2 men on the site, you've done what you needed to do. You've got through. Now just play your lives. Palal over the top for the jump shot. That's an egregious challenge, but it works.
Oh my god, absolutely put in the dumpster. It's now 3v3 on the retake, and Kaya Nation getting pushed out toward mid. No easy entry right here. You got to find one if you're Kaya Nation. You get one and you get away as well. Absolutely massive. That leaves Veteran all alone. They're not going to expect him there, but now they got the information. Emperor to hold off the initial push, and he's got Pity holding the cross, but he slides through, nearly catches the clutch. But Emperor's there to shut it down, and that's now 6 rounds in a row going through for Kaya Nation.
Brother, how is this happening? Kaya Nation are just doing so well on getting to the site. It's worth saying as well, like, they did that at man disadvantage, right? You lost the 1-for-2 trade on the beginning of that round, so Kaya Nation effectively 3v4 on that site. Extremely well played. It is aggression here straight towards the beginning of this one. Do they get through Kibu and Buster? Yes, they do. Just like that. It is Kaya Nation running a train through ARP at the moment. They have full site control.
3 players remain right here for ARP. Another one gets picked off. I just wasn't aware of the angles that could be played, and they get picked apart on the retake once again. 7 rounds straight for Kaya Nation. I don't know what has gone wrong for ARP, but the mental just seems to be completely shattered as that lead not only gone, but they find themselves at a deficit. And it really hasn't been on the back of any one player dominating. It's been consistency across the board. Surprisingly enough, with the exception of their sniper, this time they just busted through the middle of the map. Shred right through. Palel's going to find that last kill. And now the 2 remaining players over on A side just twiddling their thumbs, trying to figure out a way to try to stop the bleeding.
I mean, what do you do here, right? You're in a 2v4. You've got the weaponry to pull this off. You just got to peek every single corner possible. You've got to be overly cautious here on this re-entry. Do you check this close corner? Fabulous goes for a challenge. And actually a freebie you're taking with 25 seconds now. This is much more palatable. Palel is removed from the site as well. So this is effectively a 2 versus 2 here for the moment.
And S36 has been retrieved. I don't know how much utility it's going to have in the close range. Blez there to shut him down. Now it's Sholey left in a 1v3 as Kaya Nation. Now, 8 rounds in a row. I don't know if they just wanted to give themselves more of a challenge and try to pull off a crazy comeback, but they've certainly done that. ARP take the opening 6. Kaya Nation take the next 8. Now an opportunity for them to close things out right here and go up 2-0 in the series. ARP, do you have anything for me? No, they do not.
Oh, goodness gracious. What is this, like? I want to say this is 6, 7 rounds. Oh, no. All right, that wasn't even intentional. This is a lot of rounds on the bounce here from Kaya Nation. ARP have completely fallen apart. Buster will find 1 on the re-entry. Buster will find 2 on the re-entry. All of a sudden, this becomes plausible. If Kibu can get involved on the timely manner here, this is absolutely doable.
Gotta get moving, though. Kibu's gonna be able to find that one right there. Bled shut down as well. Emperor has to try to clutch. Not gonna be able to make it happen. It would be nice to have not let that much go if you're ARP, but better late than never. Some body shots going through. I don't know if I would be shooting bodies after giving away 8 rounds in a row, but they are still in it here in the Search and Destroy.
I like it. I like the body shots, right? ARP trying to get in the heads of Kaya. given how many rounds they've lost back-to-back. That was a not just needed one, I think, just obviously for the win, but for the mental game. Nice nade off the start for set nade, looking pretty good for a buster. And the follow-up as well. It feels like Kai Nation's overconfidence has now melted away. You do technically have a 3 versus 1 on the B site. The issue, Bobby, is the fact that they don't actually have the bomb. So no matter what happens, this is going to be a futile effort. Yeah, you have fun with this one, Paul. You're a sniper. He's the lowest kill player on Kai right now, and he's going to pull a 1 versus 5 out of his area.
Lowest skill player in the whole lobby. Once again, don't see that too terribly often out of your sniper players. Need to have more impact to have a chance, but he's going to be able to find 1 with the SMG. Swaps back to the sniper. They should be able to collapse on him right here and deal with it handily. 2 rounds straight for ARP. Nobody wants to trade rounds. It is only big-time streaks, and that bodes well for ARP because now you head into the overtime with the momentum. An opportunity for them to once again get back to their offensive ways and try to bully their way into sight.
Okay. Yeah, go to overtime. ARP, they were at their best when they were the decisive team, and they are seeing elements of that once again. Just do not give yourself away. That's been Kai's biggest weakness here on the defense, is them putting themselves out in the open when they don't need to. Pity falls by the wayside because of that play, but everybody's stacked on the B defense, or the A defense here for Kai Nation. They've got all bodies, and that's a good trade or necessary one for Palel.
Yep. Might be able to get some info off that nade. They're actually going to tuck away, but the bomb goes down. I don't know why they've not retrieved it yet. They've now made their way all the way through the opposing spawn, and that's going to be a free kill, but doesn't spot out Palel. Veteran should be there for the trade. Nobody wants to look at each other, and Palel finds another. Oh my God, what is happening? Sholey now with an opportunity to 1v3. They're staring at each other, but nobody wants to kill the other. We still got a minute left in this sucker.
What the heck is going on in this
I
round? I have no idea how Blez hasn't just killed him there, by the way. Like, never mind the fact that Sholey whiffs the snipe in the locus. Alright, fine, whiffs happen. How on earth is the Switchblade's got some distance on it, right? I don't know how that kill hasn't gone through by way of Blez, but still, we have to go a little bit longer here. Good news for Sholey here in this 1 versus 2 is the fact that he does have the rock to plant with. And has to pull off the perfect route and might have just done it. Through the middle of the map he goes. Kaya might not have the positioning to check this one. Also, Sholey technically has a free rewrap towards A if he wants it. And that is the play call. Sholey felt a disturbance in the force. He felt like it was a wrap towards B from the defensive side. Now the next question. Is Sholey quick enough with this one? Because he could go slow down and Kaya might get there.
But you've got to go for the plant. Now they know exactly where you're at, and they know that you've got no time to get this bomb down. Sholey doesn't fully commit, but he turns. Sniper in hand, trying to make a 1v2, and the L card connects. Are you kidding me? Sholey had no business winning that one. And he comes out on top. A colossal clutch for ARP.
It's the hesitation. He surely heard it, right? Like, he surely heard the shot. Like, brother, what is Blez doing? Hurry up. Literally, all the worst case scenario is you get there not in time and you die, right? The fact that he gets beamed like that and in the final one, brother, that's bad. That is poor. Never mind the fact that Sholey's won that. That should not happen in a month of Sundays. Kai Nation are completely falling apart now. Down to the last couple of players. I feel like we're about to be all even Stevens here in this series, Bobby. ARP, all they got to do now is just sit and wait in corners for Kai Nation to do something. They could even let this rock go down, and I'd be pretty confident that ARP would be able to win with a retake. And I guess the one positive here for Kaya is that ARP weren't aware of the fact that the bomb was down, so they can play around that. That slide out, there's potential that Blay probably has heard that, although some of the audio cues from this tournament so far have kind of suggested that maybe the audio isn't as cracked as you would like for some of these players. Either way, Kaya's now picked up the bomb. If they can get it past Buster, which they should be able to do so, they will get the rock down. It's just kind of everything after that that I'm querying here, because I don't know what the 2v4 setup's going to look like.
The thing is, even if he didn't hear the pistol shots go out, you've already committed on that wrap to A anyway. There's no way that you're checking anything else outside of A. And there were 3 seconds on the clock. That just simply should not be a losable situation. And Kai Nation, I would imagine after the fact, going to look back at that one and try to see what they can improve on, because that is absolutely a tragic round loss. Palel trying to pull something off here as they find themselves in a 2v4, but the hit marker, kind of worst case scenario right there. They can slow things down, regen, and now full force on through. They got smokes ready to go as well. They storm the site, and it's going to be ARP clutching up and securing map number 2.
Yeah, round number 17. We'll file that under rounds that we should never see in Call of Duty Mobile Esports, because that was bad. I want to see that one again. I'll watch that back later on tonight. If I want to stay up, which I don't know why I want to stay up. If I wanted to stay up though, that one would keep me up at night, because that was genuinely, I think, one of the biggest throws we've seen ever. Like, I still can't believe, like, what the hell happened there in that 2 versus 1. Literally all you got to do is either, like, even if you don't hit, right, for 5 seconds, the other thing to consider there in that 2v1 is, why not wait? Like, if you haven't hit the site in time to stop the plant, if you're not even if you're remotely unsure that you haven't stopped that plant, just wait for your teammate to double hit it from either side of the site, right? Don't just go in. I feel like that's silly. I don't know. Is it just me, or there are so many decisions going through that player in the 1v2's head that Blaze, what are we doing? What else is there to say?
I will say credit to Sholey, because even though he had no business winning that gunfight, that was a crazy snipe to open it up and create the possibility of the 1v2, because he read the second player to perfection. It was the first player who got absolutely decimated, who should have been there well before the bomb even got planted in the first place, that opened up the opportunity for that. But as a result, we get a guaranteed map 4 regardless, and definitely got to be a confidence booster for ARP. You had a really solid map number 1 where you kept things close, and then you clutch up in map number 2. It certainly was not pretty, going up 6-0 and then ending up in OT, but a map is a map regardless of the result.
Yeah, 100%. So ARP will tie our series up at 1-1 now. We normally have 3-0s across the board in North America, so it's nice to see something a little bit more competitive. I think that the kind of through line here for ARP is the fact that they had some roster changes coming into this week of play, and those roster changes seem to have boosted this roster significantly to the point where they are being competitive with a team that, for the most part, I think we were kind of talking about them being the kind of the third place team, and it didn't feel like anybody can touch Kaya Nation. Now, well, and they are no longer untouchable. So ARP take that search and destroy. They tie the series up at 1-1, what has been an incredibly close series so far. In our last series, Bobby, we had a couple of close maps before the Control completely blew the series wide open, and we did see it close out in 3-0 fashion. I guess the question is the same going to be true here? Because as is always the case with Control, it comes down to, more often than not, how good you are at using your operators in a timely manner. And for me, that's going to be the question. We've seen a lot out of Buster, how good that player is. We've seen a lot out of Kibu, how good that player can be. What are these guys going to be like in this lineup with their operators?
Yeah, and this is especially on the raid control, your sniper's got to be on point for you to be able to reach your maximum potential. So if you're Kaya Nation, you need to see more out of Palel. Obviously, a couple big plays here and there, but need to see more consistency all the way through and a certain level of dominance to have a chance of taking a raid control in a confident manner. So we'll see what they're bringing to this one. Once again, raid control, probably the one that we will see most often, just with how comfortable teams are and honestly how well it plays. Glad that it has stayed in the map pool as long as it has. Looks like we are ready to go here on map number 3. Potentially no snipers out at all. Wouldn't be the most surprising thing, especially with the way some of those were fallen by the wayside. It is going to be Kibu finding first blood onto Pity, as we do get early entry onto that B site for ARP.
Already good start coming out from ARP Gaming here. One player not involved with the rest of the squad to push on towards the B site. It will be Sholey, who is going to get shut down through the middle of the map here. So Kaya Nation, opportunity to try and close this one out on the defense, try and hold on here. Amprayer going to the prize fighters for the gunfight, or rather the melee fight, and ends up getting shut down by Veteran with the prize fighters of his own. So ARP, second tick already through. This could be a very fast B, and this is one of those situations, Bobby, where honestly, if I'm Kaya, I just get ready for the transition towards A.
100%. Pity breaking ankles right there. Get some mid-map control. Crucial for shutting down that opening push. They actually are going to be able to clear off B before the full capture goes through for ARP. Buster may be getting a bit ahead of himself as he makes his way on over to the A side. He gets red. Fabuloso shuts him down. And now Kaya Nation with a little bit stronger map control as Fabuloso is going to be able to get a couple more. Now on a 4 spree, we're going to build into some of those streaks and stack toward operators. War Machine, such a crucial one to have here on Raid. And right now, Kaya trying to slow down that progress toward the A side. It looks like one tick already going to go through. They're going to shut down the push toward the B side as well, but reinforcements arrive, and Buster finds 2. That's now a life lead for ARP.
Yeah, they're really splitting the efforts here as well. I mean, Sholey and now Blay are keeping the efforts alive by B, while the rest of the pressure is hitting A. So ARP successfully, it should be said as well, fighting a war on 2 fronts at the moment. A will now fall by the wayside, and there is an extra 60 seconds. This is concerning for Kai Nation, not just because you're now in a 6v13 situation, but equally because of the fact there's already 2 ticks of progression made by B. So literally 1 hit here from ARP and everything falls apart. And that is going to be a hit from the backside. Palel has to be ready for it, and he goes down. Kai Nation, you got to look 2 different directions right now.
All right. Only 2 players remain, 2v11. Not really a doable situation. If you're Kai Nation, I don't want to end the round. Not sure why we're trying to play corners right there. They get shut down. It's ARP taking the opener there. And pretty convincingly, maybe a little bit of a slow start, but Buster's going to be able to stack some score streaks. He's got his operator charged and ready to go. There are 3 on the board for ARP, and they can look to continue to snowball this as Buster still has streaks to build on as well. Getting aggressive through the mid-map, and there is nobody there for Kaya Nation. They're giving up a lot of map control as a result. Fortunately for Fabuloso, Buster doesn't check that entry doorway. He's going to get shut down regardless.
This has just been a brilliant start for ARP gaming here. On the defense, only 1 player able to get through right now would be Amprayer. He needs to play his life. He cannot afford to lose any gunfights here on this push through, because everything kind of relies on Amprayer. If they can push through, if they can fight some gunfights, and he's going to get shut down by the claw. So now everything kind of moved forward here. ARP Gaming have players pushed all the way up deep in towards the defensive spawn. This is not good for Kaya whatsoever.
And Buster keeps building on those streaks. He has not died off that initial score streak. He's going to be able to find another right there. And I think he's on an 8 spree purely with the gunny, finally taken out by Fabuloso. The damage has been done. Life lead has built for ARP, and once again, just trying to slow down these pushes as they waste a lot of time off the clock as well. Like Verdict talked about, only 90 seconds to capture an objective. Not a lot of time to work with. Kaya do finally find their way onto that B objective and should be able to get full capture. Buster's going to look for the exit kills here as they look to hit the rotation on over to A.
Oh, kills coming through now for Kai Nation. They've completely turned this round around. Considering how much investment was made at the start of this round from ARP, this is everything. Kibu goes down with the death machine as well. You couldn't ask for a better situation for Kaya Nation as now ARP backs in towards their own spawn. Amprayer, Blaze, both on a flank. Everything going well for Kaya here. The claw coming out now for Blay. Can it be the savior for ARP? They're down by a couple of players, and Blay is keeping Kaya away from the point, but now the claw will run out of bullets. It'll run out of time. Blay needs to play his life, not able to do so. Down to the last remaining player here in Buster for a 1v7. This would be a phenomenal play if he can make it happen, but they already know where he is. And there's surely no way he survives. There is not. Huge turnaround round from Kaya Nation. Honestly, I think given the way that round started and the amount of utility that ARP had on side, that is a huge win for Kaya.
Yep, definitely much needed. And once again, we see them now in the situation that we saw ARP in last time around. Lots of operators still on the table. Score streaks ready to go as well. Fabuloso zoning with the War Machine. Get the hit marker right there. A lot of damage. Pity pops the Death Machine as well. They look to get mid-map control, but pre-fired a little bit too much with that one and gets taken down after the shots go, but it's Amprayer flying through the mid-map and cleaning up the rest.
Oh, big kills coming through. Nice Predator missile from Fabuloso as well. There should be comms as to where Amprayer can go off the back of that. And Amprayer is burning through everybody at the moment. More kills coming through as Kaya Nation continue to press the advantage. Good kind of read there from Blade to make sure that Amprayer didn't do any further damage inside the spawn. That could have got out of hand real quick. But as far as the start of the round is concerned, Kai Nation doing everything they can at the moment to keep ARP blended into their spawn. Now can they pick up the slack where the rest of the team will start to fall out here as Kaya? They might well have a man advantage. It is still relatively tentative though, and Bilal finding kills with the pistol. Well, that'll make things a lot more better.
My God, Emperor is just going ham in this one. 25 kills, miles ahead of the rest of the lobby. And you look at ARP, Kibu has not been able to keep up at all. Only 4 kills through nearly 3 rounds right here. Needs to find more contribution. They've been able to chip away at that life lead. But you got to stop the clock right here. Only 13 seconds. You get taken off the objective as well. You've got to find a way back. Buster in the top side. Yeah, the kills are nice, but you've got to get back to the objective. Not a whole lot of time to do it, and Kaya Nation have the opportunity to respond. What? Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. I'm losing brain cells. You take it. I can't.
Oh man, yeah, we just didn't want to jump on the objective, eh? Just didn't want to do it. Just no reason to do it, I guess. Oh, it's not like there's a timer or anything. Oh goodness gracious. Oh god.
He literally he was next to it and he ran away from it. I don't.
Oh, what are we doing? Oh man. Oh god. NA is funny at times for sure. Alrighty, whatever. ARP. Man, disadvantage at the start of this round. It is operators galore. Veteran not going to find anything. Whiffs with the Dempers there as Fiddy going to start to move forward. This is a great start for Kai Nation. They look like they might well go uncontested here on this B. There is a couple of kills coming through from Laundry side. I would say an overextension from Kaya there. Don't necessarily need to push that deep forward because you could well have just captured B fully and added the extra 60 seconds. Now, you've got to fight back from your own spawn where you could have been in a real advantageous position.
ARP do get the life lead right here, and Choli with the War Machine trying to stack on it. Palel pulling out the sniper now and finding some impact for his squad as Blez gonna insta-pop the equals there, slides on through, but taken down. Kaya Nation have dissipated the life lead. Not sure if you're gonna read on that second person. Beauty of a spray out of Emperor, and they continue to go back and forth. One credit to ARP so far in this one, they have indeed actually hopped the objective.
I'm very proud of Kai Nation for doing the thing that you need to do in an objective-based game mode, which is interact with the objective. They are still a man down, though. 90 seconds on the board. 3 ops in favor at the moment versus the 2 of ARP. And now, as you start to see the kind of transition through Laundry towards back jungle side, it's going to force ARP to split the defense here, and they're also losing the players around the front too. So this is actually very good for Kai Nation again, doing a good job at trying to kind of split things on the offense for sure. Trying to read Buster, uses the coverage of the sunbed, but almost immediately does get shut down off the back of it. Now investment coming through from P as well. Everything going well for Kai Nation here. ARP trying to survive, but they are flailing.
Pity just shredding through him with the death machine. 3 lives to 9. Not looking good for ARP's hopes here in the control. EMP system gonna pop as well. Buster gets shut down off the equals, and that should be done and dusted here in the control. Veteran in a 1v7. Gotta be beyond perfect at this point. You gotta be miraculous, and he is not. Kaya Nation go up 2-1 here in the series. And hopefully ARP are pretty quick to be able to pinpoint the mistake that cost them a big-time round there in the control.
Yeah, it's crazy, you know. I don't necessarily know if they would 100% have won that round, but, like, I don't know, just...
I know the odds would have been higher if
yeah, sure.
they went on to the objective.
All right, listen, I guess the lesson here we need to learn is that if there's an objective in the game, you need to play with it, okay? I don't know, just something there to think about, North America. Alrighty, here's a look at our end of the game scoreboard. Shout out to Amprayer, by the way. He had so many crucial moments there. I think even in the round, right, where, you know, they were kind of stuck behind. I think it was round number 2, right? Kai Nation, they might have ended up losing that round. That might be the one that ARP took away. Yet still, I think that was such a huge play from Amprayer to be the guy that kept them in the conversation. And there were so many moments like that throughout that control. So shout out to Amprayer. Consistent performer, I think, for this Kai Nation roster. Might be the best player on this team at times. Fabuloso and Palel have their moments, but it feels like Amprayer is the consistent slayer. He is constantly involved in the conversations there. Every single time we're talking about a player doing well, it feels like it's Amprayer. So shout out to that guy. Really helpful there in that raid control.
Yeah, and once again, credit to Buster. He played at shooting the gun-wise. He played really well. Goes double positive right there, which was substantially ahead of the rest of the team. Once again, you learn from your mistakes and you move on. You head into a takeoff hard point. You were able to keep things close the first time around on Hacienda, and all 3 maps so far have been competitive. So absolutely a chance that we see ARP forcing a map 5 right here. But definitely got to be more consistent across the board. Like we pointed out, Kibu really struggling. I think put up a 0.4 there in the raid control. Can't have that happening in the hard point if you want a chance at moving on to the upper bracket.
100%. And I know it's easy, easy pickings to call out a player, right? But I feel like, again, it's if you don't have the slaying, right, that's definitely going to affect you, I think, in a significant way. And at times, if you go back towards the map number 1, right, that really was kind of an indicator of how that map was going to go. Because if you remember, even players like Buster and Kibu played well back in map number 1, but even players like Buster and Sholey, they had a good map number 1, but when they slowed down, when those kills weren't in, they gave up like back-to-back hardpoints to Kai Nation, and that more or less ended up being the reason that Kai Nation won. Map number 1 was the fact that they had for a really long time this 50 to 60 point advantage, and only towards the end of the game through a couple of clutch gunfights by way of mostly Buster, and even Kibu I think got involved there with his Steph machine in the closing moments of that game. Like that, even then, that was really the only reason that game is as close as it is. So, yeah, it feels like for me right now, slaying power for ARP needs to be there more consistently. Whether or not it is, though, is going to be the question for me. I have no doubt in my mind that Buster is going to come in here, drop a 40 bomb at least, maybe a 50 bomb, and just waltz out. Take off the map where we see like most of the 60 bombs, maybe even like 70 at times on like a kind of a blue moon. So probably higher than that. It's the rest of the squad, though. Like everybody has to be significantly more competitive here in these games if you want to force a game number 5, which obviously we want to see.
All right, just waiting for our players to get ready up, and we'll be good to go for map number 4. So got lots more COD Mobile action coming at you guys today. We got 2 more matches, and obviously tomorrow, once again, $5,000 on the line. This is the last week of competition before the points major. Each of these teams trying to secure the highest seed possible, as it will only be the top 16 teams moving on to the points major and compete for $35,000.
Bam.
A whole lot of cash and a whole lot of points on the line, as well as each of these teams trying to secure a spot in the COD Mobile World Championships.
Yes. Yeah, this is a really big one. I feel like most of our top 16 has been cemented at this point, right? Obviously, there's been a few teams maybe where things have kind of changed around a little bit, but for the most part, I feel like, especially if you're a team like these two, right? Like ARP and Kaya have been kind of in amongst it for the entirety of this season so far. I would be shocked if these teams didn't get through. Although, isn't there like a rule or something where a team kind of halves their points or loses a portion of their points if they change their roster? So maybe that kind of changes things slightly for ARP. I will say that I don't think to any significant extent. Like, I highly expect these teams to be in the summer major. How they do, it's going to be interesting, because the conversation point for teams in the summer major is, can you beat Sybarites, right? Because like it feels like even Undream, the team that is second place, nowhere near Sybarites right now. How competitive is that actually going to look when push comes to shove? Obviously, a lot of questions there as we get towards that summer major. For now, we got to get the teams towards the summer major. And Kai Nation, they are 1 game away from moving forward in our bracket and earning even more points that will get them higher seed. They are currently the 3rd seed overall. Their goal this tournament is to beat Undream. Whether or not they can do it, we'll see down the line. For now, though, let's talk about them here in this takeoff. Util going out here to kick off this one, and it should be Kai Nation to touch first.
Is indeed Fabuloso locking down the top side. Buster looking to pinch through that stadium entry point. Not really any angle onto the high ground, but Kills come through regardless as ARP respond. They get players on the point and looking to play through the smoke. Polel absolutely beaming. Great read off the comms from the teammate right there, and both teams content to say, we don't really want the hard point time. We're just going to go ahead and leave things unoccupied. Finally, ARP make their way back on in. Not trying to make it too easy for the opposition to read. Back and forth we go. Not a lot of engagements on the objective. Usually players get on, hop off, or die from the outside. ARP making it really easy here on P1 for Kai to get some of this opening hardpoint down.
Yeah, there is not a lot of kills going way of ARP at the moment, and not a lot of effective kills as well. I think crucially, kills just kind of happening for ARP, not in that useful of positions. They will grab the last second of time, and they should be the team to touch first in towards next as well. I love this positioning for Polel, though. He will adversely influence the spawns. The read should be in for the ARP players. Blay, though, just way too much to handle there, and that one play from Polel completely separates out the reinforcements, spawns them all the way deep on the other side of the map, and it's going to be an immediate break for Kai.
Ooh, Buster gets a little busy chasing kills right there, ends up putting himself in a disadvantageous position as well. And things continue to spiral for ARP here off the start as they seem a little bit disconcerted in their game plan, just kind of scrambling one by one, whereas Kai Nation very much looking like a cohesive unit. You see Polel finding one off the back of the Tempest as well. Fred's been earned. He's going to get the information and the kills as he finds one more. And Kai Nation stacking a big lead early on here on the takeoff hardpoint.
Yep. Kai Nation doing a really good job at the moment. I guess the one saving grace here for ARP as we move towards the rotation is that they should be the first team to touch. They're spawning in that direction. And this hill back-to-back with P4 is a massive, massive couple of rotations. So there is definitely a chance here for ARP. My concern is they got broken really quickly last time around, and that can't happen to ARP once again here. Buster brings the equals out, pops them, so he won't get the charge back on that, and gets popped himself. Sholey with the War Machine now going to have to hold. So far, so good for ARP. You know where they're going to be spawning from, but Sholey needs to find kills with this War Machine.
Able to zone it for a little bit as he clears one from the top side as well. Next up, they're going to pop the Death Machine to continue to push out those spawns. A great start here on P3 for ARP. Hunter Killer looks for value, but Polel pops through the top side. Another from the back side. And that's going to be full clearance, but ARP get back on in as Blez pops the claw. Does get traded out right there. Back and forth we go. Kai Nation finally find a full break right here. Give me Blaze spawning way out toward medic side. Not close enough to really do any type of damage on the hard point. And I don't know that this is the time to really go toward the top side. Need to head toward new, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. But they get red as Pity hops down and slaying through the middle of the map.
Good hard point there for ARP. Will keep them at least competitive here in this game. That is exactly the hard point they needed. They didn't get totally broken. Now more concerning, though, as we look towards the rotation, is the fact that Kai Nation are here and being a nuisance. Blez is going to bring these equals into play. Blez is going to find kill after kill. Blez will find 3, and that completely dominates the hard point. Blez continuing his reign of terror as well. It's even more value, and one equalizes the most powerful operator we got here in Call of Duty Mobile. Completely turns the tables, and now you're looking at Kai in control of the hard point where this is 30 seconds. You can't really afford to lose.
Absolutely not. They've got the War Machine to zone out both sides. Read the spawn flip here. And they've got the setup, but the trophy's going to keep the ARP players alive. Fabuloso hops into the top side. I don't know if he realized that they were both heading that way. Finally, the reinforcements arrive, and it looks like they'll get the scraps here as well. Pity pushing things out with the Death Machine in hand. And Kai Nation with a convincing rotation through the first set of hard points. Buster doing everything he can to lock in some early hard point time here on P1. The feed does go fully yellow. ARP got to start chipping away, and they've got to do it quickly. 80 points is a lot to deal with.
Yeah, 100%. This is a massive scoreline, especially for takeoff, right, which is generally speaking a very push and pull hard point. You're always going to be trading hills on this map. It's just the nature of the way the spawns work, apart from P3 and P4. For a lead like this to have kind of popped up early on in this game, it spells disaster for ARP, and you're kind of wondering how this is happening. Veteran kind of slowing down a little bit. Sholey also at 13 kills. Those players need to pick things up. That was a conversation point coming into this game. We need to see consistent playing for ARP, and albeit Kaboo has been in amongst it well, a couple of players on ARP most certainly haven't been. 20 seconds of time now. And ARP don't get that much of a P1. If Kaya managed to steal this last 20 away, it's not going to be good looks.
I mean, especially when you're somebody that's on a switchblade. You cannot be lagging behind the way the veteran is right now. To be still in single digits this far in is just such a hindrance to your team and what they're trying to do right here. So Les is going to get that first topside control as well. Actually pushes all the way through, but maybe a bit greedy. He gets taken down and doesn't get any kills as a result either. Buster trying to be the one man wrecking through, trying to bust through the hard point, but he's going to be forced out before he can make the push. That's Palel popping the Tempest. One man break comes on through, and a Kaya Nation continue to stack onto that lead.
Amprey now going to bring out the claw as well. Yeah, this is not good. ARP now in a spawn position. They're going to triple invest their operators. Can they survive for a long? I mean, these are the ops you want on this hardpoint, right? For Buster and Blay. But honestly, outside of that, things not looking good whatsoever. Buster about to lose their operators. They're about to run out. Can he find any more kills? Yes, he can. So ARP will get the last 15 seconds. I think maybe Kai sent a couple more bodies at this hardpoint. But honestly, not worth investing any more than that. Because this is the big one, right? ARP are currently not in the spawns you want to lock this one down. That's why you're seeing Kai go deeper towards the top side. Because ARP, off this rotation, should spawn in the back line. This is an opportunity here for Kai to get a full 60 if they can make these spawns correctly.
Buster able to earn some streaks there, but the Pred, I don't think, quite got them enough value to make any inroads on the rotation. We do see the equals pop for Kaya Nation as well. That'll reinforce the point. Those close spawns, if anything, going to hurt ARP as they are getting torched by these operators left and right. Shots go awry slightly for Pity as he does get taken down by Veteran. Once again, damage has already been done for Kaya Nation. Play looking for a pinch toward that front side. Actually going to opt to hit the backside and some topside control, but you got to move quickly. You have zero time to spare. One kill goes through, looking for a second. It's got to be a perfect play, and unfortunately, there's just too many players. Kaya Nation take him down. ARP finally able to get some share of this P3, but just not a convincing amount once again, and they're going to give up the scraps. Those are not scraps you can afford to lose with an 80-point deficit.
Yeah, 100%, and that feels like really the entire story of this game, right? ARP Gaming have not been able to get dominant control over a single hard point. They've lost the vast majority of the rotations to Kaya Nation as well. Maybe this break could be everything. Kaboo looking pretty good. Kaboo with the Death Machine doing what the Death Machine does. Not a fully clean hit in towards the hard point. Ambre is still alive, but it should be enough for the rest of the squad. Unless Palel does that, finds 2 off the back of it, and you might well find 4 with the Death Machine. But if you don't clear everybody out, if you let Kaya get in a position where they can regain control of the hard point, it is going to slip through your fingers, and Palel just continues as well. Palel for more. How many more kills is Palel going to get? 46 and rising.
Oh my gosh, he gets the double to go, and the Hunter Killer connects. Could be a 50 bomb, and it is indeed. He said, I'm done playing the objective. I'm going to go rack up some extra kills. Buster takes him down through the mid-map, but once again, the damage has been done. Kaya Nation looking to put this one away. That's going to be the Claw taken down as well. Only 10 seconds needed, and you should be able to comfortably get that here on P1. No need to save those operators. You got 3 on the table and just a little bit of damage that you need to do. ARP, I don't think even perfection would get the job done with this big of a deficit. Buster is going to slide through to try to do some of this opening damage, but it's literally got to be, what, 4 straight perfect full 60s. It's too big of a gap to overcome. Sholey prolonging the inevitable right here, and somehow the War Machine shots don't connect. Kaya Nation take their way onto the objective. Equals gonna pop, and just one good break for them to close things out. They take down the Equals in the hands of Buster, and ARP somehow still alive.
Yep. ARP are hanging on by a thread, and let me tell you, Bobby, it is a thin thread right now. Kaya Nation just needs 6 kills, or 6 points, excuse me, and it is done. Kibu will produce 3. That's a 3-piece coming through for Kaya Nation. Still contested, though, by way of the fact that there's smokes down. Pity will be pre-firing into the smoke. Has to run at a player with the prize fighters, and that's not going to produce the kill. Kai Nation, you just need a second. You just need a second. Can't find it. Have to hit the rotation. Kills being won for ARP, and somehow, some way, Kai still haven't won.
Wish we had seen this much fight out of ARP early on, because they have done a phenomenal job of keeping Kai Nation out of the hard point, but it actually results in Palel pulling out a 60 bomb there in the takeoff hard point as they take the win and advance on in the upper bracket.
Yeah, told you. Takeoff's just, I don't know what it is about takeoff. I think it's just the nature of the fact that there's just so many fights going on at any one time. It's a tiny map. The rotations from hard point to hard point, like what you can get there in like 5 seconds. It is a map that produces the most 60 bombs and 70 bombs that we've seen out any of the maps in Call of Duty Mobile, and Palel is that guy. So shout out to Palel. We gave a lot of love to Amprayer in the last map for good reason. This time it is 110% Palel. And again, it should be said, those aren't useless kills, by the way. Like, he's dropping 61 kills. He's doing that with almost 2 minutes of time inside the hard point. That is almost double anything that any of his teammates are procuring. Like, Palel is beaming through that game. We got to give him a lot of love. And obviously, we don't want to be negative Nancy's on the other side. But, you know, we talked about Sholey and Veteran having a really slow start to that game. That never, ever ended. A 0.5 or worse KD for those players is not great. You're just getting beamed by Palel.
Yeah, 100%. He goes, what? That's probably like a 2.6 or something right there. Just stupid good numbers out of him. And he was controlling that one all the way through. Nothing to scoff at. Fabuloso with a 2.0 KD. Pretty solid numbers as well. But yeah, definitely some work to do for ARP when it comes to the takeoff hard point. Kai Nation showing why that is one of their go-tos here in the Search and here in the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. We're not going to see a Search and Destroy Map 5 because they have closed things down and secured a spot in the upper semifinals, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely still work to do, is we've still got our 2 top dogs in Undream and Sybarites in the competition, but once again, looking like they're improving week by week, and they're going to have an opportunity up next in those upper bracket semis to go up against Undream and see what they can do.
Unsurprisingly, those two teams again. That's our big overarching storyline this week, folks, is that Sybarites and Undream are currently the big dogs in North America, and can anybody make those dogs sleep? Sybarites and Zitlalix have been in their match, I think, for a hot minute now. Sybarites got the 3v win against Nordic Adversary. Zitlalix were in their match versus New Heaven pretty much way before anybody else was in the winners quarterfinals, so they finished theirs pretty quickly as well. So I imagine that match has been going on for some time. We'll give you guys updates as that match will continue, but that means as far as our winners bracket semi-finals is concerned, Undream will be going head-to-head with Kai Nation. We'll be sticking with Kai Nation as we get into the next round of play. Bobby, I'm excited to see that match. I think Kai Nation, the number 3 team, they did look like they had some competition with ARP, but the question is, can they close that deficit, which seems like a pretty significant deficit versus Undream?
Yeah, definitely going to be a fun one to watch. Looking forward to it as, once again, the question for the North American region, can you take down Sybarites? But for the rest of the teams, trying to close that gap between them and Undream, and really everybody looking to elevate their level of play. I think that should wrap things up here, as we've got 2 matches down and still 2 to go. Definitely don't want to miss those that are coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to go to that winners bracket semi-finals for the final time tonight. We look at the winners bracket before hitting losers. We'll be back with that matchup, the number 2 versus number 3 seed, after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back and ready to return to our North American Call of Duty mobile action. We got two juggernauts of the region, Kaya Nation and Undream, facing off once again. There's a matchup we've seen it quite a few times, as these two have been pretty decisively the two of the top three teams within the region. And I'm joined by the one and only Verdict, getting ready to head things off.
Hold up. There we go. I pulled it infinity. Brody, like I said, I get the cast with a real caster. Of course, I'm going to, drop the ball off the rip and pull a Brody blender. Nonetheless, muted or not, we're ready to rock and roll. UD and Kaya Nation, these two have set stage multiple times here throughout this open qualifier. And as a matter of fact, Bobby, both times that they've seen each other, it's gone to 4 maps. And both times, all 4 maps were owned by UD. I don't know how else to say it, but Kaya Nation or Undream has shot themselves in the foot multiple times in these series and extended these games. Kaya Nation yet to actually take a single map off of UD.
Well, we'll see if those reps have paid any dividends for them, and also whether or not we've seen any substantial improvements from Undream. That was kind of one of the big things that we were curious to see, because as well as they've performed against the rest of the competition, they have not taken maps off of Sybarites in the grand finals outside of that map advantage that they had in week number 1. Opportunities to improve and opportunities to prove themselves as we get ready to head here into the Hacienda Hardpoint. Based on the way that the first Hacienda Hardpoint went in the last matchup that we watched, I would assume that this is probably an Undream pick, given that Kaya did not win it by a substantial margin. But it looks like Looks like we've got all of our players loaded into the lobby, so should be a good one to watch to get loaded in. Big question for Kaya, what type of consistency do you get out of these players? Do we see that Palel that drops a 60 bomb, or do we see some faltering? Definitely a much bigger target here as you get ready to go up against Undream.
Yeah. Be interested to see how it plans out, as well as maybe getting those snipers going to search and destroy. They had a drought 6 rounds in a row. I thought it was going to be a blowout, and then they managed to reel it back in that last series on Coastal. Obviously, the sniper talent not necessarily rising up to the occasion when needed. It's desperately going to be needed in this scenario. Hacienda, again, as you mentioned, might be rolling in favor of UD as their map pick, and the bands at the bottom of your screen pretty consistent across the board. The Combine, Slums, and Standoff out of the equation for Kaya. Takeoff out of the equation as well. Coastal, I probably would have left on the table just based off of what I saw earlier.
Yeah, that, I mean, well, you got to think back to what we saw out of Undream on Coastal when they played against Sybarites too. So
that's fair. That is fair.
Two edges of the same sword. We'll see what these guys are bringing to the table. As once again, it will be raid control. That has been definitely one of the go-tos here in the North American region. Once again, just waiting for our players to ready up, and we'll be hopping into map number 1. Keep in mind, we do have one more match tonight after this one. Still lots more for each of these teams to prove in an entire other day of action, as we will have our upper bracket finals to get things started tomorrow whenever we return to action. You guys aren't going to want to miss that. Verdict and I are going to be very tired because CDM action is back to starting at 3 a.m. Complete degenerate sleep schedules from here on forward.
Oh, yeah. This is Team No Sleep on forward for the remainder of the weekend. We'll probably get an hour or two at most. It's definitely going to be upon us. Tomorrow is going to be, lots and lots of Call of Duty Mobile action. We'll start off with bangers in CDM. We'll have the grand finals in India, and then we'll follow it up with a grand finals in North America. If you're not completely yoked up on Call of Duty Mobile by the end of tomorrow, we might all OD at that point, obviously. Here we go. Game 1 of the upper bracket semifinals. Kaya Nation trying to test their luck in the waters here at Hacienda. Undream looking to do this flawlessly. Let's see if they can get it done.
We do have Swish back in the rotation. It's kind of been back and forth between him and Shane, so here's what we're going to see. His consistency was not all there last week whenever he made his debut, so definitely looking to see him get his numbers up. It is Undream with a convincing opening here on P1. Puedes hopping up to the top side. Not going to be able to find anything there. Kaya Nation still yet to make their first entry onto the objective, as that top side control has been lethal for Undream so far. It's finally going to be Kaya hopping their way on down and getting their first points on the board.
Yep, got smokes to go along with it too. Now you can main control here in the remainder of this time. You might be able to put up a little bit of a mixy fight, but damage is going to be dealt. Bill's going to be taken back, and now it's all about the focus towards that P2 site. The last 8 seconds up for grabs. Motion towards it. Is the early rotation going to be cut in half? Shane looking to play something out this P4 site. Looks like they're going to try and divide and conquer. Rockside is Legacy is going to pick up the trades. They're going to be able to clear out the garage, and while the first initial wave of players going to get shut down, it is going to be UD all over the hill.
Yeah. Rockside control huge for maintaining those spawns. Legacy finally gets one to spawn with him. Now, I was actually not paying attention. Swish in the rotation as well. It's actually Zyrex out of the rotation for Undream. If I had to guess, that's probably an availability thing more than anything. It's based on the performances we've seen from them. That is not a player you want to intentionally take out. Looks like they've not suffered all too much as a result, fortunately. Up 40 points early here, and Palel just scrambling, trying to get the hipfire to connect. Nothing goes there. Shane slides on through. Quick tap out of the SKS, and Undream are in control on the hard point once again.
Yep, last 15 seconds up for grab. We're going to throw 3 more bodies at it. Ops coming out for Swish. Looking to sign still and deliver this last little bit of scrap time. Is going to get shut down. So not a lot of value out of it, but you do secure the remainder of that scrap. You have a 50-point advantage. Rotations now being connected on through. This is a problem. Kaya need to respond. Fences is a highly contested hill, and they're not there quite early. I say that, and 3 come through on the feed for them as it lights up. So they're going to have that early advantage, Bob. Let's see how long they can hold it.
And Prayer finds one on the bottom side. Now wrapping through the top side as well, but it's Palel popping the Tempest to find some early control. Trying to hunt down Shane, but Fabuloso's going to get the job done. Undream trying not to allow Kaya Nation to chip away at this lead too much. Puedes taking off the Death Machine. Still some util on the board as Puedes is going to drop that Pred down. Not going to be able to find anything out of it, but gets the information, and unfortunately for him, it's not going to do a whole lot for them as Palel just completely rips through and paves the way for Kaya Nation to get back on the objective to at least keep things contested.
Yep, that's exactly what you're going to see at a P3 site. You're going to see a little bit of time. You're going to see a little bit of contest. You're going to see a lot of smokes, or you're going to see a lot of ops. Right now, it's Undream getting their fair share of this scrap time. P4 rotations being made. Predator's going to come through. It's not going to hit. Going to give away a little bit of info. Claw out there for Amp Prayer. It's going to be able to open up a little bit of a floodgate. Early advantage going to be in blue. Shane and crew trying to breach on through. But it is going to be a sea of blue that's going to light up the feed, and Pity's going to be able to find some fishies in the water and shut them out.
Pity pushes on through, able to find a couple more with the Death Machine in hand, forcing those spawns back. It does look like they're going to go ahead and flip to garage side. Kaya Nation getting a little overextended off that push and end up giving up some time as a result. Undream make their way back on through, just continuing to play through those smokes and staying as scrappy as possible as they maintain that lead. Neither team really doing a whole lot of damage here on the first hard point. Been a lot of contest time on both sides of things. Dakota with the claw finally able to close things out as Undream get a strong end here on P4, getting ready to set up for new.
All right, 60-point advantage. Undream. Not with their star player in Zyrax, could have a little bit to do with that, but they are making do with what they've got. P1's going to be opening up for business. Kaya looking to scramble to try to get a little bit of map control. Top side is where you want to be at, as well as on this objective. Through the smoke, Blez going to be able to find a few. Switch going to be able to finally shut him out. The contest is going to come through, but it's a plethora of players in blue that are going to be able to shut him out as well, too, along with it. So, very mixy P1. Everyone getting their dose of it off the rip.
Kaya get a solid feed right there to open up some time here on P1. Again, both teams leaving some time on the table as Blez finally makes his way back. They chip away at that lead. Dakota, they're to clean things off, but once again, seems like much more priority on maintaining that spawn control than actually picking up the hardpoint time. As Palel continues to beam. His hardpoint has been immaculate today. 21 kills on the board, leading the whole lobby. Not going to keep him safe from the SKS in the hands of Shane, though. Undream will get the scrap. They've already got that set up toward new, but it's only one player. Dakota has got to go big. Shane will reinforce right here, and that's going to be the early shutdown.
It is. And now they've got them funneled through in white. Puedes looking to fill the gaps, is going to get naded out. Does find two. Shane here for the reinforcements. They've all locked in on driveway spawns. And while a trophy's going to save the day, but it's not going to be enough for the break. Two players still buckling up for a hit through the front, and Blez trying to wrap the rear. This might be a recipe for some success here if they can clear out Switch. They do. Here comes the hit through the front.
Blez through the smoke. What can you find? Absolutely nothing. Legacy's there. Hops down for the regen and the reload. And Undream back in the driver's seat here on P2. So scrappy. And the gunfights are clean as well as Legacy now moving up to a 3 spree. He's been watching some CDM and saw 7 slicing and dicing with the spear. He said, I'll give it a try on my own. He's going to be able to find one. And now Undream, dominant on P2. They find themselves up by 100 points.
Often replicated, never duplicated. Good ideas there from Legacy, though. Much love. We know he's been a fan of CDM for a long time. Play his homage. Right now, Undream trying to pay homage to this matchup. Trying to go ahead and put it out of its misery as well with it. 100-point lead. Switch. Trying to find some control. Down low, up top. Legacy trying to remain in control. It's going to be the plat jump. Shutdown denied. Time going to be collected in yellow. And some ops to show along with it. The ops are died. Prayer looking to reinforce. Kaya going to get shut down yet again. Fences. Nothing different here. Undream continuing to run away with it.
You just can't afford to have ops go to waste with that little value when you've got a deficit this big to try to get rid of when you're Kaya Nation. 120 points separating these teams, even if they get all the rest of these 20 hardpoint seconds, it's still so much work that they've got to do. Legacy's earned himself an EMP to make it that much more difficult for Kaya Nation to string kills together, as that'll limit the opportunity for them to use operators as well. And it looks like Undream already there and set up for new breaking ankles as he flies past. Legacy had a slow start here in this one, but it has not been a slow finish. Now up by 120, make it nearly 130 points. Kaya is doing their best to not get 100-point club. They do take down the death machine. Once again, it has got to be perfect hardpoint for the rest of the way through.
Yeah, EMP pop. You can see it up top. Hill's going to be occupied, a little contested. Shane and crew trying to get back on through. And that's going to be the clearance of Swish. Going to be able to find value there. A two-piece with the Tempest. Undream now looking to put this one away. Legacy equalizers might go ham. 33 and counting. They've got all the hill control. They got all the map control to go along with it. And this could be the end of the days as we get geared up for our third and final set of hills. Only 20 seconds needed for Undream to shut this one out.
Shane trying to find those final kills to clear things off. They're going to head toward new once again. Quedis earns an EMP right there. They've been stacking kills left and right. Streaks on streaks. Nobody able to break through that 30 kill mark if you're Kaya Nation. And Shane on the top side is going to be able to find two more. Trying to put him in the 100-point club. That doesn't want to hop down, just wants to kind of spray the mag away. He's going to be able to find the kill, and that should be enough for Undream to close this one out, barring a miracle. Claw's going to pop as well. Shane just scrambling, trying to find somebody. It's going to be Legacy picking up the kills, and Undream pick him up and shut him down.
Oh, you said it. I mean, based off of what you saw in that matchup against ARP, this was 1,000% a UD map pick. And, buddy, did they make the most of it? 100-point club here to start us off. And, yeah, again, Undream starting flawless against the Kaya Nation that has technically not taken a map away from. They haven't taken a map off of Undream yet, all right? Every map that they have taken has been a DQ on Undream's behalf. They won those games. They lost them due to the disqualification of using banned items or whatever have you. So Kaya's still in that drought. You take a look at it, you can see it's for a reason. This one didn't go very far. 43 kills on board for Puedes. Legacy, line it up at the end, putting moves on him, brother, with 39 too as well.
Yeah, I mean, I damn near a 2 KD right there. Once again, locking in the hard point time. Not really any weak points for that Undream squad. And they're doing it without Zyrex, once again, arguably, I would say pretty definitively a top 2 player on this team. So Kaya Nation definitely still look like they've got a ways to go to close the gap between the two. We'll see if the Search and Destroy looks any more competitive. Once again, you get, fortunately for them, Coastal out of the rotation, given some of the shaky things that we saw on that one. We'll see what they can do here, getting ready to hop into map number 2 and see if we got any improvements. I think a big point of focus definitely has to be Halal has got to have a bigger impact with the sniper in hand.
Yeah, that brother's got to hit like a mag truck here in this Search and Destroy. You can't be absent. We've talked about how much impact a sniper has on a map, especially in Tunisia. Tunisia has to be the one. If your sniper's not going to hit, though, you got to have an SKS there to fill its role. Preferably the sniper's hitting, though, because then you're just opening up with first bloods. You're opening up with sight control. That's the name of the game here. But as I mentioned, and you saw in that last series, Bilal really absent through the first few rounds. I'm not sure where he quite ended at. Hopefully, being on a map like Tunisia, he'll be able to, spread his wings and fly, because that was an ugly first 6 rounds for Kaya Nation. Just absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, tough to make sense of a lot of that. And once again, Undream not necessarily having the prettiest Coastal Search and Destroy last week as well. So We'll see if the Tunisia has maybe been cleaned up a little bit more as we get ready to head on into this one. Once again, Kai Nation just looking to take their first official map off of Undream. Official meaning not via DQ. You can tell that they've been putting the reps in. It's just a question of getting it to convert into the actual gameplay. And once again, trying to close that gap between the top and the bottom. I mean, we talked to Sybarites after their win last week, talking about what international teams are you practicing. They're like, none. We don't really practice a whole lot. We don't really scrim. We'll play Undream every once in a while. We just show up and win. I think if you're everybody else, you gotta take that and let it be a chip on your shoulder.
Oh man, something else to take on the shoulder too.
Cyrex's hand is broken.
That is lethal, especially in mobile esports.
Yeah, that's worst case scenario.
And you said top 2 in this roster, and he has certainly been, I mean, at least a top 5 player in North America for the past 2-3 years. Very crazy circumstance. When this team's at its fullest, Zyrax is popping off, so him out of the equation is certainly going to change the way this series could go, or didn't change the hard point. Let's see if it makes a difference here in this search and destroy as we're underway. Pity's on the bottom side with this PKM, and well, we know it can bang through walls to hell and back. Let's see if we can find anything through that winery site.
Blez making a lot of noise, so Legacy should have some kind of idea what's happening here through the mid-map. Blez, no real type of angle to spot him out from above. Players making their way top winery. Hillel's got to be hitting, and he is. Finds one onto Shane. Responses there as Puedes takes down Pity. Now the big engagement right here is it's actually going to be Palel pulling back a little bit. And able to find the shot onto one, but it ends up being a hit marker, but catches Dakota on the slide out right there. That's clean as can be.
Oh, wait, we're testing that again. Puedes escapes for now. Looking to push the waters again. Switch going to be able to find one on through. Blez going to be out of the equation here in this. And, well, it looks like we're going to tuck our towels and head towards the B site. A lot of space in the middle of the map. It's Fabuloso. Only player here on this side of it. The trophy is going to give away the hit. But they've already taken up tremendous space, Bobby. This rock's going down. 20 seconds now, going to be pushed up to 45. You got one player pushed all the way through. Or actually, they're just playing mid-cut, so they don't have any control on through. Fabuloso first man up.
Ooh. Legacy connects with the shotgun in hand. No R9, no problem. Puedes got eyes on the top side. He saw one head peek up right there, so that's at bare minimum information. So now they can just sit back and wait for them to make the approach right here. Emperor gets shut down. Puedes is hitting left and right. Shots over the top. And Undream close out round number 1 in clean fashion.
All right, a little hesitant on that rotation through, but you get the read, you get the rock down, you don't waste any time once you get side control. Great job here for UD off the rip. First round in, very successful. Puedes finding 3 is huge. Blez in the middle of the map. He's going to spot a few. Try to get a little bit of util over the top. Nade's going to hit. Oh, it bounced off. Didn't get quite any damage, but had the right idea.
Legacy, here's Blez just continually sliding through on that bottom side. It's actually going to be Puedes shutting him down. Legacy wraps back and now going to look to apply pressure over toward B side. It's a 1-player top winery and no full commit onto either site, but gotta think with the kill going through, you want to start to make some moves. Swish is actually going to be able to make all the way through without getting hit by the wallbang LMG.
Oh, the timing.
He's going to be able to find one on the slide down. There's still a player up top. Emperor could go absolutely massive right here, but his teammates are getting torched. But there it is as he finds 2. Legacy there with the trade.
It's all up to Fabuloso. Man, you catch that PKM player right there on the reload, too. That is an instant freebie. Bombs down, 40 seconds. Fabuloso 0 kills on board. Needs to find a defuse and 2 kills or just a defuse. It doesn't matter. Let's see what he does. Both players up top. Not give him anything to work with. Bombs planted for that peak site. And if Swish goes down, you would assume Legacy will come stomping through. Would be the top side control. We're going to hop the bomb. Swish. The peak. The shoulder thrown. Swish. Shutting him down. Fabuloso. Try to pull a slick one on him.
I mean, that situation, you've got to know that they're close by. They're not going to just send 2 players completely off-site. That was the only place that hadn't been cleared out yet, so maybe an opportunity to try to fake the defuse right there, but well played by Swish. Throw at the shoulder, get the information, and picking up the kill. Nades over the top side. They connect on to Fabuloso on rotation into B right here. But they don't read him tucked away in this corner, and that's at least 1 free kill. Slides on through, can't make it a second. But the man advantage is there for Kaya Nation. They look to find their first round here in the search and destroy. On to Dakota and Puedes to try to shut it down.
Yeah, Dakota and Puedes, they don't like the scenario. They're going to go ahead and get back through. Puedes, we're going to find a little bit of leeway. You heard the PKM on this site. Know it can be lethal, but it takes a lot for it to get going. See if Puedes can capitalize on a little bit of map space. Nobody here to support or get a trade if Bless goes down. Entry onto the site. Minute left to go on the clock. They're going to go ahead and commit, Bobby.
There's 1 player tucked in that bottom side. Pity should get an audio cue off that. I don't know if he has an angle. I actually stopped the plant. He's not going to worry about it. He got the LMG to spray through the wall, and even with the flash hitting, already got the kill onto Dakota. Great retake out of Kaya Nation, capitalizing on that man advantage. They bring things back as they take their first round here in the search and destroy. See if we see a similar approach. Is a lot of success. You would assume an adjustment out of Undream as that B hit did not find the value they wanted.
No, it didn't, and you can attribute a lot of that to Fabuloso finding that first untraded kill off the rip. Prayer there for the nade shot over the top. Legacy's going to fall. And all of a sudden, the defense starting off with a lot of moxie. Here comes the hit from Dakota. Going to be able to clear the PK player and the bottom side. Whoa! Prayer turns and burns. Trades come through. Puedes able to get the entry back on in. Bombs down, and it's down to Shane and Puedes. On the flip side of things, Palel and Fabuloso looking to stop this rotation. Into sight. You got to wait for Fabuloso. He's making a deep wrap. Palel says, hell no, I'll take things in my own hands, forces them back.
Oh, and he's not going to read that aggressive push. 1 on the pinch as well. Back-to-back rounds go through for Kaya Nation here. Beautiful response out of them as it's the A side and the B side hits that get shut down right there. And the opening nades to take down Legacy definitely slowed up that push a good bit and allowed them to make the adjustments on the fly. It's going to once again be an aggressive A hit, and I just am not a huge fan of chucking every bit of util that you've got at the same time and praying that something hits, because they now have absolutely nothing to work with. Pity, continue to look for information through the wall right there. Not going to find anything. But once again, UD now just have to go in raw and pray that they can get the better of the gunfights, and especially with no map control, it's going to be a tough task.
Yeah, now they're trying to figure out where these players are. Everyone's stuck at home. Okay, a little intel there, Shane. Oh, buddy, you're one shot. Get out of there. As long as PKM is alive and thumping on the bottom side of Winery, you are absolutely in danger. Middle of the map is where the approach is going to come. Swish and crew. Looking to find a little leeway on in. Legacy, or rather Dakota, rather. Looking to smash on in. Here comes the hit. Pity's on the back lines. Kills come through. Bless, Pity, clean house. And now you're down to 3. Swish able to find one Vol, but Swish able to find a second. Here comes Shane. Hold the phones.
And honestly, Undream got a little careless right there. Didn't check their corners on the entry through mid, but they're able to get the better of the gunfights anyway. And now it's down to Fabuloso. 1v3 as the bomb goes down. He's not going to make any attempt to stop it. Playing for a retake with bomb down. 1v3, I can't think of a worse situation to be with an SKS in hand. He's going to pray he headshots every single remaining player, and he knows where they're at.
Yeah.
Obviously, you expect somebody to be up there. Do they have a... He's not even going to use the nade up there. I guess they probably have a trophy up there, but once again, it's going to be so many mistakes out of Undream for him to have any type of a chance that they said, we'll just head to round number 6. No need to worry.
I was about to say, what's the over-under that he just goes straight for the bomb again? It doesn't clear out winery. We've seen it done before. It didn't pan out. 3 players left standing. Of course, it's not going to pan out either. Admiral Little 10. 3-2 lead in the hands of Undream. More decisive push towards the B site. Last time, it was where their demise. The nade didn't land on Fabuloso, and he was able to snag one freebie. Dakota trying to take up space on the back line. Puede, Swish, Shane, all finding kills. And look at that, Dakota. Patience pays off. Down to a 1v4. Make it 5, rather. Prayer and a shotgun. He's going to need one and maybe a shot, too, to go along with it.
Living on a prayer right now. Not one to be had. Dakota shuts him down as back-to-back rounds go through for Undream. And back and forth that way all the way through so far. And Puedes leading the way with 9 kills on the board. Not surprising to see for Undream, especially regarding the search and destroy. I'd say he's been consistently their top player. And continues to have big-time impact opening up on these sites. Once again, the spray and pray out of the LMG. If you're Undream, probably just want to wait this out or take a different route because he is going to find you one way or another.
Yeah, I like how they're continuing throwing different looks here in these rounds. But they just haven't found a way to mitigate the pity damage that, is at the bottom to prevent you from getting across the top side. Doesn't matter, though, as Vlad's going to trade on through. Legacy, able to get involved, takes down the sniper. Pistol shots are clean. Prayer's dead to rights. Pity there for the trade. He's the last man standing on this side. He's got to wait for Fabuloso to make the rotation. Can't extend his life. And that is certainly going to be the rock down. Fabuloso, wait a minute. Able to stop that from happening. All of a sudden, this is a doable situation.
And Pity's just got to make that play a lot sooner. His number one, his teammate shouldn't have died right there. Number 2, he should have taken down a second player way earlier than he did. So, Kaya Nation struggling to string rounds together as we see 3 going back the way of Undream. Those different looks. Kaya Nation, as powerful as it is to constantly get information from bottom winery with that LMG, it's not really translating to enough kills for them to find the rounds right here. And once again, you definitely don't want to ego challenge a peeker's advantage sniper off that entry point. You're going to play with this thing. You got one spot to do it. Fabuloso is going to find first blood onto Puedes, and now the reposition. I don't think he realized there's 2 players up there. Doesn't matter. He said, I'll go ahead and spray you down. Legacy gets away with 1 HP.
Well, if you're not hitting them through the wall, maybe try to track towards where they're heading. I don't know. Is it wall bangable through that site? It don't matter. Bilal says, let me hop on through. Let me show you this deagle. Hello. Legacy. Stunned? Not gunned. Oh, yeah. Putting him on skates. He's the last man up. 2 players going to hop right and through. So, 5-3 at the split. We'll see what Undream can do and what kind of looks they have on the defensive approach. Kaya Nation, a little bit of a hole to dig themselves out of.
The enemy has the bomb.
See what they can make of it. The one thing is, especially as far as, I would say, North American S&D teams, the offense, if your defense isn't particularly dominant, that usually doesn't bode well for how the offense is going to look. So we'll see what they're bringing to the table, but they've absolutely got to be more disciplined and more consistent here. That 1 player locking down on the B side, the 2-3 split, but it's actually going to be Puedes getting traded out off of that, leaves Legacy all by himself. He's going to be able to pick up the sniper, and now no easy points of entry, at least through that main spot, and Swish has already made his way up through the middle of the map. Palel scrambling, trying to find something, able to take down the PKM, wraps on back as well, and Amprayer equalizes as into the 2v2 we go.
Clock's gonna go down. Legacy, yeah, catches them. Smooth criminal style. on the exit from that bomb plant. Prayer now looking to make a little bit of a wrap. Legacy on the back lines. Prayer could get the right timing. Doesn't necessarily have the gun for this encounter. Does have an SKS for a secondary, so he's got perfect positioning to shut this bomb defuse from going through, and then brings it down to a 1v1, Bobby.
Oh, he's played this so well as well. Legacy has no idea where he's going to be coming from. He's going to go ahead and hop the bomb, and Prayer was too far away. Doesn't account for where the bomb was planted, and he chokes. Makes the read, but doesn't calculate for the box in the way.
So we're getting some extension cheese going through, because I'm sure he thought he had sight on that bomb. You slide on through, and you're covered by that box. Legacy pulls a fast one on him. Yikes. Thought he played it to a T. Not the case. First round in, UD, strike gold. See if they can do all the payoff. Legacy here onto the B site yet again. Blez looking to get some help from the util. Shots not as clean as they'd like, and well, they're going to be able to wrap back on through. Swish, he's just causing mayhem in the middle of the map. He does find one before he's gone. Too quickly go through, though. Player advantage in blue.
Missed opportunity for Blez. That means they've still got 3 players on site. They're just going to go ahead and full commit on over to A. It is theirs for the taking. 1 player through mid-map could cause some issues. Blez should have been spotted out and is by Shane, so that brings it into a 3v3. And they said we're just going to force it right through. Legacy, shotgun in hand, able to find one. Another as Shane spots out Pity, but the shots don't connect. Whiffs on too many, and Pity makes him pay. 1v2 with the LMG and Kaya Nation. Looking pretty solid here on the offensive side.
Oh, my. That could have been back-to-back rounds. Not sure how those shots didn't land for Shane. Now you're starting to feel a little bit of confidence here. Instantly met with a reality check. Dakota going to be able to find the first blood. Trades are through. Swish. Yeah, again, getting lost in the map, brother. They can't account for him. 3 in that one. He cuts the middle of the map the first 2 rounds. This time, he's stuck deadlocked there on the A site and absolutely goes crazy. 7-4, Undream. Yet again, back in control.
Yeah, he's certainly been the difference in the last couple of rounds for them. Up to 12 kills on the board. Showing he's on this squad for a reason. Bringing something to the table right here for this Undream team, as that flash should get them information. Actually hits before the flash goes off, but Emperor's gonna peek anyway. I'm not sure. That was the move right there. Bit greedy out of them as Undream now take the man advantage once again. Big engagement over on the B side. It's gonna be Puedes. He's weak. Gonna wrap back, and they look for the bait and switch, but not quite able to get away. Shane is there for the trade, and Shane does not expect the second player to be peeking across mid. Palel finally getting that sniper going. 10 kills on the board.
Were they just flat-foot standing on the balcony? Is that what we're doing? Hello. Fabuloso got him in a split approach. Here comes the hit. Dakota clean for the first. Fabuloso there for the trade. He clutches it. 1v2. And the pinch pays dividends, Bobby.
Undream giving up a couple of 1v2s on this singular side of the bomb. It's not something that we've seen all game long, but not making the reads right in those situations, and the trades have not been clean enough this time. Gonna force it through, but Puedes hits him with the wall bang. That will absolutely slow down the push. Would have been nice to find that second one. Legacy gets dropped off there. Sight is taken, but Puedes connects through the wall again, and it's Swish continuing to go to work as he finds 2. Dakota cleans up the 3rd. And now Undream 1 round away from going up 2-0 in the series.
Big opening engagement there from Puedes. He has answered the questions as if he's going to step up. Absolutely, so far has been the case, but Swish has been the man with a plan. He has found just ways to get lost on this map, and they have not yet been able to account for him, and it might be too late. First blood does come through. Legacy out. Fabuloso striking. Wait, Ace spots one on the retreat. Oh yeah, Blez wants to throw a shoulder at it, and I'm not quite sure why. PKM's a thumping on the backside. Dakota and crew waiting for this A-side hit. It's coming.
Yeah, I don't know if he misread the angle that snipe was coming from or was just feeling way too confident in himself, but ends up costing him there. 4v4, Legacy taken down. Fabuloso has gotten all the way through the middle of the map. Did he spot the barrel of the gun? That's the question. No, he did not. Puedes and Shane simultaneously find two. All onto Amprayer to try to avoid the L, but it's not meant to be. And Undream clean things up, as that second half looked very convincing for them, and they take the search and destroy 9-5 to go up 2-0 in the series.
Yep, clean 2-0 in this series so far. No setbacks. Knock on wood. Cross our fingers. Dot our T's. Cross our eyes. It goes something like that. I don't know. So far, so good. Kai Nation not really rising up to the occasion. They even get the, chance of facing what would be an 80, I wouldn't say an 80%, but not a full force Undream, but you don't have Zyrex, and you won't have Zyrex for the, foreseeable future. So Undream's got to make do with this roster as it is currently, and they are not causing any kind of hesitations, any kind of hiccups, any kind of questions. They handle business in the search. They made it look very convincing in the hard point. 15-8 there from Swish. Puedes with 16 to go along with that. On the flip side, Palau leading the pack, but not enough to get the job done, Bobby.
Yeah, 100%. And if you can get Swish performing like that on every single map, this Undream squad starts to look maybe as, I'm not going to say as dangerous as they are with Zyrex, but having 6 players that you can bring in at any given point in time that are all able to contribute the same level is just such a huge factor. And even when you get those situations where you have injuries, we don't really have a whole lot of physical injuries that happen a lot in COD Mobile, but it happens every once in a while, and that's why it's important to have a good sub. We'll see what he can do here in the raid control as they look to complete the sweep once again, and this time do it without any DQs on the way.
All right, well, table's been set. Clean 3-0 this time around, Undream. No blunders, no mishaps. This is third weekend. This is last chance qualifiers. Obviously, they're pretty set on where they're going to be at. If they win this series, they pretty much guarantee themselves another top 3 finish. And it's, not much competition outside of Kaya Nation. ARP put up a little bit of a fight, but, it is what it is. Kaya Nation still yet to take a map off of this Undream roster. Bar DQs. Raid control, will it be any different? Now's their chance. It's the chop and block where they will be sent down to the lower bracket.
All right. See if they can avoid it. I am curious, especially post-points major, if we maybe start to see some roster changes among these 3rd through 5th place teams, because the talent is definitely there. But it seems like the reps are not sufficient to allow them to close the gap, at least by a substantial margin over that amount of time. The fact that we've yet to see Kaya Nation able to straight up take a map off of Undream, I think, is evidence of that. And once again, there have been some maps here and there that have been close, but not really close enough to make you think that they're on the brink of making the jump, and that's really where you want to be. So they've got another opportunity to convince us otherwise here in the control. See what they can do is they give up the mid-map completely for free and just full send it over toward B.
All right. 3 players up, 3 players down. Puedes finally going to be able to find one in retaliation. Puedes fighting 2. Palau going to be able to find a 2-piece to go along with it. Back to square one they go. Into the water, they jump. Full side approach now is Fabuloso looking to fill the role as a one-man army. Immediately shut down as he steps onto the hill. Kaya, dead in the waters, or will they have a free B play or A push? Looking like Pity might be able to pave the way to success. Let's see if he can find more on towards that sniper perch.
A little greedy on the top side. Didn't want to commit to the objective quite yet, and that's going to open opportunity for Legacy to do some damage. Bit of a predictable eco gel. Fabuloso takes him down. Kaya Nation with a 2-life lead, and once again, doing the important job of stopping the clock and getting those objectives captured, especially the Champs rule set. That much more important to play the objective with only 90 seconds to do so. You want to get that extra minute on the board as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. B-Ticks of progress locked in. Kaya, they're here to play ball. PTFO, Predator out. Blez going to be able to find a 2-piece. They're looking for a little bit of map control on the top side of Laundry. Pity's looking to clear all odds and ends. And well, they're just going to cut the map right in the middle of the map, right in half. Pity trying to get some shots on through. Puedes gets the call-outs. He's answered the call. He's shut down the pressure. And back to the spawn they go. This one, no post-map or post-cap map positioning for Kaya to show. And they're, I mean, literally just running dead end at a wall. Yeah, sent right back to spawn.
You gotta establish some mid-map control, and they're just making it way too one-dimensional. 5v5, still very doable, and a huge flank out of it. Amprayer earns him 2 kills. That's now a 2-life lead, and Legacy gets caught hopping up right after 2 teammates die in that exact position. The door has opened for Kaya Nation. Will they walk through and take the round? Puedes doesn't read the player on the objective, and Amprayer ripping through the squad.
Well, we said no post-cap map position, and he got money. And, brother, those shots, $100 bills, y'all. Making it rain. Letting everybody get some. They're on a tear. They steal around here early on in this offensive approach. Let's see if UD can answer back. Because we're on board with Dakota. They're clearing all odds and ends. A little bit of a regular push towards that B site. Ring control established. Dakota up in close and personal here. Trying to get some control on the backside. Does find one, but is done.
And this should be a free B capture. A lot of forward position out of Undream. Legacy reads one, finds another, stays alive. And teammates pick up the rest of the kills. That should be B captured and ready to hit this rotation. Nades do go up toward top Laundry. Still the kills not quite going through. Puedes gonna get taken down, and Tempest is taken off the board. But a 7-life lead. Only 1 objective left to be captured. Doesn't set this up well for Kaya Nation.
They've dealt with a lot of the pressure that's on the backside. Obviously, there's no floods on towards ringside or coming from Laundry. Now it's just a pressure in the middle of the map. Puedes up top trying to hit some shots. Does find 2. Fabuloso quickly to the trade. You can't live off trades. If you're Kaya, you gotta get a little reserve. But hello, Prayer. Gotta get some help there from Pity. Pops the claw and gets instantly shut down. So not a great way to go. Kaya trying to hold off this push. They've gotten the life lead a little more manageable, but still a very, very tall task. Puedes now pulling out the big guns. And this could be everything. Let's see how many he can get.
Well, pulls out an Annie in response here to try to see if he can counter. Not really finding value here, and that's going to mean that we see Puedes making his way all the way down to basketball. Polel only able to find 1, and that's free entry onto the objective. The 2 remaining players over by Modern, not in a position to help everybody spawning in, and now it's a 3v7. Shane's alive and looking to read that one last player, top Modern. He spots him out. That should be everything that Undream need to shut this one down, as Plez, last one on the objective, should be red right here. It is indeed.
Absolutely. Last player live. Prayer. 1v7, not happening. We're tied up. Ops obviously having a massive impact on the later portion of that round, but the quick B push, ring control to establish a lot of dominance early on. Let's see what the response now is from Kaya Nation. They were, I mean, pretty solid on their open affair. They didn't have to use or instill any kind of operators to do so either. They've got 2 to work with off the bat. Pity and Fabuloso trying to seal the deal.
War Machine and Death Machine. Fabuloso's going to be able to find 1, but Pity. Gotta survey the landscape a little more before we just full send it into the open. Death Machine taken down. Even with that heavy investment by Kaya Nation off the start, has not really turned into much of a life lead result. They have secured that B progress, but both teams have seemed pretty content to give that up for free and to then play that A-side defense just to simplify things. Kaya Nation, once again, got to prove to us that they can actually connect things right here and take that mid-map control to allow them some space to actually get this captured.
Oh, they got to clear Quaidis out, though. He is on a mission. Prayer. Oh, stun. Comes through. Collection. Hello. We're going to clear these out. Dakota there for the trade, but the damage is done. The line's still held on the backside. Legacy clears out the threat through. Courtside is still held down for the time being. Only one player on this side of the map to deal with, and Palel's finding some damage there with the wall bangs. Prayer forced to take another rap, and here comes Switch. Right into their lap he goes. Pity. Gonna get some love taps in the back, but the flicks are there.
No business getting a second kill off of that one. Shane's gonna pop War Machine. His Legacy actually picks up the kill there. Now the claw shot's out. Two, he's using that thing like a sniper. Across the map, Undream now go up 3 lives. Dakota trying to clear out a little bit more. Kills do go through, but it's terrible timing. Fortunately, Pity just doesn't seem to have headphones. He had no idea somebody was on the hunt. Able to take him down, and once again, Undream up by 1 life. Far from convincing, though. Very good chance that we see Legacy pop equals here. Gets the info off of the concuss, but he's going to wait for Kaya Nation to make the first play.
Oh, yeah, they want to buckle up. Here comes the hit through Kitchen. It worked for them last round. Let's see if they can pull another fast one. There are 2 players to deal with. Legacy, who've got the opportunity to pop. He's got those equals ready to rock. They've got them in the funnel. Legacy only finds 1. He's dropped. They've cleared out the kitchen, but Puedes on the back lines finds the collat. And that should be the round. 3v6, 20 seconds, and not an ounce of control here outside of money.
We've taken the lead.
My gosh. Puedes just a raid demon. 25 kills on the board. Propelling Undream to a 2-1 lead right here. Nobody else pulling their weight, but he has definitely been the spearhead for them, and especially when you've got somebody with a sniper dictating the lanes of play as dominantly as he is. Nothing's going to come easy. Hit marker right there, looking to clean up with the pistol in hand. Shane's actually going to be able to find 3 off the opening break.
Oh, yeah, this is starting to look like the beginning of the end. Claw, desperate time, desperate measures. Prayer is able to find 1. He is forced to back down, though. On the regen, he's going to look for more through the spawn. And, well, he's going to be dealt with. Does find 1 to go. 2 ticks of progress locked in, so things are looking good on the objective. Life count still very much showing the hands and control of UD. Kaya looking to shut it down on the top side. They're going to be able to find some shots, but they are not going to be able to prevent that cap from going through.
Palel trying to keep Undream pinned back into the spawn. Would have been nice to get that one to go. And as long as you're alive here, you can control that mid-map, and that does a lot for you. Gotta find a way to make something happen here. Players spawning in deep, and it's Kaya Nation picking up a force free. Undream got some work to do. Once again, the tough task has been making that connection over to the A side and actually getting that captured. Neither team having success doing it so far, but this is the opening that Undream are looking for.
Yeah, this is the time you need to pop, too. You don't want things to get super close. You don't want them to get any pressure on the top side of the map. And Palel in response. Oh, my. Puedes. The timing could not have been any worse. In retaliation, Puedes now putting you in the blender. What life lead you had is gone, and the map control is sold. This topside control here on the laundry could be absolutely crushing you, as Puedes has gone unchecked on this site. Fabuloso finally going to be able to deal with him.
Big to take him out of that position, but Dakota's made his way all the way through that objective. That's the pressure applied. They're sending everything right here, but the War Machine's dead. Death Machine's still out. Shane with a War Machine of his own, but he gets taken down, and still an opportunity for Kaya Nation to respond and force this into a round number 5. Puedes looking for a pick. could be the dagger if he's able to find it, but doesn't get the timing. Pity peeks the corner, all onto Legacy to make a play right here.
He's got equals. If he pops, this could be the round. There it goes. Love the call. 28 seconds, 2v2. Legacy on the back line. Shane in the money room. Hunter Killer to the dome. Blaz shut down. In the water he goes. Pity, last known location in money. What will he do? 18 seconds. Legacy nades out and does not have any clue. He is ghosted. Pity on the backside has taken up a lot of space, and he's just waiting for those equals to expire, and they have since. Bobby, 14 seconds, one tick of progress.
Trying to bait something out, hopping off the objective there, but he, once again, has no clue where Pity's coming from. Only a matter of time before he spots him out, but Legacy sees him there. He's got the advantage. You got to, oh, and he's got a concuss to work with. That should be the round, and that should be the map. Beauty of a play out of Legacy to save the util for the opportune moment. That's Undream with yet another 3-0 versus Kaya Nation to advance to the upper finals.
Yeah, I don't know what Kaya was doing there. They had 3 operators for basically the whole better half of what was a 16v16 at one point. You gotta pop those ASAP. You got another round that you've got to be able to win afterwards. You'll account for that when you get there. You got to get there first. And I felt like it was a missed opportunity for them to pop early before those ops started rotating in for UD. You saw the Annie in response almost instantly because of how much time had lapsed. You start the round off with an Annie, you don't pop it. Even when you do get that first bit of progress and first bit of map control, either huge blunders. Kaya's going to rewatch this and be like, damn, dude, what were we waiting to pop these for?
Yep, definitely, once again, a good fight out of them, but a couple very winnable rounds, and those micro decisions end up costing you big time. But it's Puedes who is the Raid Reaper. 2.0 KD. He puts up 32 and 16 to lead the way as Undream secure another 3-0 and secure yet another spot in the grand finals versus Sybarites. Once again, the question, have they managed to close that gap at all? Sybarites had a slow start in week number 1, but it was foot on the gas the rest of the way. Undream trying to be that resistance up against North America's #1 team. That one's not going to happen today. That'll be beginning of tomorrow's matches. It's going to be Kaya Nation now heading down to the lower bracket.
Well, congratulations, UD. Can't wait for that upper bracket finals matchup yet again. We'll have UD. Do they have enough time to close the gap? Obviously, they're missing one of their star players in Zyrax. Won't be back for the foreseeable future. I don't know how often you break your hand and compete in mobile esports. We saw Bolo break his elbow a few years back, and how crazy that was. You know, so I'm assuming that he's going to be out for the remaining of this this cycle. Be interested to see if they continue with this starting 5, if they make adjustments moving forward. Still a lot of big questions to answer for this Undream roster. Obviously, they handle business against a Kaya team, but realistically, they hadn't, even been tested, against this team yet. So this was expected out of them. They came through and they delivered, and it looked great on their end. So we'll see them in the upper bracket finals. Tomorrow is our opening matchup. Right now, our focus is on the lower bracket. That's where we're going to be heading next, right, Bobby?
It is. Not sure who the matchup is going to be quite yet from what I can see. But obviously, we'll have that thrown up on the broadcast whenever we get things situated. It's possible that we're also waiting for some of those matchups to finish up. As you guys can see, Kaya Nation will be playing the winner of New Heaven versus Nordic Adversary. We had Sybarites taking down Zitlalix 3-1. Zitlalix taking a map off of Sybarites, maybe one of the bigger surprises that we've seen so far in this weekend's competition.
Interesting. I wonder how that happened. I'd love to get a little bit of insight on that. Anything happens, obviously, off broadcast, we're tuned in. We're trying to keep you guys all informed. So I didn't even recognize that when I looked at this. I just assumed, it was 3-0s across the board, and I was looking at the bottom to see where we could possibly head to. So spicy happenings there for Zylalix. Interesting, but hey, nonetheless, they're going to be moving out to the loser quarterfinals, and that is going to do it for our winner semifinals matchup. Bobby, we're going to be in for a long weekend, aren't we? It's you're going to be heading off to put the kids to bed, and then you're going to be back up at it at 3 a.m. And then we're going to lock and load for the entirety of tomorrow, too, as well, too. So a lot of Call of Duty Mobile still left this weekend.
Yep, definitely a lot. You guys are going to want to make sure that you subscribe. You got all of your just various notifications for all the times, because it's a lot of action and you don't want to miss out on any of it. Once again, we got one more series left to go tonight. It'll be Sybarites versus Undream to get things started in tomorrow's broadcast. So we're going to go ahead and head to a break while we figure out who our final match of the day is going to be. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with some more Call of Duty.
never be the best.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our fourth and final series of the night. We apologize for the wait, but we had to wait for one of the lower bracket matches to finish, and their opponent was already waiting as well. It's ARP. It's Zero Man. It is their first time head-to-head. And Brody, this is the last series of the night. I'm sure we're in for a treat. What are our expectations?
I expect to be awake. That's it. That's my expectation. I don't know. It's like 1:45 a.m. It's really hot in my room at the moment. So Delirious Brody might be coming out real soon, buddy. Don't you worry about that, buddy. Hey, we got a great map set to work with, though, for this best of 5. We got Hacienda Hardpoint, Tunisia Search and Destroy, Raid Control, Combine Hardpoint, and a Coastal Search and Destroy. So all the greatest hits are in this best of 5 map set. ARP Gaming, obviously we did see them earlier on today, and they did not have such a great time. They did get 3-0'd by Kaya. However, it was a relatively close 3-0, and one of the maps that it was a close 3-0 on was the Hacienda Hardpoint. That was, I believe, a 250 to 230 scoreline in favor of Kaya. So I feel like ARP Gaming, this could be an actually pretty good start to this series. I'm curious to see what Zero Man are going to bring to the table, though, because we know that ARP are good on this map.
Yeah, they are indeed. Now let's go ahead and hop into it. Losers round 3. Winner moves on. Losers hit the hay. We'll see if the side of Zero Man can finish at an all-time high. ARP Gaming, a chance for them to continue on out through this lower bracket and maybe earn a few more points. Maybe get that top 4 seed for some prize. Let's find out now. Let's go ahead and hop into it. Hacienda underway.
Alrighty, let's get into it, folks. ARP Gaming, let's see how they can get on it as we get into this hard point and see whether or not a team is going to come out from all the smoke fest that we normally see in P1 with any actual kind of modicum of time. And, well, ARP Gaming look like they're doing that at this point in time. And I think this would be my concern for Zero Man at the start of this game here, Verdict, is if ARP Gaming come out the gate swinging, they get a ton of time off P1. And that is never a good look for any team going into P2 as being down by a significant margin.
Yeah, you've got to be able to contest. Build them smokes, get on the objective. Veteran, he's on the trail. He's back onto the objective. They've gathered their fair share of this first one. Is we were expecting it to be a bit mixy. We're also expecting it to be a dominant one out of ARP, and so far they are holding their end of the bargain. Nades out there. I'm not quite sure what the case was. Maybe just gets called right there going up that staircase, and rather last-ditch effort to reel yourself back in. Early setup now for ARP. This is potentially the rich going to continue to get wrench.
Hills open, doesn't it?
Yeah, Hills open for business, and through the smoke, you're just not finding much.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fact that there's one player's gotten through there in Graffito, and that's really about it. Everybody else has kind of fallen by the wayside. ARP Gaming now looking to try and hold on towards this time. It's not happening, though. There's actually a fair bit of investment. I think that was a Tempest coming out from Veteran that goes nowhere, so good stop from Zero Man. Of course, I don't think there was actually a Tempest shot taken, so it shouldn't be long before Veteran pulls that one out again. But for the moment, opportunity now to start a knock here for Zero Man. They're in towards the time, and all of ARP are coming down one particular lane. This is going to be kind of difficult to do so. If you're all coming from one angle, it's very easy to end up in the meat grinder, and that is exactly what happens through the smoke.
Oh, great little break, great little test. Obviously, this Zero Man roster coming off a hot 3-1 finish against their opponents in DYG. Trying to keep that same momentum. They snag a lead. Early break here in the garage site proves fruitful. P1 not so telling. Now we'll get over to P3 where things can get a bit dicey as well. If you allow these open objectives to continue to go in favor of your opponents in ARP, surely you're going to find yourself in a bit of despair as things tighten up on these second sets of hills. P3 opening up for business. ARP, they're in full force.
Yeah, that was a big hard point. I'll say this much for Zero Man, right? I mean, we talked about them being down at the end of P1. They really needed a hard point like that to get back in the conversation, because now as we go to the next hard point, this is a mixy one. Zero Man looking pretty good already. Triple investment of the operators coming out to play. They've read the spawns pretty much perfectly here for ARP, and they are really starting to bring the hammer down on this hard point. This is just one of those hills where you're triple investing in for so much time, and it is working for Zero Man.
It is, and this is not normally something you would see on a P3. Usually it's a lot of contests, a lot of smokes, a lot of bodies, each and every team just trying to put their best foot forward. Right now, it's just a Zero Man show. Cray all over the objective. Streaks earned. Setup getting connected over to P4 too. This is looking like a good little setup. Last one standing there is 2 players better than 1 in that instance, but Graffito and crew going to be able to opt to pop some, and the investments pay off. They got a 30-point lead, Brody.
Yep. This is huge for Zero Main. This has been pretty much perfect on the operators as well. You've got to give them such love. I already talked about that. Triple investment coming out. How about this from Pitbull? Looking for the kills. Can't quite convert with Sholey. Not such a great operator there. But honestly, I think, you know, theoretically, that would have been good if he could have delivered on the kills, because he did pretty much the perfect path in towards those gunfights. So again, in terms of operator investment, everything has been pretty much perfect from Zero Main so far. I've loved every single second of it. Now they're in control. They should know where ARP are spawning here towards that dock side. And again, this is flawless. ARP Gaming have not touched the hard point really since the start of P2.
And this is a team that, I mean, literally gave Kaya a run for their money on the objective. Couldn't quite get the job done. 250 to 230 was that stat line. I'm not quite sure how that first set of hills was looking, but based off of this right now, it is Zero Main show to lose. Cash jumping in and out of the water. Contest still going to come through. ARP desperately trying to find a little bit of time through. No joy. First set of hills in, 116-62. We buckle up for our second set. Predator's out. Not going to be able to thread the needle. Cry, though, he's going to be able to pop one and find it as well, too. So, kills coming through. Hill time's now being collected. ARP are in trouble.
Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested.
Yeah, this has just been not good whatsoever. ARP Gaming hit down by quite a large margin, and how do you even get back into this game? You are down by what, like 50 points or so? I mean, I guess the one positive is that you kind of showed that you're proficient at getting time on P1 the first time around. Since then, not really been that engaged whatsoever. So Zero Main hit, now looking down the barrel of another P1 that might not be going their way. The smokes are in. The thing for me here, Verdict, is we go to the next hard point. 15 seconds left. ARP, you have so much utility to break it. I need to see them use it properly, because I think so far that has really eluded them.
Yeah, and I'd like the Tempest roll there for Veteran. I know that he didn't find very much success off of his first, but you get it here on P1. You thought about the operators that were used to hold P3 in the pockets of Zero Main. If the timing is right and perfect, we'll see that one counter. Right now, the early setup speed coming through. Zero Main, 3 players on. Kills on the outskirts. His Veteran's going to be able to clear one through rock. Backline's coming through, but Graffito inside main, inside white. Locking it down. Feed is blue. Hill is blue. It's all Zero Main.
And here we go. Here's that quad investment coming out from Zero Main. Anything you can do, we can do better. Pibble now trying to produce more with the prequels this time, and is doing exactly that. Perhaps more on the docket for Pibble. Has help through the front of the hard point. That help's now dissipated. Pibble's going to have to do it himself. He's going to run out of bullets with the equals. So back towards the switchblade at the most inopportune moment means that ARP will get another chance at this hard point. It should be said, 15 seconds left at this hard point. ARP do have an opportunity still here to close this game. They're not down by an insurmountable number, but still, I mean, it has felt like Zero Main have gotten such better control of so many good hard points.
Yeah, it's hard to combat a P2 break early in the first set, and then also a lion's share off that 40-plus point advantage rolling into the P3 setup, and this is where they started to bust things wide open yet again. They got the keys to success all the way through on through. They don't have the operators that they had available last go around. Let's see if they can make the most of it. Blade does have one in pocket. Is going to get shut down before he pops. 3 in the feed. Make it 4. And to see a blue just continues to amount. ARP not really rising up the equation here in these P3 and P4 rotations. Kibu going to be able to test his luck, but they are just getting completely shut down.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, again, it's perfect hold. This is a hard point, by the way, that should never be held like this. Like, that's just not how P4 works on this map. It is always an absolute cluster F, and that has not been the case. Zero Main have been in full control. They've read the spawn spinners perfectly. They've had players in the positions to deal with the players coming off the spawns. Like, everything has been perfect for Zero Main, and this is a squad, generally speaking, that has not been playing like this season so far. The third qualifier, the third time we've seen Zero Main show up, and they are showing up well right now. 60-point advantage, ARP. They have to get a full 60 on the next rotation, and they're already starting to lose some of these gunfights.
Oh, yeah. Veteran, desperate times, desperate measures. Pops the Tempest. Looking to find something at a distance. Is he going to be able to find the first in Graffito? Kibu going to be able to clear the path. Veterans dropped. Operator's still now charging here for Graffito. He's going to opt to pop the death machine to go along with it. Coming in the water. Boy, you better be a swimmer. Kibu on the outskirts there. It's going to be able to mow him down. That's 3 and a feed. A break imminent. Will the hold stay?
Hardpoint contested. Predator missile inbound.
It's going to be the next question, isn't it? Fred comes down from Kibu here to try and help them do that. They've only got a couple of players on the hard point, though, and it's not going to be long before those guys get overwhelmed. Here's the little wraparound coming through from Cray. Not going to find anything just yet. We'll now invest, and it's that triple investment. Again, when it rains, it pours for Zero Main. They are consistently bringing out the ops all at the same time. 3 with a Tempest. Buster might come in for a couple of kills, but there is always bodies on the hard point for Zero Main. But this might actually be some of the best hard point I've seen from any team in North America.
From teams that are not Sybarites and Undreamed, this is unprecedented gameplay. The timings for the ops, P2, when you need it the most to just put this team out of their misery, you find a way to do it, and you do it here in P4. The timing is perfect. They're getting them every other hill rotation, and they're holding the P3s too without it. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I don't even know what we're watching right now, but this is totally different gravy to even what we saw earlier today on our Hacienda hard point. And now, ARP Gaming just 10 seconds away from losing here. They have no choice but to full send smokes in towards the hard point. Zero Main kills going in their way. One more kill, and this game is going to be done. Can anybody from ARP contest in time? Last little slide out from Sholey, and it goes nowhere. How about that for a statement start to this best of 5?
Who is this team? Have we seen them on main broadcast yet? And if so, if not, why? Where do they even come from? I'm just taking a look at their finishes. They've gotten eliminated or beaten by Kaya Nation, FPX, twice in Summer Open qualifiers. One, they were eliminated by Envious, who were already out of the equation this event, if I'm not mistaken. So, what has changed? I guess you're coming in from a full head of steam. Maybe we just give like the benefit of the doubt of them coming in hot after a very long 4-game series that they just played, and ARP literally just sitting on the bench cold waiting. But that looked way more than just warmed up gameplay. That looked like perfectly executed hardpoint.
I mean, yeah, there was definitely a concerted effort, right? I mean, as is always the case, when you pull out an operate, there had to have been something on the comms like, all right, cool, we've got 3 ops guys, just invest them, and that seemed like the cycle of operators. It was always like 2 or 3 operators together. And they were doing that in kind of cycles themselves, right? They'd have 3 ops, and then they'd have the other 2 ops they'd come out, and then they'd have the 3 ops, and then they'd have the 2 ops. And it was a pretty consistent kind of flow of those operators being invested into hardpoint after hardpoint. And it resulted in hardpoints that, generally speaking, you do not see a lot of time going to either a team going to Zero Main, right? Like, I think I look at the kind of brilliant first rotation hold on P4 for Zero Main. Absolutely astonishing to get that much time off that hard point. That never happens. I think more specifically as well, because I think the most impressive thing is not the amount of time they got, but the lack of time that ARP got. Because normally that hill is like a 50-50 hard point. That hill did not feel like a 50-50 hard point for Zero Main. Just really, really great ops coming out from them.
Yeah, great ops, and even without them too as well, they were able to hold that second set of hills too to go along with it too. If you're just now joining in and you were expecting ARP to take that first game, you were wrong. 250 to 137, graphics wrong there on the left-hand side of your screen. It wasn't that close. As a matter of fact, after that first hill, it wasn't close. It was a 30-40 plus advantage in favor of Zero Main throughout the entirety until it was 50, until it was 60, until it was 70, and it just continued to pile on and pile on. ARP coming out the gates very cold. Chance for them to bounce back here in the Tunisia. Obviously, expectations for them, they did well in the Coastal earlier on. They're going to have to brace themselves for a Game 5 if they want to see that one. And even then, it wasn't clean. It was very dirty. It started dominantly, and boy, did they, I mean, overtime after being up 6-0, kind of crazy.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it was a wild search and destroy. I mean, that's literally the only other way that we can describe it, right? It was just like absolutely insane to watch. Some really back and forth search and destroy. I will say this much. It felt like ARP, when they were the ones setting the pace, they were the ones in control, right? I mean, if they were the ones being aggressive, they were the ones, I think, particularly on offense, they benefited from this. There wasn't really much that Kaya could do about them back in that search and destroy. And that's when I think they're strongest for sure. Outside of that, though, I think when they're on the back foot, they really do struggle. And that's something they've got to figure out. I think that's particularly true on a map like Tunisia that, you know, unlike Coastal, and I've said this before, Coastal is a map where you can really transition from one bomb site to another pretty cleanly and pretty easily. That's not really true on Tunisia. Like, it takes a lot more time to translate from bomb site to bomb site on Tunisia, and that goes for both offense and defense. It takes a more of a commitment. You can't really do it in a solo challenge. Like, you have to do everything as a team, and I just don't know how ARP are going to get on when it comes down to the adaptations made. But we'll see. Zero Main have already surprised us once in this series, so hey, what's going to stop them from doing it again?
All right, well, everyone's doubling back to spawn. Still waiting for that 5th player to start moving. If you're a Zero Main, you are red hot. You want to keep these guns rolling. You got first 8 rounds on the offensive approach. And right now, it's just a 4-man stand as Graffito stuck in spawn with his SKS. As well, bombs there too along with it. And a basic 2-1-2 split here for the defense.
I feel like a player might not be playing right now. Yeah, I was going to say, Graffito's just reconnected. Okay. He was stable for a real long time. Now he's going to get himself that bomb, and they will actually make an attack movement. So, hey, would you look at that? It's how a standard round of Search and Destroy should look, because these guys had 90 seconds now to get something going. ARP, just going to sit and wait for that attack, which should be coming through A. There's also the chance of a bubble up through the middle of the map as well. You can start to see some utility being thrown in that direction. And also, equally, a chance at a wrap back towards B. However, I think with the numbers being sent in this direction now, it is definitely going to be an A push. Are they going to be ready for it? Feels like a lot of this is down to Kaboo surviving. He's already been weakened up once.
Oh, yeah, tagged. Nades over the top. Cray, not able to hit the shots. Is drawing up a lot of attention. Graffito going to be able to open up the first blood. Plays out of the equation. Kibu out to Veteran there for blood. Finds 2 for himself. Pibble. Reads are perfect. And this should be a rock down. Sholey, last man standing, 1v3.
The bomb has been planted.
He was hoping for a slide out there. Wasn't going to get it. And was hoping for an exit off the bomb. Not going to get that either. So, as far as freebies are concerned, he's out of luck. Now has to work for it. Of course, the player's now playing back-to-back down low. As soon as Pibble peaks, it should be Dover. He's making a lot of noise. This should be peaked. Never mind. Slides up for the first, but will not get the second. And Zero Main able to brute force their way onto the site. They kind of peel apart ARP's defense.
And they do it on back, so Graffito finding that first blood. Veteran, admirable attempt, taking 2 down before he's gone, but the number's just overwhelming. And that first round, a drag. Able to still delay the hit and be successful. Right now, it looks like we're going to be pushing towards that B site. A lot of motion towards it. You got player number 4 in Cash, who is peeing the tip of the spear. And everything is well here on towards the A site. 2 players there for a diversion, or maybe just to wait for a leak on through. The middle of the map is wide open, though, so that's the biggest concern. And, well, if the defense sees that, we'll see if they can take a little bit of space. Here comes a hit from Cray. Buster. Busted.
Yeah, Buster, that's a big name to take down as well. You saw how pivotal he was earlier on to the Search and Destroy. Taking him out definitely weakens things for ARP. And there you lose Sholey as well. How you're losing the snipe towards the backline. Cray continues to put a highlight reel. It's just down a Blay now. It would be for a 1v5, and Blay is not long for this world. Brother, Zero Main are literally perfectly peeling ARP apart. Like, everything you need to do to pull apart a defense, they are doing.
Oh, I'm still at a loss for words. Like, I'm the only name that's really resonating with me is Graffito. These guys are literally coming out of nowhere and are putting some damn good pushes on the attacking side. Very cool, calm, and calculated. That hard point was a masterclass. Right now, you see the strats here. They're looking for blood. They're looking to get aggressive. Blay is too. Peeks on through. Trade's coming through. Oh, yeah, it's there. Ciencia. Gonna be able to take out the damage. But right now, you still got 2 players on each side. Cash is looking to split them right through the middle. Veteran stunned. No wall bangs to land there for Cray.
It's these opening snipes again. I'd be terrified of Cray. I don't know how he's not hit that. But still, I think ARP are fortunate that's not the case. Good opportunity here for Veteran. Oh, I love the trigger discipline from Veteran. He has played this perfectly and is going to get punished for it. Pibble's going to take him down. That's so unfortunate for Veteran. He literally had him dead to rights. And the fact that he's caught such bad timing onto one player means that the entire play is going to fall apart. Kibber gets beamed as well. Brother, I swear to God, it's like these guys have had secret identities. They're coming out of nowhere and doing this.
What in the undercover pro are we seeing right here? How are we hitting mans on the back line? Cash. Collecting. Deagle. Hitting. Buster. 1v4. First man up. Shut down. You see the discipline. They're not going to push you. They're not going to give you much to work with. They're not going to give you any kind of ammunition. They're not going to give you any kind of anything. You peek, you die here. Entry. Eddie finds one. Trade. Cray. All over it. 3 rounds in a row. 0 man. Running through them.
It just kind of felt like that round came down to Veteran and getting some really unfortunate timing, right? I mean, that round could have totally changed if Veteran had found at least 1 kill on that potential flanking play. As soon as that doesn't happen, though, everything goes all right. Bro, everything you want to see out of ARP is just not there right now. Sholey is not being affected with the sniper rifle. Buster doesn't have anywhere near the same place he had previously. And there is a perfect nade off the start from Cray. Just once again, ARP, S out of luck. There is nothing you can do right now. Buster is going to get in a position to try and trade something, but they are chasing ghosts.
If Cray's not doing it with a sniper, he's doing it with the nade shots. Kibu looking to take up a little bit of space. Cray reads it like a book. Waiting for the backstab. In a perfect position to go crazy. Buster able to get the trade there on the back line, but the 2-for-1's going to favor the attacking side. All players left standing on the defense. They're going to be all over on A, and they're going to have to be playing for a crazy retake. Trophies lining up the feed to go along with it. If you're looking for nades over the top, it ain't going to be here.
The bomb has been planted.
You got man advantage. You're going to get that rock down. As you said, that trophy system being down means that any opening you seal apart from a smoke will get dealt with. And all of this is very one-dimensional as well from ARP, so they are just hoping to overwhelm, get in, get the hell out, and get some frags. That's a good start for some damage, but you got to be cleaner than that.
Oof. Veteran sniffed out. Buster, 2-piece. 2v3. Oh, 2v1. Lap, wrap. It's cash. Money. Finds the first. Buster able to get the 1. And he's got plenty of time to go along with it, too, as well. And a blood on board for the boys in blue. ARP Gaming finally able to get a retake going.
Yeah, good play there on that little flanking from the last remaining player, but unfortunately, HSO don't hit like it used to. And will not be able to get easy-peasy shots on towards those 2 players. Of course, also just kind of made the wrong 50-50 pull around the box towards the back of the site in that last 1v1 as well. But still, ARP will take the wins, no matter how they come.
Ooh,
On defense,
Blade.
Blade gets aggressive and will get shut down for it. And I gotta say, I do feel that's a little bit of an egregious challenge. Like, Zero Main haven't really given you any information as to make you think you can do that. Maybe just a bit of scouting while they've got rounds to play with.
I agree. Blade's been known to be a little aggressive. You remember through the mid side of the map there as he pushed through A, was able to find one, but was instantly shut down. So that time around, no dice. Sholey able to get the trade now as the sniper's finally getting a roll in on the left-hand side of the screen. Could be a cause for concern if you are Zero Main. Kibu going to be able to clean one out in Ciencia. And while the last 3 players in Cash, Cray, and Pibble might have a little bit of a seam onto this B route, it's all going to be on the timing here for Buster to blow this up.
Zero Main no longer have numbers here. They do have to move forward and look for kills somehow, some way. If there's one thing Zero Main have been good at, it's been inject the thrill into these rounds where ARP don't want it. This could be it once again. They will fly and they will get beamed. Everyone down. This time around, ARP are watching every single point of ingress and nothing will go unchecked.
Defend the objectives. Bomb acquired.
Great plays, great reads. Don't allow any ingress onto that A site. And obviously a better stand here for the defense. Cray looking for his first blood. If you peek that site, he has been known to rip you off of it. Sholey on the back lines, Buster up front. Cray, nade shot hits. It's Cray who is going to be able to find one. Ciencia is going to be able to find another. This B side is all theirs. The retake is going to be coming through the backside. Let's see if Zero Man and crew can get this rock down and anticipate it.
Yeah, they've already read it.
Cray?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, Cray's already found one. Cray is going off right now. Trey! Oh my god! One more. And let me tell you, Cray can get it. Blay is being careful. Cray's not going to be the one to find that gunfight, but Cray is the one that finds that round. I mean, look, you get the first couple of kills on site. Cray goes nuts. Holy. I don't even know what else we just saw. Cray just went insane.
The bomb.
Oh, he's locking it in, brother. 10 kills through 6. And he has been consistently peeking this mid-site. Anytime anybody exposes his shoulder, he is ripping. Graffito opening up with the first blood. Buster, a huge one to start off with. And you can see player number 1, Blay, who is known to be aggressive. Cray says, hello, buddy. I see you around in that corner.
Bomb spotted.
The timing just, I mean, is impeccable there for Cray.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Cray, dude. This guy's insane. Look at him. He knows. Absolutely knows that someone's around that corner. And that nade is being cooked up. Kibu, he is not long for this world. Oh, it's flies past. Kibu.
Oh, my God.
Bro, Kibu just cooked him.
Yeah, world starred. Oh, team kills here coming through. Team shots. Oh, Cash done. Veteran wins the heady. And another round. 3 in a row here for ARP Gaming as they have put their foot down. They said they're not going to take it. A chance to strike even before we get a flip.
Defend the
Let's see what Zero Man have up their sleeves. You thought they had all the answers. They got the first bloods. They get the seconds to go along with it too as well. Just not being able to clean up their works.
Something that have been very good at is getting onto his site. They've already removed Buster. Kibu not giving up just yet. And there goes Sholey. Kibu taking some shots. And a nice little kind of double chow coming through from Pibble and Cash X. Veteran will try to even the odds, but cannot get out scot-free. This has been a perfect round from Zero Main. They've been so damn good at getting towards his B site. Blay is just having fun with it at this point. He knows he is well and truly cooked like a kebab.
What message is he trying to tell us? I can't read cursive. It's been so long. It's just all over the place.
I can't read windy shots.
I mean, the sprays just aren't there, buddy. I mean, you're going to have to hip fire or something. Run at him. This one's done. 1v5. 41 bullets in a dream. Instantly dealt with. 5-3 at split.
Feels like Zero Main had a lot more success hitting that B site during those search and destroy rounds. I wonder if ARP will feel the same as they go on the offense here. It is going to be a B hit coming out. Zero Main have 2 players over here ready to go, and they are aggressive. Graffito will take that all day long. The smoke wipe will be down, but it's not giving you any coverage whatsoever. There goes the late util into the site as well. Buddy, this is insane.
Yeah, this is getting ugly.
Lost that round, but it's not
Great
over yet.
first impression here on this site. You said, you know, maybe we're going to see a B-side. It was where the success was found for Maine. Let me tell you, B-side is not safe. Graffito almost instantly ripping you off. I think that was a 3-piece to open the round. And even through the smoke, you weren't even able to move successfully. Buster Prime and crew, they're already taking bullets to the wall here. Sun's over. Oh, he's able to find the first. Shotguns on the trail. Oh, yeah, he's got it. Ciencia out of the equation. People able to trade one through. So 1 for 2 as we go. Buster, that is not an angle you need to be pushing. Is he getting shot through the walls right there? What the hell?
I don't even know. I have absolutely no idea at this point, mate. I know it's said, brother, this is crazy. Buster is dead. Like, how is Buster still alive? Mind you, Graffito is also pretty weak there, so there's no point in playing it. I don't know what the strat is right now for the 3 players in spawn. I genuinely, I need to know. I need to know what the, is it like, let's see if these guys will find us? Like, what's the plan?
I mean, right now they're just letting the floodgates out. And player 3 is just like cycling through on both sides. You can see Pibble, who's, I mean, literally roamed all the way through. Didn't peek back there at once. Now the delay hit. Pibble? What? Buster? Maybe he saw him through. Maybe he saw him through the wall. I don't know, brother. Maybe the gun came through the wall. Hey.
I am so confused. This round has been incredibly perplexing. Zero Main will dip out of the B site here, and they are ready for it. What a read from Cray on towards Sholey. Zero Main have the man advantage now, and the only way to even the odds here if you're AOP is to get that rock down. You gotta hope you're able to defend the site successfully. Cray, being alive, will throw a spanner into the works though, because he has been shooting.
The shooter's going to shoot. Bombs down. 38 seconds on the clock. 2v2. Cray? He ain't missing. He ain't missing, chat. Oh, the hit marker, too! You're not safe, Graffito. There to collect. You can't even escape. 20 seconds. Plenty of time. Cray. I gotta see his percentages after this. Like, the accuracy has I mean, it's gotta be. Even through the walls, brother. He is hitting.
That round, but it's not over yet. Ready up.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild. I don't think I've ever seen a sniper player hit like this outside of, like, some of the best snipers in the world, right? Like, I expect CDM snipers to be hitting like this. I don't expect to see this in North America. This is honestly insane. We'll see where they hit again. Zero Main have read this perfectly again. They have a number of players on site, and they are going to win the initial trades as well. ARP just need to try and play their lives. Blay is very weak. We'll be able to get away. And that's fine. I think this is the key thing for me, right? You don't have the numbers here. You can theoretically try and get away. Sholey is just taking Graffito out, so there is an opportunity if you want to try and get on towards A. But honestly, I wouldn't even try this.
Oh, no. That's an Eagle Chow. Pibble there for the bodies. Gets the 3-piece. I was waiting to see the Renetti here in North America. I know that it's been, you know, a pivotal secondary option for some of these other regions. I know that Diablos was one of those teams who have kind of pioneered that transition outside the Deagle's attachments getting banned and making it quite useless. Obviously, it still has some great damage values, but the actual gun itself is not useless, but not as nearly as powerful as it once was. 4 players stack on through. Sholey able to clear it out. And that should be a free plant cache. A Graffito left to clutch the 2v4. Buster first man up. Or Blade first man up. It's clean. Sholey gets the second. 8-4. Fight still on here for ARP.
Destroy the objective.
A big round from ARP. They really needed that after how much they've been kind of brutalized in the previous few rounds over and over again. That was a big round from them. And that's a big start as well coming through from Sholey to get that first blood through. It gives me hope that they can actually hold this, especially considering Zero Main are all pushed back towards one area of the map. Like, ARP have done an excellent job isolating these guys, pushing them very far deep in their spawn.
They've got to pin back deep. Cree. Back against the wall. Almost rips one off the heady there. Blaze able to get one, though, and make it a 2-piece. Bomb went down. Didn't matter. 8-5. Dream is still alive. ARP Gaming. Hanging on by a thread.
Just a big round from ARP. Keep themselves in the conversation here.
We got the bomb.
Kind of surprised that Zero Main actually kind of allowed themselves to be pushed back like that. Considering it was kind of like an amateur play, right? They all kind of stacked up in one area of the map. Buster Gets beamed. That is like the most
Boy.
acute of angles that Cray has just killed Buster by. Like, I don't think I've... Bruh.
We're shooting piss missiles right now, brother. Brother, I mean, I don't even think he saw a pixel.
Bruh.
It's just the timing impeccable. He's waiting for more. They're all buckled up for the hit. Pibble going to be taken down. Sholey is getting involved. They've gotten active here on this site. Nades over the top. Cynthia. No dice. 2 trophies on the right-hand side of the screen. Cynthia, great timing there to take down Blay on the wrap. So the player advantage has disappeared. Cynthia and Cray now doing left the impossible.
Oh my god. Bruh.
What the helly?
Bruh, Cray is just getting... He's getting nasty with it, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's putting that sniper in places it shouldn't go. Honestly insane. Alright, listen, there's still opportunities here. Sholey putting bullets into the wall for the 1v2. Sholey has actually had a phenomenal performance through this S&D so far, and now has a switchblade to work with as well, so can take all kinds of fights here. Has gone for the wrap back through. Zero main, now clearing 8. Sholey just being like, yep, I've got a feeling, got a vibe that B will be clear for me. The vibe has also been matched by Zero Main, though. They are hot on his tail. Sholey, can he get the bomb down, or can he find these kills?
13 seconds. They've waited perfectly. 9-5. Game done. Zero Main. Put an end to the misery. The comeback stalled. Zero Main up 2-0 in this series. Brody, to be honest with you, I was trying to do a little bit of research before we hopped in because we didn't know who we were going to see in this final series of the night. We knew ARP, and we've seen ARP. They look great in their first series that we had on broadcast, right? They didn't win a single map, but it was close up into that part, or to the control, right? They are getting, I mean, circles danced around them right now. That was an impeccable search and destroy, and Cray dropped the what, 20 bomb?
Yeah, something like that. It's crazy. It's so insane. Like, some of the snipes that Cray was hitting, like, just... How do we break this down? Some of the snipes that Cray was hitting, insane. Like, you wouldn't see them from some of the best players in the world. Like, Cray is a phenomenon. And not only that as well, some of the reads that these guys are putting together, right? Like, literally, I think that last round was a really good example of it, where it's just like, Sholey's in a 1v2. And all they can really do there is just try and kind of dance around the map and hope that rotation towards the other side is like the way to go. And as soon as he rotates away, Zero Main are like, yeah, we're going to read that. It's just insane. Honestly insane. ARP Gaming getting outclassed right now here in this matchup.
Oh, absolutely. 19-6 there for the demon that is Cray. He let his shots be known early on, and brother, he didn't miss very many. I wish we could see his accuracy percentage, because I know it's north of 70%. That dude was beaving. The flip side of things, that Sholey started hot, started early, and yeah, I just couldn't hold a candle to what Cray was doing. 9-5 is that scoreline. 2-0. We're on match point. ARP. Backs against the wall. You are on the chopping block. Lose, you head home empty-handed, and your dreams of qualifying in a top 8 situation out the window.
I mean, it's just wild. This is up there with some of the biggest upsets we've seen. I think this season of Call of Duty Mobile, this is 100% just one of the biggest upsets for sure. ARP have come into this season. It really feels like they've been kind of consistently like in amongst it, in the like the top 4, maybe like the top 6 verdict. I think for them to fall out here at top 8 wouldn't be like crazy, but it would, I think, given the fact that Zero Main have also been like a top 12, top 16 team this season. Like, I think there is a vast gap in where these teams have been and where they are right now. Like, Zero Main have made massive improvements. I don't know what the roster was in the last couple of weeks, but I tell you what, I know for a fact, I don't think they had Cray before. He's crazy.
Yeah, I feel like we would have heard about this guy if he was doing things like this, and he was doing it consistently. And from the shots that we saw, I mean, the centering was perfect. The flicks were all, I mean, absolutely there. The pre-aim, the notions, even the reads on the wraps. You go back to that round where Blay was literally coming from Winery, like down the steps, and just the instant turn and the reaction timing on point. Wasn't a hit marker. It wasn't a miss. It was an absolute beam. Brother, get this guy on a main team. He needs to be that's #1 sniper material right there.
100%, 100%. And this is part of the conversation point, right? Was this that, you know, we talked about this for some European talent going on. Lighty is a big name right now. Obviously, he's already in amongst it as some of the best players. But, like, you know, we're talking about what players are going to get looked at as, like, hey, if you're a top team in these regions and you want to improve your rosters, who do you bring on? Cray kind of has to be there, right? We're looking at new talent in North America because, let's be honest, NA damn needs it. And I feel like this is it, 100%. So, you know, Zero Main looking pretty good right now. Happy with where they're at right now. 2-0 up in this series. We go towards a raid control. And I'll just be straight up honest about it. If Zero Main continue to play like this, they're in a chance in hell that ARP wins this series. And this will go down as one of the biggest upsets we've seen this season so far.
I completely agree. And if you're on the other side of the map, ARP, you got to find a way to mitigate the damage that is the sniper in Cray. I'm assuming if he's been hitting in the search and destroy, he's going to give you another wombo combo to come off with here in the raid too. So I don't expect to see anything but that from him. And if I don't see a 30 bomb, I'm going to be pretty upset.
Yeah, I want to see some big numbers out of this. I want to see some big numbers out of these players, especially with the way they're playing. Just like, I want to see something crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say about this, honestly. Raid Control is just one of those maps where I think it is so momentum-based as well. I think the scary part for me is we go back towards that map #1, and Zero Main were using their operators incredibly well, more so than we see other teams in North America do with their ops in Hardpoint. And obviously, you know, Control is so operator-based, right? It's so based on those swings that... you know, if Zero Main do that here, I don't think there's a chance in hell that ARP win. Like, I'm just going to call it for what it is. Like, the operator utilization was so good in map #1. Even a semblance of that is here in map #3. It's already over.
It's already over. Wow. ARP, your chance strike back. Reverse. Does it start here? Or does the end of your open qualifier split #3, the last chance to get in those points, the last chance to grab some of that dough, last chance to get yourself into some good seeding as we get geared up for the points major that is right around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. Let's find out. Let's see if ARP has what it takes to reel it back in as we head into the Hollywood Hills of California. Raid is about to be a bloodbath. On the attack, it's going to be Zero Main. And I've got to see Cray and his snipes to start us off.
That's what we're asking for. We don't ask for much. We just want to see Cray with the snipes coming out and playing well. And Cray is whiffing. Cray, come on, buddy. What is that? Why is he whiffing now? He's been performing so damn well. When he needs to put on the highlight reel, he goes absolutely nowhere. Good start coming out from ARP. And this is the kind of the gamble with hitting A off the rip, is that you're going to spawn a little bit further back towards A, and transitioning towards B will be more difficult because ARP should have bodies over there. And that's what's happened to ARP. They've got a wall of bodies covering that transitioning towards B.
Cash able to piece through the middle. Maybe they find a soft spot through the smoke. Looking for some push through red. Cray and Pibble going to be able to find it too, as we do see the SMG come out for Cray's, looking for a little bit more of an active scenario. I don't know what CNC is shooting at. It's Ghost, it's Demons. I'm not 100% sure, but he's eating some bullets himself. One shot in a dream. Graffito going to be able to shut down the approach to the middle of the map. They got 3 on. Not a lot of post-cap positioning, or maybe, you know, space being taken up at the front, but hey, if you can get the objective for the time being, may that be your focus. Get it done.
Yeah, why not? We're in 16v17 right now. Focusing on the objective is absolutely the right play call. You've got one ticking through B, and now you're going to 5-stack on towards A. And you're pushing in towards basketball. Nice snipes from Sholey. Well played. Not able to transition in towards a second. It kind of feels like ARP have given this one up, Verdict. I don't think they're even going to bother trying to stop this one. That said, this is a slow capture. There was actually only one player on it until just a second ago. So Zero Main are taking their sweet time to get this done.
Absolutely. Covering up a lot of space. 2 kills come through in yellow. Pibble playing well. Money hop out, not successful. Buster Prime, only one to be able to get involved, make it Kibu as well. And well, there's only one player on this side of the map. It's Cash. I don't think he spotted the foot, and Veteran's going to go right in front of him. Freebie there and a life extension over towards this objective. A is going to be captured. You're capturing a little bit of time here on B to go along with it. They got plenty of time to do it. 8v10 here for the defense.
8v8 now. And half a tick is all that they need. That tick is now going to go back down to a full one. Goal time's coming through from Sholey. Nicely done. Cashx also dealt with on the flank. There goes Ciencia. Yeah, this round feels like it might be done. ARP watching the flank like a hawk, and Zero Main have chosen that as the site of attack. Would be huge if you could keep Cray alive. That's not happening, and every single kill that's going in favor of ARP is another shot in the potential of them winning this one. Blade was AFK. I thought maybe he was just chilling for a second, but no, he was actually AFK. That's going to give them a chance. They've got to be careful about the play coming to spawn, though.
Ooh, what a nade. It was about to get tossed. Buster shutting him down to a 2v4. Pibble still up top here, causing a little bit of mayhem. Very doable situation. You got one on the back lines. Looking to get involved. He has a death machine if he's so desperate to pop, but 20 seconds to go on the clock. As you mentioned, they're watching it like a hawk. Pibble, first encounter. War Machine to answer. They shut it down. May not have been necessary, but they get the job done.
Yeah. You drew out, what was it, the War Machine? That's about it?
Yes, that was it.
That's
fine.
fine.
No, we popped the Tempest too. I did see a Tempest pop early on. That was, I mean, rather early.
Oh, yeah, that was really early. Actually, yeah, I'm literally just seen it back on the stream. Interesting. So we've talked a lot about their great operator usage. That is not great, if we're being perfectly honest with ourselves. Like, obviously, it would have been great if they had actually been able to deliver on it, but I think just even in theory, that's not particularly a good decision, I think, being made from Zero Main here. I guess the good news is for them is that ARP haven't fully dumped into this round just yet. Like, it feels a little bit individual. Kibu here coming through with a death machine. We'll find a couple of kills, so this is going to be seriously damaging to Zero Main. But if I'm them, I kind of try and brace the storm here, wait till I get ops of my own, and then pull them out in response.
I like the call. Let's see if it's executed. One ticket progress locked in. You got a little bit of a slow cap. You had a player on the back line, too, who's going to be dealt with. So what kind of map control you had through Laundry has exited. Buster trying to fill the role. CNCR going to be able to shut him down. Pibble pops the equals. Takes down Veteran, is forced to retreat back. Kibu not going to let you stay alive in that instance. Second tick's locked in. Buster Prime's got ops to go along with it, too. Craig going to be able to find a two-piece as he's dumped the sniper. It has pulled the Odin out. Cash and crew waiting for this exit through what assuming is going to be a push through Laundry in a little bit of a cruddy spot.
It's not a horrendous play right now. Good kills coming through from Ciencia to try and plug the hole in the gameplay. For the most part, I think that's what Zero Main are trying to do at the moment. They've pushed themselves deep here. That's going to force ARP to spawn all the way towards driveway side. So good spawn manipulation coming through from Zero Main. And for the most part, again, they are winning most of these crucial gunfights as well. The one thing I don't want to see Zero Main do is panic here, right? You've got players in position where you are manipulating the spawns to such a high degree. Just because a couple of players come through, do not get Cray out of that positioning from bedroom side. His positioning is pivotal because look how deep into the spawn they are spawning. If he's not there, they spawn towards that bedroom side, and this becomes a much more difficult position to hold.
Yeah, a very dominant response here. 58 seconds to go. Graffito pulling out the big guns. Shots landing, mowing them down. 5 left standing on the left-hand side. Talk about the operator usage and whatnot. This is like a perfect example of if you want to put a round away and it was simply just too close to where you have to pop, if your instinct is to pop, you need to. And that was the case. It was a great call. 4v11. Round in respawn. Defense standing strong. Zero Main. Very much so in the control of their destiny here in this round. Blade going to get caught in the open there inside the kitchen. Veteran there for the trade. We're down to 3.
Yeah, this round's over. At this point, of course, this is going to be one of those situations with 15 seconds left where Veteran will be trying to get as many kills as possible. The last remaining players will just try and play their lives to cycle in towards their operators. Veteran's going to find the kill against Pibble. So be careful here, you don't give anything away, and I think in the end they're just going to be like, yeah, at this point we're just waiting for Graffito to find it. He's probably going to be so far away from his operator that it doesn't really matter too much. Cray and CashX have kind of translated in towards theirs, and big round coming through from Zero Mate. They're able to tie things up, especially after what was a, not I want to say dominant start, but it was a pretty solid start from ARP. They'll be happy they were able to bounce back. So in towards this one, pretty much all even Stevens here in terms of utility, and Sholly starting off strong with the snipe.
Bibble. Oh, yeah, there he is. Shuts down the pressure there onto the B side. Still one player standing on this side, as well as Kibu for Overwatch. No ticks of progress. Minute 50 go on the clock. You're spawning towards A. Let's go ahead and bum rush it. Hit it into the water. Only one player to deal with. They got plenty of time for some map control. They just got to deal with Blay, and Blay is going out, gun to blaze it.
Yeah. Big kills coming through here in favor of ARP. Zero Mate trying the same thing they were doing. It has to be said how unusual this play is, by the way. Like, we haven't seen for a really long time. Raid Control, obviously, I mean, he's come back into the 2026 season. It was away for a while. It is abnormal to see a team hit A off the start. Like, it is not the normal point to try and hit, because you want to try and get as much progression on B as possible, and then use that extra time, if you can, if you do get extra time, to get on towards A. Zero Mate are trying to do it on hard mode right now, and it is working, it should be said. They're in a 19v19. They're about halfway through towards their second ticket progression here on A, and they're clearing out B as well. So they've got a backup plan in case A has gone wrong, which it has, and now they will focus on B.
Perfect. Let's see if they can deal with the pressure. One tick locked in. Cray was on the backside. He had an Annie ready to pop if he so chooses to do, but did not. So Pibble and crew getting that slow cap on towards the B site. 3 now stacking it. I'd like to see a little bit of an extension if they're going to go ahead and take this point. Let's get a little bit of map control to show for it, too. Sholly and Kibu going to be able to slice the map in the middle. And they're looking to put the pressure through. B objective captured, a minute 44 on the clock. 15v12, still a very doable situation. But again, the post-cap map control just not there. Very much so a slow rotation out of this ringside.
Big pull coming out from Cray here with the Anite. It's a bit of an early one, I'll say this much, right? He's pulled it out. He's already used 50% of it. Now he needs to try and hit the transition. Ooh. Nicely done from Cray. Cray is shooting. So already paved the way through the middle of the map here for Zero Main. They've got themselves over towards A. They've got to deal with 3 players inside basketball.
Death Machine out too as well. He's, oh, I was about to say he's not missing. Veteran. Able to escape with his life. Graffito. Shut down on the back line. So operators burnt. We're dead even. One tick of progress. Pibble. Predator ready to go. Pibble and Cray finding hunter killer drones. The hit's on. Pibble's here. Pibble's shut down.
Zero Main now down to the final set of lives. At this point, if you can win, great. If you can't, get rid of one of those ops. CashX starting strong. There goes Crenshaw and Cray as well. Kibu will hold. Pibble's going to bring that Predator missile down, and he actually finds 1-4. It's a Zero Main. And on a 4v2, it forces Kibu to pull out the Death Machine. Desperate times, desperate measures here. And also, it's a double investment coming through as well, because the Claw is going to be out, but Ciencia takes down Kibu so easily. And they've got time here, Verdict. They can wait out this Claw.
They can. 19 seconds. Pibble also has equals. I doubt he passed the pop. Blade gets a little bit of retaliation there. Is able to shut down one. Claws expired. Their time to go is there. Pibble and Ciencia.
Enemy taking Alpha.
2v1. Blade has to chow. Pibble guns him down. We are on map point. Zero Main. Snag an offensive round.
I mean, that is such a big swing and a miss from ARP. It has to be said. They had 2 ops in the back pocket, and both of them go crazy. Both of them end up with nothing in the end, though. And it means that ARP are now just 1 round away from being upset here by Zero Main. Out of nowhere. Kills now coming in their favor to begin this round. Buster Prime. This is a hell. I don't want to call it desperate, but it feels like a Hail Mary play with the equals, and it amounts to nothing. When you're pulling out equals in that context, Verdict, in a context where really the pressure wasn't even that much on, I feel like the entire match has been thrown away.
Oh, yeah, this is it. Now you're in the spawn trap of hell. Pibble's flicking, brother. This is a good... This is a good equals match. EMP's popped. Gets the bad timing off of that, but nonetheless, damage is done. 6 life lead, 45 seconds. This is the last hit here towards this pull side. They are still itching at it, and Veteran and Crew looking to go ahead and put the full-scale push on through. Predator missile shuts them down, and the water side push unsuccessful. They're gonna have to brute force it onto ring.
6 life advantage, 29 seconds on the clock. ARP will double invest their operators again. They are fighting on the back foot. They are fighting an uphill battle, and they are sending their ops up with them. Buster Prime could still carve a path through the middle of the map if it's not being watched, which it is. Double investment of players coming out from Pibble and Sensia. They know that any pressure could at any point be hit through the middle of the map. That's what they're ready for. Also, now have to be careful of Laundry side as well, as ARP transition from B to A. Zero main trying to put the B to A down on towards ARP here. That 6 life advantage isn't going anywhere anytime soon.
That's a proper setup if I have ever said so. Veteran on the collapse. Back lines, got the heady. Pibble right there in the corner. Pibble, turn, burn, gets taken out. Graffito at a distance. Able to take down the player in the perch. All out push, 7 lives standing. Zero main might have done it. One last hit here for the boys in blue. ARP Gaming exiting stage left. Not able to find a single map. Dash got the dagger. And that should do it. 3v13. ARP exiting out of the equation. Zero main are here to play.
It's all just down to one player. And Cray's going to bring out the Annihilator, pull off our biggest upset so far on the day and on the weekend. Zero main, wipe ARP out of the tournament.
I for dang sure did not think that this was... I mean, before broadcast even started, I'm just going to be as transparent as possible. We said, hey, dude, I hope ARP just run through this, and this is a quick 3-0, to just be as transparent as possible and to be as completely wrong as we were in that conversation and in that moment. We didn't know. We didn't recognize your game, Zero. You boys are balling. What a series. Take a look at that, man. Pibble leading the pack, 26-19. Graffito, 27. Cray, you didn't drop 30, so I'm not impressed.
Yeah, Cray slowed down, bro. He had one of the most phenomenal S&Ds I think I've ever seen, and he just slowed the hell down straight after that. He had some wild moments, I think, throughout the series, so we do have to give him some love, I think, particularly in that Search and Destroy as well. Outside of that, though, nothing particularly crazy from Zero Main. Graffito had some great moments. Pibble, I think, particularly had a couple of big streaks there towards the end. But yeah, I mean, outside of that, just Zero Main, I think really did have to work hardest for that control of all 3 maps, right? I think that the Search and Destroy was probably the most indomitable. The Hardpoint looked insane, but that control was the one where it felt like ARP actually really did bring it to them. And in the end, it wasn't enough. I think, you know, you kind of have to question, you know, the positions from them with the operators, right? I think ARP with the kind of the double operator investment coming out at the end of round number 2, like stuff like that. Like if that goes right, we're looking at a much more competitive game. Unfortunately for them, it just didn't go in their favor.
No, it didn't. And, I mean, there was even some sloppy, you know, operator play out of Zero, to be fair, too, as well. You looked at the Tempest early pop there in the first round. It didn't provide you a round victory, but if it would have, that would have been a 3-0. It's clear. Brackets have been set, ladies and gentlemen. Bye-bye ARP Gaming. Hello, Zero Main. They will move on tomorrow in the loser quarterfinals and continue their transition. I will be very surprised if they lose that matchup. As a matter of fact, I would like to see them face off against Kaya Nation. I'm not trying to premeditate anything, but let's be real. That team right there manhandled ARP. Top 4 team easily here in North America. Yeah,
100%. I'm really excited to see what the remainder of this bracket looks like. I think Zero Main could go really far here into day number 2. Zitlelix, I haven't even seen them broadcast once, I don't think, this season so far. I would like to, because Zitlelix is a team that back in like 2025 you know, could perform very well. I think the one thing we were all looking forward to, though, no matter what tomorrow, is going to be Sybarites versus Undream. It's going to be the 3rd time those teams have faced off against one another in an upper bracket final. It's going to be I don't think it might actually be the 2nd, because the first time they play off in like round 2 or something to that effect. But either way, it is going to be a great matchup, and I can't wait to see, have Undream improved, or is the gap even bigger than it was last week?
Oh, we'll have to tune in and find out. Same place, same time tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to conclude our broadcast on Verdict. That is Brody, a.k.a. Infinity. We've had a delight with you all throughout the entirety of this 3-week span here in North America. Obviously, we're looking forward to next week for EU as well. We got another grand finals on our hands tomorrow. It starts red hot with, of course, that winter finals we mentioned. Has Undreamed, close the gap. Obviously, they got a lot of work to do. They got to cover the gap that Zyrax left, and I'm sure they're going to make the most of the situation they have at hand, but they got a large ask on it. Again, obviously, we're going to be looking forward to that matchup and more. You got to tune in for more Call of Duty Mobile 2 as well. Bobby and I will be live again, right back at it here at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. his time. So plenty of Call of Duty Mobile to roll around. That's going to do it for the night. We're glad you were able to join us. Brody, man, it's been a blast. We'll see you back tomorrow and close it out, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you there. Till then, take care.